get this party. Let's all right. This party started. Let's do this. Okay, that's what's happening. Mixing it up. Mhm. This thing to mess the whole thing up. So, mhm, mhm. Oh, that's what it is. They look the same. Meat. That's what it is. Gotta get this other profile on the other profile. What up, lightest bright in the building? The lightest of the brightest. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Oh, you paid already? We on a you page already. We on a you page already. I'll let you have that only cause you fresh. Hey, what? What did I? What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? On you welcome. That damn lightest of the brightest. Come on, man. You know you're the lightest of the brightest. The Team LSC in the building. Light Skin Coalition. You like that? You like one of the final bosses of the light skin? You know, you go through all the light skin people. No, I would say no. Never mind. I say Miss Lion. Miss Lion be the last one. You before her a little bit. So you like the right hand man that be in the movies, right? Before they fight the main boss. So there you go. She said, I've been outside. Said, leave me alone. I've been outside. Uh, I guess I'll see you next lifetime. All right. Let me get these laggedy likes up real quick. These laggedy likes up real quick. It's going to be a very interesting topic. It's going to catch me in the fall. Right. Fall, that's when everything. All right. We gonna get this on. We just getting started. We just getting started. It's gonna be. I know it's gonna be a big one today for real. I had to talk about this. I was just in another room talking about this and stuff. So I'm like, let's get it to a where we can get a little bit less deflection, man. You know what I'm saying? Deflection be so bad when you get cornered, man. People get cornered and stuff, and that's how you know they don't want to answer the question. So what they do, they ask you a question, and they don't even answer the question. They ask you another one. So if you mean by that, so this is what you mean. So you trying to say you put up with that, and we should put up with? And I never said anything about putting up. People funny. People funny though. But hey, I was wishing that last live I could have got a recording from that, man. I need that recording though, because that was funny. I had fun. I be having fun. I ain't gonna even lie, man. There be so many hurt people that just make up any excuse, anything to avoid accountability. It is funny. It be sad, like literally people be foaming out the mouth when it comes to accountability. I will not admit. I will not admit. It's gonna be a juicy one too. I already know how many times I'm gonna hear that. It takes two. The topic don't have nothing to do with taking two, but it's more of a protection. But I remember the last time I talked about this room, super jumps, and we literally was, it was like me and a few people just sitting here. We was just talking, playing videos about rapping and singing. Then one time this lady was like, she said, she asked a question like, how you feel about my body, my choice, and all that stuff. Like, yeah, that's cool. And we was like, since it's your body, your choice, why not be more responsible since y'all don't want to go through the worst? That thing went south. You cannot mix responsible and woman together. It's a whole nother thing. That's what TikTok be waiting like, ooh, did you just say that? Let's go ahead and bring some people in here. And that's everything, just deflection, man. When it comes to that, nobody don't like that feeling of, man, Nobody like that feeling. Why do I feel like I'm being called out and I feel less than a character? I'm so used to being a 10 and making perfect decisions. I say I'm not perfect, but when I get checked on my imperfections, it's a problem. It's a problem. Let's get it. Let me send some invites out. I haven't sent no invites yet. Let me bring myself up in here. Guess I keep it like that. Oops. Heard my boy twice. I changed the layout a little bit now. Changed the layout just a little bit. I switched the laugh and learn. I put it under like I see the little corner that'll keep me at because TikTok don't let you move this box anymore. So then I put the accountability room on top of my head. So yeah, we got everything seen. I still got to squeeze my cash up and tap the screen in there. Yep. And then my bonus is gonna be at the bottom. That one is all men till there's no man and believe all women. What does that mean? That's gonna be interesting. I want to see that. Venetia, what's up? What's the deal?
What it do?
How you feeling, man?
I'm blessed.
You ain't had to get no aspirin after yesterday, man. I know you had a deep live.
Whoa.
Yeah, say less. She said, "Whoa." She said, "Whoa." Yeah, I had after chilling in it for a little bit, I just went into some. I checked out this other live, and then we did a karaoke because we were doing karaoke in Mirror Live. So we do that for a minute. Had to get the vocals going.
Karaoke down my alley.
Hey, what you ain't know nothing about that? I thought we told you about that. We do it every
No.
Friday.
Well, and I appreciate you for pulling up. That was much love and support. I really appreciate you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, to get these topics spread it out, man. Gotta get them going, man. Get the voice going. I hear a lot of people got voice, man. I just actually left one of my people because they trying to build up one of their pages stuff. I tried to See if I can help their stuff out a while, cause it be so many people that be that I be trying to just squeeze my time in with. At least try to show my face though, cause I be fixed between doing my lives and then trying to figure out what lives I can help out. Not troublemaker down there. I see you down there. When I see that little face leaning on the side of her hand, I know who that is. Ah man, it's troublemaker. She said, "Hey, don't say marriage too many times." She pop in here out of nowhere. What about marriage? Free life. Oh man. Oh, she left already. I was about to crack. I was about to crack it. But yeah, this one. Put you on that Remy. But yeah, with this topic, which I know this about to. I'm gonna embrace this little calm moment for the moment. 'Cause I already know how this gets sometimes. But this made me think about it because I'll be me getting going through trying to talk to 14 people at one time. I got so many people that just don't like me on this app, but it is what it is, man. It's like they don't like me, but then it's like, hmm, it's like they can't help it at the same time, man. It's just you don't like me because I try to be direct and I'm not about to sugarcoat nothing, and I'll be trying to call out the BS when I hear it. That's what we supposed to do. But some people just want to get away with I feel this way, so you go along the way I feel. I don't have to make no sense. I want to make sense to y'all the way y'all feel. That's all. If it sound hurt and everybody agree with my hurt, that means it's right. The world we live in now. Well, I got this fight about to come on in a minute. I gotta watch this fight too. I'm trying to multitask today, but I have to get this y'all booted up early enough. Let me see. Hold on. What is my boy the Joker talking about up there? What are he talking about? Boy, blur the screen. I'll come back, brother. Okay, he back, he back, he back. Okay, okay, okay. I'm hurt. Oh, okay, brother. I'm trying to make sure you're still there. I know that's me. Let me stop. Who was that guy? I keep forgetting I'm supposed to send the invites up. Okay, I ain't gonna send her that. She ain't ready for this headache. This is gonna be a headache today. I already know. I don't want to send it to. He gonna play defended mode, but we gonna get it. I'm going to send it to him anyways. She'd be a good fit for this conversation. Oh, Young Buck, she can come in here too. She can come in here too. We gonna have some fun today. We gonna have some fun today. All right. I don't think she's ready for this conversation, so I ain't gonna send her one. I ain't seen him in a while. Mm, mm, never seen. Maybe some people will be like, bro, I ain't seen them in a while. Some people will be like, well, why I'm following them for a reason. What am I following for? What the deal, Sean? You already know it, my brother. Don't even you know it. You already know you was up there. I was staying there falling asleep in the box. You already know where this came from, huh? Don't put me on the spot. It's like, no, I'm talking about most definitely inspired by yesterday. Because I was thinking about 100 questions. I'm like, okay, they're not gonna answer, so let me figure it out on my platform. That's how you gotta do it sometimes. I got me enough rest. I'm like, I'm ready now.
Oh man,
uh,
I just left alive probably like 20
hmm
minutes ago. Cause I
hmm
had some mutuals that was like putting eyes on me when I was in there
hmm
talking to old girl last night about the SA stuff. So
Yep.
I say, well, shit, host a live, we could talk about it. So she pulled up a live and it was respectful dialogue. I was like, man, I said I kept trying to avoid the SA stuff. Like I said, that stuff wasn't on a prompt. Like we was having a cool, chill night all night, and I don't know where the essay stuff come from. So I said when I left the live and came back up, I didn't know we was talking about essay. And then when I got up, I said I kept trying to avoid that. I kept saying there are evil people out here. I wasn't talking about men, women. I kept trying to say there are evil people out here, and no one can stop everyone from being evil. And I said she just lost me on when she was like, "Leave all men alone." I'm like, well, damn. Like I'm talking about you can't control.
Boy.
So yeah, I was trying not to talk about the men and women. I hate those topics, but I was just talking about like there are evil people out here. What can we do to stop the evil? And no one could answer that. And then it turned back into the essay. So I'm like, damn, I don't want to talk about no essay. I don't want to talk about that.
Man. You know, that's why. That's how you know. That's how you know this is inspired. With look at, just pay attention to when you seen the prompt, because that's why all these questions the same as we talk about. So I ain't use that. I use unhinged. I said, what can men and women do to correct unhinged men and women? I just want to see people's magical answer though, because that's what it is. My not serious questions though. I just want people to hear how they sound though a little bit, because I'm just curious on what they gonna say. I just need you to march. I need you. It's like they purposely was not trying to hear anything we were saying. And it's like we try our best to make some type of balance. And the only time they listen, if you pay attention, well, we already seen it. Just pander. You know what I'm saying? My man's came in there being Superman, saying everything he want to say. They ain't cut him off not one time.
I seen you put that Superman shit down there, right? Yeah, I seen you put that. Hey,
I do that all the time.
I'm not gonna lie. Unless I heard wrong, I think when Lord came up, I think he did. I think he went. I thought he went a little left on what he was saying. I think that, like you said, it changed. Like I think they took him off his pivot, and I think he fell into the trap. I know what you were saying. Like you was like, nah, we were talking about this. You was right, but when Lord came, I think he allowed himself to get pivoted. They pivoted him a little bit, and then he started responding. And then I just felt like, well, damn, okay, he lost that one. Like, you know, it's nothing you can do on that one. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I fell asleep a couple times, so I just only went back to the part I heard or when it started off.
Oh, you fell asleep.
Yeah, I was dang there dozed off twice in that box while they was talking. It's like, bro.
I was laughing when you was like, I remember I said, man, nobody willing to answer. Like I say, on both sides. I say if a woman air out her grievances, I said a man not gonna respond to what she said. He gonna respond to what he want to get off his chest. I also say when a man is airing out his grievances, then a woman not gonna respond to what he said. She gonna respond to what she want to get off. And then literally when I said what I said, the next woman spoke. She addressed something that I didn't even say. I'm like, oh man, come on, man. Like, I'm trying
to bingo.
Yeah.
Point proven. And they don't see it though. They just don't see it. This is like it's sad though, man. And it said I was just looking at the comments and stuff. And then my man, that's why I do want to add his old girl's husband.
I followed him yesterday on it.
Yeah. Oh, you found his page? I gotta find it because he was talking sense though. Like, I mean, sure, he wasn't. He stood his ground, even though she, you know,
Gerard Hudson on there, I think.
That's what. Oh, okay. I probably got. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can do it. Unless you can just share it or inbox that or whatever.
Man, you had me laughing when you was like, "Soon as a woman, you know, cause we got our differences on that submit stuff. That's cool and all, right? But and I think that was a good thing where people feel like just because you and somebody don't agree on something that you can't follow someone. You can't, you know, maybe you'll tell me something that I don't know, and maybe I could put something on your mind that you didn't know. I don't believe that you have to follow everyone that actually agrees with you, and it's okay to follow people who disagree with you, and you can have a respectful disagreement. But I seen where like the conversations, like it turned to a point where this is why I say I try to avoid those conversation topics. It always tend to turn to a bunch of people coming on the panel, and then a men get a talking to. Like it's like we in school now, and we getting talking to like we bad. And I don't mind it, but I feel like there wasn't a space for that. Like, that's not the kind of live that it was. It was like a live where everybody just talking such and such. But when it comes to everybody just talking about what one person is doing, I kind of like check out then. I kind of check out.
Yeah. Hey, I gave her what she wanted, though. I said, all right. I said, since we go in there. And then she brought that one, I guess, supposed to be a celebrity. So like somebody's supposed to be scared of her. or whatever it is. I guess they was being starstruck, but I'm like, no, I was ready to challenge her on that though. And you see, she deflected so bad because that's why I say them numbers don't mean nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hear it. Like I said, I ain't even trying to toot my own horn or nothing like that. But it's just like this right here shows, right? I know my voice is more powerful than that girl. I don't care that she famous off or whatever. And it's like she came in with her chest sticking out, and yeah, when they like, oh, they can listen to her. I'm like, bro, no, I'm about to get on every point. I said, let's do this then. Since you think you whatever, you celebrity. I don't know who she is, right? I guess people know her. I don't know her, right? But she's saying all this whatever. Okay, Kevin said, I'm like, bro, I talk about him too much. So I'm like, I wanted to see and let me know, because I was ready to even show videos. Like, how is this dude so harmful? I wish I would have showed him all the clips, even some of the videos. Like, what is so harming about this dude? I don't get it. Like, people either go far extreme, and everybody got some stuff people disagree with. I don't agree with everything he say.
Yeah.
But it's just like, I'm like, how you gonna say all this stuff and you Dana said you was happy that he got on the live? And I'm like, bro, well, it's not that serious.
No. I wasn't. If I didn't really follow him, I didn't really know exactly what he said, like in totality. But the couple things I did hear, I feel like that's some shit that my mama was telling me already. Like my mom was putting me on game as far as like, you know, with the women this, women that. So I feel like a lot of times that's what mothers tell their sons. Like,
right.
So I didn't see a lot that was wrong with it. I think people get so caught up in, or they'll hold you to, if someone says some stuff and then they say good stuff and bad stuff, they're gonna hold you accountable for everything that he is spewing, instead of just like, you know what, I like that part, I like that part. Like a prime example of what I say, me and you follow each other. We don't have like the same agreements on some stuff, but that don't mean you don't have good stuff that you talk about. And I feel like people get so stuck on, it's the echo chamber. I don't want to follow people who agree with everything I say. That shit ain't fun, first of all, and it's not challenging your thoughts. That shit is boring.
It's boring, yeah.
I follow that dude, you know, the kitchen, right?
Yeah. I think he follow me.
Yeah, he be saying some wild shit. But I follow him because the dude is entertaining. He'll keep me laughing like a motherfucker, and he be dead serious when he be talking. I like that.
Yeah, it's different. I follow this one dude. What's his name? His name is Mac P. Mac P, or his other name is like Jesus something, right?
Please do not speak.
I know, maybe right. His name pop up in here.
Bring him in here.
Please, I know. I feel you. Oh yeah, I was actually in the room with you. I remember that. You right. I do. Yeah, he's funny in the mug to me though. What I learned, and that's why I was like, you know what? Because what he do, he don't like disagreements at all. I noticed that he don't like it at all. And then what he'll do is talk over you. Like, you know, it'd be funny when I see him to do to other people, but I have to hold my own tongue when he do it to me though. Sometimes too. So I'm like, dang, I'm like, bro, you really just you don't like nobody that think different from you. Nah. And he starts singing and stuff. That dude's still funny to me, even though he be annoying me though. But he funny though. But yeah, yeah.
Nah, that shit is funny as hell when I think when women get up there, or even a dude get up there and they start preaching some shit you like, you was like, man, I like him, man. He need to speak more. He need to speak more.
Yeah, I do. Like, yeah. Yeah, I see you in the comments too. You like, this kid loving this. Like, yep. Yes. You already know. I'm like, somebody finally speaking that deep stuff. That John real. What's the deal, kitchen? Come on up, man. We got an inspired live.
The difference from when you say what you say and other people say and other men say what they say, even though y'all will say the same thing, right? You don't be so like all like in your feelings and emotions. You still talk calm, cool, and collective. But when I hear the other men, they could say the same thing you say, but they be so like they just be going crazy. I'm like, man, okay, they not really making a good point for themselves because they too emotional when they explain it. You still be like level-headed when you explain it.
Yeah. I ain't gonna let it. All right, shower head. I ain't want to hear all that. Just say you come up when you get done doing your business, brother. Say that, talking to. Man, no, that I ain't gonna lie, that joint went so live yesterday. We was talking about all types of stuff. It was literally cool, smooth live. You know, I know that she be loving when I come in her room sometimes. That's why I visit her every now and then, even though we be op so bad. Me and her be op so bad though, but we respect each other though. You know, we did get off on bad terms, but I do like that she at least try to listen a little bit, just a little bit though. I like it though, but I don't like when she get emotional and she just say anything from that point, and she had deflect back. What's up, Jeffrey? I mean, it's true. I pay attention to people. I ain't gonna lie. I pay attention. Like, no, what the heck? Why now you going soft now?
No, what I've noticed, that's one of the lives that I really start going on first because she likes balance. You know what I'm saying? Like she don't just pick one side. But what I have noticed is a lot of times, like when it turned to what it turned to last night, she'll talk more on the women's side because there's more women doing all of the like going back and forth. So I'm not saying that I don't trust me, I feel like she's fair as hell, but I think when a lot of women come on a panel, then that becomes the topic, and then she's forced to kind of like talk about it. But when it's like an even panel, then everybody could go. Men and women could both bounce their ideas, and it's smooth. It just be smooth after that.
Yeah, I think I noticed that a little bit. I noticed a little bit though. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, you preaching. I remember I started off saying that too. Actually, earlier I was saying that too. Like, oh, she preaching because she was making a little balance with some stuff. She was even going against my best friend Tori. I want to see him follow.
She checked her. Yeah, she checked her.
That girl, I think she hate that she love me from this point now.
Hey, you know what? That's crazy. She is my mutual, right? I've never looked at her as a person that hate men. I never looked at it that way, right? I always, because how I used to grow up, I know a lot of dudes look at that like, you know, they're just a cover up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's something behind the I'm not gonna say pain or nothing, but I feel like it was something behind it. And when she do talk, every time I encountered her, it was always been respectful. It's never been, and we'd had a disagreement before, and it never got turned up how you and her be ops with each other. It ain't never turned to that. So I'm like, okay, well, damn, maybe I'm just coming at it in a different way. But I know when you be getting on it, you be like, what you said? Yeah, Tori, keep talking. Let it keep talking. Keep talking. But I think y'all probably got on. It felt like y'all broke the ice yesterday.
I never got nothing against her. I just be trying to get it out of her because she can't help it. But now she not trying to. She couldn't. She got that much power. Well, she do got power though. But she know that ain't gonna let her block me. She ain't gonna let her block me or not. But that other live, no. If you would have seen this other live, she didn't even let me get a word out. She somehow she must got some. I don't know what she got some powers. But she always a mod in somebody's room. I'm like, bro, what is so special about her?
I said, damn, you a mod in every live I've been in.
She must be saying some sweet stuff. But that one lie, she didn't give me a chance. She automatically blocked me. I'm like, bro, I had to go on one of my. I'm like, I got 4 pages though. So I came back. I told her, I'm like, dog, can y'all unmute me? And I ain't even say nothing. And then she like, I don't know what he did.
One time I seen you was hosting your live, and then I seen your backup on another live, and then I seen the other backup on another live, and I'm strolling through TikTok. I say, man, how the hell this man doing all this shit? This man is in 3 different lives.
Hey, I got 3 phones. No. Yeah. Right now I got my other phone looking at this this fight about to come on. I gotta watch this UFC fight. Pereira about to fight that's gonna be a few people. Kevin Holland about to fight.
You seen Wilder got his ass knocked out, huh? Oh, the screen must have paused.
Funny. Oh, that's the first boot. There you go. The first boot. You already know TikTok got to do his thing. Well, somehow it always do to me. 3 phones. He said, for what? No, I just some of these are old phones. I just keep my old phones and then I turn them into like what's that? Like alarms, especially when I'm working. So I have multiple alarms. So I'd be doing that. So now I'm like, let me throw some internet on there and put TikTok on there and just use it to sneak around my other pages. I literally had 1 page, and the first time I got banana, and I'm like, bro, Then that's when it made me go make another page. Another page I had made, I don't know, off of like an email address, and I never really got deep into it. And then I made another page. That's when I got bananaed again. And then I think I got bananaed another time. I made another page. I just made like another. That was crazy. The Joker, that's the one. That was like one of my second pages that just got made off an email address, and it had got. I don't know what happened to that. What happened to it though? I think it was like inactivity, and then it eventually came back. Then I started just working on it. I was like, I'm gonna just keep this page as a whole nother name. Then I changed the names of my other one, called it Kev page, second page, and Kev third page. So they ain't gonna never be able to stop me. I actually I got influenced by like Moses, man. He got a solid crew. You know what I'm saying? I realize it's people. It ain't about the followers. It's about the supporters. And you have your solid people that mess with you. They gonna follow you on every last page. You know what I'm saying? Because to keep your stuff up, so your voice don't shut down. Just like Saul, he got a bunch of pages. You know, so it's like, if you got your people, you can always get out there. You know what I'm saying? It's all about trying to, grab your supporters and people that connect with you. And then, you build from there. Help some more people that might be like you and just spread the word.
When you post videos, do you put your do you like do like a hashtag and put your username on it? Because with my homeboy, he done it on all his. He had like 25,000 followers, and then he ended up losing. I think he got banned or he lost his page or something. But he was always every post he made, he always put like a hashtag and he put his name on it. To where when he did get another page and he put that name on it, it still brought back all his followers because he had a bunch of views already under that hashtag.
Oh. That makes sense though. I gotta I think that some of them I do that. I just haven't been posting on my other pages though. I haven't been posting. I post a few of them just to don't be a naked page. But I think I post more on my main page anyways though. Just post like videos. I'll be just lazy. I don't be wanting to post on all four of them pages. I don't know when I've been on Kev page. I mainly be on Kev third page and the Joker and this one. The second page, that just be dry. It just be sitting there. And I use it just in case. There's no way I'm getting banana that much. That might be just like my throwaway page, the second one. I go in there just acting like a whole new person. Like, you mother. It's like, what the heck is wrong with that? Be an angel on the rest of the three. It's like, but she said number one because it takes two. Of course, I was gonna hear that one today. When you say something with responsibility in women, it's just going. It takes two. But number two, no man get tricked every. Okay, I feel it. Three because men become mentors maybe, and let's see, three. That's probably the answer for what can a man. So a mentor is going to help an unhinged man and woman. Interesting. That sounds golden. Number four, can't expect and some people just watch folks. Wait, what? Number four should be if you attract or accept someone off your body and money, what do you expect? What? You got me on that. Oh, I'm glad she coming up. That just hurt my brain that fast. Yeah, but hello,
type
the
all
great. Yeah, good. Yeah, you acting stranger to the panel. Yeah.
Am I? No.
You know how we doing, Detroit, man. Stop playing around here, man.
I've been having a good time today. Been riding around.
That's good.
So good. Into the
There you
rain.
go. The great having a good time. That's okay. We gotta
I
take
have
note
a
of
good
that
time all the
moment.
time.
You do, right? You right. You just create headaches so I can get it. I can get it.
I mean, if people allow me to trigger them, who's at
You
fault?
right. I feel you on that. Not
Okay,
the
so I'll
lamb though.
answer. Okay, so why wouldn't the one carrying the baby be the more responsible one? The reason why I say it because it takes two is because it literally does. Both of them have shared responsibility. Now, while the baby is in her belly, of course, She has to make sure that she's doing the right things, eating the right food, getting the right rest, drinking a proper amount of water so that she'll have a healthy baby. But once that baby is here, it is 50-50 importance for men and the woman to be responsible for that child. I do not think that a woman is more responsible. Hell no. What do you? Why would that be the case?
So let me like kind of expand on what I mean behind that though.
Okay.
So I think how this question went, and I had mentioned this like a year ago. It's basically since for the most part we say with women is my body, my choice, right? And I get to do the decision what I want, if I want to have this baby or not, whatever. Or also they say we the ones that carry it and knocking on the live off this baby, you just don't know what we go through and all this other stuff. So it's like, all right, so now we know all these things. Wouldn't you expect that women to be a little bit more safer or responsible on who they choose to sleep with, right? Or even just let alone just don't even open the legs until you really know that this person is for sure. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm getting to about that. You would think they would be a little bit more responsible than, I guess you could say, the men that sleeping with them, I guess, because it's obvious that some of them just ain't got it on it. They just want
And I
funds.
still don't agree with that. I still don't agree with that because I think it's the same. Men have to be just as responsible.
But they can leave. They can leave. That's the
But
point.
leaving your seed is a testament to your character and your morals and that lack thereof.
It's men that don't care. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying,
You stuck
but
with the
those are
baby.
bad, terrible people. So yes, I'm not saying that women don't have to be responsible. I'm not saying that at all. I just think it's the same responsibility because even if you were to get pregnant, say you were to put yourself in a position where you have a one night stand. Let's just put it that way. Neither one of them know each other. They both putting themselves in a really bad situation. Possibly based strictly off of body. Physical, whatever. The woman, yeah, she can go and get an abortion, and she don't have to worry about the next day. He could walk away, and he don't have to worry about the next day. But they're both have a shared responsibility, in my opinion. Now, I'm not saying that it's not a big responsibility, because me saying it's shared doesn't, like, I'm not trying to minimize the responsibility that a woman has to herself, right? But that's the same. Like, men, you can't just spread your seed out here and then be waking up one day mad because your kids don't fuck with you. Why don't they fuck with you? Because you wasn't never there, because you mad at this woman for having a child that you helped create. That's on you. Just like the woman. Hey, you laid down with this man that you didn't know but for 5 seconds. So you had this baby, he left you. It's on you. I think it's 50-50 when it comes to that. That's my opinion.
What about that's what I'm getting to though. So I feel you as much as you want to put 50-50, but it's obvious is careless man out here that Lily. I think that happened back before we was even born. Papa was a Rolling Stone and all that other stuff, right? What's the deal? Yeah. So what I'm getting to is that most of the time the man is not stuck with the baby. You would think the person that's stuck with the baby or something like that, they'd be like, you know what? Nah, I ain't trying to. I gotta really be safe on the type of person I pick, because they can literally do what they want. They can literally leave you with the baby and then you just stuck. You know what I'm saying?
Unalive that motherfucker like it's nothing.
What the come on now.
I'm just saying. You think women are out here like, damn, I'm definitely not finna have yo kid. I'm about to just go ahead and lay on this table real quick. Yes, there are women out here that's thinking just like that. Yes. So to me, I get what you're saying. Like, as a woman, of course, I think being responsible over who you lay down with is very important. But I don't think that it's. If I had a son, I'd be stressing the very same importance to him. It wouldn't be no fucking different. Like, if I had a little boy and a little girl and they both 16, I'm on both of their asses. Your body is your temple to both of them. You feel me? Don't bring no babies in this house and don't have no babies. Don't be out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm like, I get it. Daddy's, mama's baby, daddy's maybe. But
Yeah,
that's
you just made it worse right there.
And she can guess
Right,
what?
exactly.
She can be like, and Deletus the fetus. Like I mean, I'm just saying. That's I mean, people, I understand some people are like, highly religious, and so abortion is totally out of the case. But for those highly religious people, they 9 times out of 10 ain't sleeping with, you know what I'm saying? So like,
So for her being careless, then we just gonna say, all right, we're gonna delete him because she don't want to really be responsible. That's what you're saying.
oh no. I'm saying that, I'm not saying that that is the option that should be taken. I'm saying that this is the option that many women take. That's
Yeah, I
what
get you. Oh, yeah, I already know. Yeah, I feel you on that. I know what you mean.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, somebody else can go because now it's
Right.
a bunch of people in here.
All right, we got you. All right. Let's see. Till then, let's tap though. Let's tap for a little bit. Let's give it a chance. We got about 16 people in here. This is just a light mode right now because I know how this about to get. That's why we be trying to enjoy our little cool calm time and stuff because we know how it gets. Because this is gonna be a deep one. It was kind of deep with the room I went in before. It was just, I swear that room was so smooth until we just brought something up. But yes, real quick, y'all can keep tapping. Share. Go ahead and hold your finger where my box is at for 2 seconds. And then go ahead and share it to all them people that you see that pop up on there. It's going to be people that pop up. Just hold your finger on this box for 2 seconds. And then you can do that. Or you can look at the bottom and it's got a little arrow right there that say 33 down there and you can share it. That's that on the panel. Till then, for sure. And whenever you're ready to contribute, you can do that if you want to. All right, Rush already know the plan. Go ahead and do your thizzle. Rush, I hope you had a good birthday from last night. Like, nah, but I think we good now. We good. What can I start with? I was smacking the Dorito. I already know. I'll let you do your thizzle. Hashtag FYP. You right. See, Sean already he did the one thing that I forgot to mention. Yeah, put that down in the comments too. That'll help me stretch out a little bit more on that For You page. And if y'all want to send them fires, which I really don't care that much about, but I think it hurt. From what they said, it helped push the algorithm too. Awesome. So all that stuff, all that activity helped. So let me let's start from Power since he like wanted to know. We're gonna do Power, Gord, then Bunny, God. Then we're gonna get my first two that popped up in here. I'm gonna give them a chance, you know what I'm saying? So they can get Power. What's the deal, man? Welcome to the live. How you feeling?
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. So what we talking about, what you have up here on your...
So the topic itself is why wouldn't the one carrying the baby be more responsible, the more responsible one?
Well, I think, oftentimes, you can determine whether or not she's responsible by who she lets put the baby in her. Oftentimes, I hear women say, yeah, but he wasn't no good. Well, what's that say about you?
Oh,
what's that say about you that you didn't take the time to really get to know this individual other than his body looked good to you. He was probably driving a nice car and he had a sweet conversation, and now here you are laid up getting ready to conceive his child. And now all of a sudden, he's a buster. He's a liar. How did you not know that at first? How did you not know that? The reason why you didn't know that for the most part is because you didn't care about that. And you thought that you could put it on him so good that whatever bad things he had about him, you'd be able to correct it by giving him your body, and then that didn't work. So now all of a sudden you sat around all your friends and you talk about how no good he was. No, he was no good because you were no good. And y'all were two no good people together that made a bad decision, and unfortunately, there's a child being born to two no good people.
Nice. Okay, Sigor, what you got for us, man? So basically what how this question is coming about is basically we know that women go through a lot, especially when it comes with birthing and stuff. They can almost cost their life and all that other stuff. And they know that. They say that we go through a lot, we can unalive on the thing and all that. So it's like you would think they'd be a little bit more safer, right? Or try to pick little, you know what I'm saying? I think I would think that they will be a little bit more responsible or a lot more responsible because they are the ones that's carrying the baby. So that's kind of my point. Not saying neither side should be responsible or accountable, but I would think that because they carry the baby, you would think they are trying to be a little bit more wiser or more selective and picky when it comes to the men. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm getting to about that. So how you feel about that?
Well, I can only speak on our community, brother. I'm a Black American man. I don't know
Okay.
who's from where or who's from, you know what I mean. But I'm a Black American man, and Black American women they are picky. They're very picky. You know, I remember some of my best years in life was middle school, high school. I'm from down south, Louisville, Kentucky. So I remember them were some of my funnest years, and I remember Black women are very picky. You know, all through high school, if you didn't have a gang affiliation, they wasn't dealing with you. If you didn't have your pants hanging off your ass, they wasn't dealing with you. If you didn't have a gold grill, if you didn't have a blue or red bandana on, they wasn't dealing with you. You know, so basically that's the point that I'm making is they're very picky. The problem is they pick the wrong men. And then when they get the wrong men outcome, you see where I'm going with this, bro? I was being sarcastic. You know, I remember clearly, like, and I'm gonna take the gloves off on this one, bro. Every time I see a Black man under attack because they talk about he was dating underage girls, bro, and they didn't know. For example, R. Kelly. All those girls, they were so sweet. They were so pretty. They were so innocent, bro. But I remember vividly, I swear on my mother's life, I remember sitting in high school, bro. All those girls had a bunch of grown ass men's half naked pictures hanging in their lockers. I'm gonna tell I'm LL Cool J back when I was coming up, Little Flip, Young Thug. These dudes, and I remember looking, and I'm like 14. I'm like, damn, girl, you like 12. What are you doing? These niggas like 28. And back then, their favorite line was, "He can get it. He can get it." That was the Black girl's line. So, and then when he can get it, and you get caught, now you crying victim. This is why I don't feel no sympathy in that R. Kelly case and et cetera, because I know how they do. A lot of those girls were 17, 18. Now, I'm not saying he's innocent. Let's get that clear. I'm not saying he's innocent. But what I'm saying is the female privilege is through the roof, bro. Y'all want to run around and do what you want, say what you want, got half naked grown ass men on your fucking locker. And then when you get caught, you want to cry foul. At the end of the day, pick better, bro. Like y'all gotta start holding yourself accountable, man. And other than that, I'm gonna land my plane right there.
Interesting. Oh, Bunny, you next. How you feeling, sis?
And listen, bro, hold on real quick. Let me say one more thing. Serenity sit here and said, "Are you mad they didn't pick you?" Bro, see, this is what I be saying about Black women do not want to hold themselves accountable. They are just some of the most miserable people on earth. Listen, I was the class clown. I was always handsome. I was always talented. I was always well built. It ain't that I was mad that they didn't pick me. I'm talking about now. I'm mad that y'all got so much privilege, y'all don't even recognize it. You talking about, are you mad they didn't pick you? No, I'm mad that they getting innocent Black men sent to the penitentiary for 40 years. Like the case of Brian Banks. If you don't know what it is, look it up. Where that Black woman lied on that Black man. Look up
Yeah,
the case
but
of
that's
Myron
different,
Rose and
Seagull.
Amanda
You're talking
Seals.
about
Amanda Seals,
teenagers,
a Black woman,
and that's
lied on that Black
disgusting,
man.
and it's giving predator.
She lied on that Black man and tried to get them sent to the penitentiary. Yeah, that's what I'm mad about.
Yeah,
So
but
go
you were
ahead and
talking
say that
about
if you
the
would get
young high
okay.
school girls
Yeah,
with
I'm saying
28-year-old
I
boyfriends,
remember.
and that's
I said I
disgusting.
remember
And you're
when those girls
blaming
was 14 and
children
15.
where
They
them
was
nasty
16,
ass older
17.
men should have
They
been
was
locked up.
lusting. They was lusting
That's
over old
disgusting,
niggas.
Seagull, and you're
And
looking
then when
kind of
and then
sad
and
right
then
now.
when they got the
And you
old
should
niggas,
do
and
better.
then when they got the
And
old
stop being
niggas,
mad at
and they got
teenagers
caught, then they
for
want to
being
cry
preyed
foul.
on.
You want
Everybody,
to
we
run off.
can't.
That's
Disgusting
why you're
ass
mad.
The
dude.
the stage is
That's why
coming
you're mad.
convoluted. The stage is becoming convoluted, y'all. We're grown.
I was just trying to land my plane. She interrupted me. I didn't interrupt her. 30 seconds, bro. That's why
Let's
she's
respect the
mad.
host. Let's just respect the host.
Okay, listen. That's what. Give me 30 seconds, bro. I promise I'm gonna land right here. That's why these hyenas like her is mad, running around black women with white women's hair on their head. They hate themselves so much. This is why they mad because they're one of the ones I'm talking about. I didn't glorify it. I didn't say it was cute. I said I remember them lusting over these old ass men, getting dropped off by these old men, bragging about coming to school in this old man's Cadillac. And then when they get caught up, they cry foul and get that man sent to penitentiary. If he's dealing with an underage girl, he should go. But at the end of the day, you need to be held accountable as well. And these bras like her, they mad because it hits home for them. She was one of the ones I'm talking about. And I'm going to land right there, bro.
I don't know. Let me try one more time. See if Bunny back. Bunny, you back? If she not back, I'm gonna let God Justice go.
Who are you talking to? Oh, Bunny. Oh, I thought
Yeah,
you said
Bunny. All right, she ain't back yet. Justice, go ahead, my brother. How you feel about the topic?
Yes, I want to say this. I want to say, ultimately, yes, it's the woman that carries the baby. She's is the most responsible as far as like she's held as the most responsible according to who she allowed to sleep with her and who she have a baby with. But at the same time, I got a slight pushback against the last brother that speak because I can. It's like we cannot rid men of all the responsibility why communities like this. See, a lot of those girls that have, not saying that women that did have fathers didn't do it too, but mass majority, a lot of those girls that went with the guys with the saggy pants and the gold teeth. That's the examples that they were left with because their fathers left. You know. So that's the example. Hold on, let me finish. That's the example that they were left with. And some of these girls that's loose like that, a lot of their fathers, they don't have good examples of good men in the neighborhood. See, we can't just rid ourselves of all responsibility of just saying,
I'm
oh,
confused.
let me finish. Let me.
Can I just say this?
I didn't cut nobody off. I
thought we was talking about women. Why are we talking about girls? I thought this was about women.
No.
He wants to be a black woman.
Hold on. See, what's with the personal attacks? See, I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying I thought this was about women.
I think. Hold on, real quick, yo. I think he talking about what Sigor was talking about earlier, though, because he was talking about.
No, but what I'm saying, I thought the question was about women. You know, there's a difference between women and girls.
Hold on. When he was speaking about women in a negative way, it's cool. But when I'm
but I
putting
wasn't,
responsibility,
though. I was giving reality. It wasn't a negative way.
But let me give reality. Hold on. No, you're in your feelings.
You in your emotional feelings.
I'm talking
Why are you
reality
responding
right
to me?
now.
Respond to the topic.
I'm responding to you. Because you said a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with.
I touched your emotional feelings, bro.
No, you didn't. I'm a man. Listen, you can't touch my emotional feelings. I'm a man. And so I don't agree with you.
Real quick, just let him rock, and then you get the rebuttal of why you said what you said.
I'll get through. See, here's the thing: when you see people that don't have emotional intelligence, they do this. See, the thing is, he want to make all these points.
The buzzwords.
Let me finish. He want to make all these trying to see this one thing about our community. He always talking about Black American and all this other shit that I'm hearing. But one thing I don't hear other community doing is putting all the blame on their women for the reason why their community is wrong. It's always us. It's always a black man that want to put. Hold on. You is always us. Hold up. It's always us.
Host, I thought this was about women. Why are we talking about girls? There's a difference between
Can he
a woman and
finish?
a girl.
Why y'all keep cutting him off?
It's God.
Look, women always.
Hold up, Sean. I'm about to. Hold up, y'all. Hold up, real quick. Just real quick. Yeah, just let him finish. I don't know. Everybody got to talk freely. Let's just let him finish real quick, and then we can do the rebuttal.
You know what? I'll let them go because you know what? You can. And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna land. You can clearly see the difference between the emotional intelligence. Because regardless of what he said that I disagree with, I didn't cut him off. I was man enough to respect him. But now I give my opinion and my pushback on his bullshit ass statement. He getting in his feelings.
But we don't care about it.
Listen, I'm going to go ahead and pass the microphone because I don't got time to argue with boys.
Host, I apologize, host. I thought this conversation, host, I'm sorry, but I thought this conversation was about women. Why are we talking about girls?
Yeah. I think. I don't know.
But when the last guy was talking about girls and stuff on the locker,
I think he is talking. Is you talking about the last guy? Or you talking about God right now? Who you talking about? Powerful.
even God, when he came in and started talking about girls, I got lost
I don't
because
think he
I
only
thought it was,
talking
I
about it
thought
because he said it though. That's
I'm
why he
gonna
was
I
talking
thought
about
it
it
was
though.
I thought it was about women.
Yeah, I feel you on
Actually,
that. So yeah,
yeah.
with Sigor, I just let him, I guess, rock with that a little bit though. But it is about women. So yeah, and God only responded to what Sigor said. So it is about women. So
Yeah,
yeah.
you can pass it, man. I'm cool, man.
Yeah, I bet you are. You got to go change your tampon.
Hey, man, go paint your nails and
Man,
shit.
we looking bad. We looking bad. So
Yeah,
all
he
right.
definitely make us look bad.
Recover well, God Justice. Recover well.
Oh,
Okay.
man, yeah. He
We
God,
better
definitely
than
boy,
that,
you
man.
got
We
to get
better
out
than
your
that.
feminine, boy. You and your
listen.
feminine. It's not a good look, bro.
Feminine because
Yeah, it's not a good look.
Just
hey,
sometimes you
listen.
gotta
I'm gonna
ignore
mute up.
people.
I'm gonna mute up. But I want
Yeah,
y'all
You
you.
to
said I
know
was
this.
attacking women. That's what I didn't like.
We the only community that when a man champion his woman, he's a simp. He's a sap.
But you were
He's a sucker. He's all of this. Any other race of men can champion their women and they good, they heroes. But when a black man champion his woman and say, "Hey, we got to share some of this accountability," anytime it's time for accountability time on the black man part, then he's a damn simp. I want y'all to
okay.
take
First
this,
of all,
just
you're
see this
wrong. I
shit.
want to respond to that. Hold up. I want to respond to that
Let
real
it go to
quick. First of
Serenity
all,
now.
you're
Let it go to
wrong.
Serenity.
Let it
Let it
go
go
to
to
First of all,
Serenity,
you're wrong.
please.
Let
You
it
ain't
go to
even been
Serenity.
overseas. You ain't been out the
Yes,
country.
I
How
have.
do
Yes,
you
I
know
have.
that?
Yes, I
How
have.
do you know that?
Yes,
Hold
I
up,
have.
effeminate
Let it
male.
All
Serenity. Let
right,
Serenity
bro. I
go.
can't do it. All right.
Let Serenity go.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Serenity already went. It's on Shine now. Yeah, because I see he ain't gonna stop. I try to see if I can if he gonna stop eventually, but I guess I don't know what's going on. Go ahead, my brother Shine. What you got on the topic? And then I'll let Venetia go. Y'all the last two that we can. Oh, you said at work. Give it a second. Okay, for sure. Venetia, you next. Then we can do an open panel after that.
My bad about your stage, bro. I just wanted to
Oh no,
finish
you
saying
good.
this
You
in my
good.
time, bro. He cut me off, so go ahead. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
bro.
you good, brother. I was just hoping that it got back to regular, but oh, you got to mute up, my brother. Your joke going crazy. uh, he probably don't even notice this on there. Venetia, you there?
Present.
Yeah, you next. You next.
Now, what's the question? It went so I don't even know what the question is no more.
So we still on the first prompt. Or why wouldn't the one carrying the baby be the more responsible one, or be least safe? Let's get to it.
Sadly, she has to be. Because it's mama's baby, daddy maybe. So he may be there, he maybe not be there. You have to be ahead of the game, and even if he is present in the beginning, prepare yourself for the worst and hope for the best. At the end of the day, you're responsible for that child. You carried it 9 months without his help. All he did was plant a seed. So as a woman carrying an offspring who loves her child, she gotta put her little feelings to the side about this man and take care of what God gave her to take care of. So hey, we can't make nobody do nothing they don't want to do. And you know that before you let that man bust off in you. So hey, if he changed his mind, he got the right to do that. So you just prepare yourself and your child for the unexpected, whatever may possibly happen. That's why we got life insurance, because things happen.
That was, and you kind of dug right into the main point. That's the main point, because the dude can do whatever he wanted to do type situation. So it's like, because he's just like you said, if he changed his mind, that's why she's stuck. She's stuck, and she the one got to deal with all that, for 9 months and stuff. So
Right. And I believe that our parents too are responsible for having, because black mamas don't have these conversations with their daughters. They just be get on birth control. Don't let nobody touch it. Boys have got cooties. Like, that ain't cutting it. You got to be transparent with your daughters and your sons about what's really out here, and stop sweeping everything under the rug. That generation has passed. Talk to your damn children, because when they mess up, it reflects on you.
yeah. Serenity, you said child support. You know the topic ain't about child support. I knew this was gonna happen today though, because I was.
I was speaking. The only reason I said child support is because when she said when that man walk away, and you already knew that he wasn't ish. That's why I said put that nigga on child support. Because if
Oh
he,
yeah. That's
that's what
when
I
you.
was saying. That
I
that's
could
the
feel
only
you
reason
on
why I
that
said
though,
that.
but I could feel you on that. And then that's if a dude. Now, if he was complaining about child support, I'd be on the dude's head. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's why I be trying to address one problem at a time though. So this really just I feel like and as much as you want to say 50-50 is it's the reason why I can't say it is because it's literally dudes that just don't care. You know what I'm saying? We sleep with a thug and then be like, no, you about to do this by your own. He can care less. He can really
Hey,
care
can I
less.
say something?
Go
Can I
ahead,
say
Paul. It's open panel
like
though.
okay, like why put him on child support if you can't afford to take care of the baby? Just give him the baby.
Mm.
The reason why I
If he
said
Give him
abandoned
the
the
baby.
baby, why is that logical? If he abandoned the child to
Because
raise
he
the
the
child,
daddy.
Wait,
that
That's
does
why
not
it's
I
sound
just thought about that.
logical. He
logical.
the daddy.
That's crazy.
It's logical because he's the daddy. If he's the daddy and he can afford to take care of the baby and you can't take care of the
He
baby,
don't
let
want
him
to
have the
then.
baby.
He
you
Yeah,
abandoned the
bringing up a
child,
different
sir.
scenario.
No,
yeah,
I'm not
Venetia. I
bringing up a
think you
different
had.
scenario.
Hold on, real quick.
Y'all
Hold on, real quick,
always want
y'all.
to try to act
Hold on,
like the mother can be the best parent and she
No,
can't even
that's not
feed the
what we were
baby.
saying.
How the hell
Hold
she
on,
the
Power.
best
Hold on, real
parent?
quick. Hold on, brother. Venetia, I think you got like a. I don't know if you got to drop or come back. 'Cause you got like a real bad echo.
Is it me?
Yeah, it's you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna
That's my
just
thing.
come
You
right back
know,
up. I got you though.
Yeah, powerful.
let's keep it.
You're missing the point.
Listen, hold up.
Yeah.
Let's keep it 100. The baby belonged to both of y'all. You don't carry a baby for 9 months if he don't put it in you. So it's both y'all baby. It ain't just your baby. Now, if you the mother
Okay.
and you can't afford to provide for this kid, but the
What's with the
father
topic?
can and the father wants the baby, let the baby go live with the father.
Sure. That's not what we were talking about.
No.
And that's what.
First thing they said was
Sure.
put him
No, no,
on
no.
child
That's not what
support.
we were talking about. But in
Don't
that
put him on
scenario,
child
sure.
support. Give him the baby.
Yeah, that's sure. But what we were talking about is if that man walked away and was a deadbeat, right? Because
Well,
Venetia
just because
said
he
a lot.
walks away from the
Wait a
woman
minute. Can you
sometimes
listen to try
don't
and
mean he's gonna
understand what
walk
I'm
away
saying?
from the baby.
Okay. Are you going to listen to
Every man that
respond or
walk
are you
away
going to
from the
listen to
woman ain't
understand
walking
what I'm
away from his
saying?
kids.
So are you going
And
to listen to
oftentimes
respond
what
or are
happens
you going
is
to
when the
listen
man
to
walks away
understand what
from the
I'm
woman,
saying?
when the man walks away from the
Okay. I
woman,
just
she
think you
gets
want to
mad,
talk.
then she wants to take the baby away from him because he
Is
don't
this
want
a
her no
personal
more.
thing for you?
Absolutely. I went through that.
Okay. All right. That's why you're projecting on us right now?
No. I'm not projecting. I'm
It
just
sounds
saying
like it because
that's
that's
what
not the scenario
happens.
we were talking about.
That's what. No. The woman said, "Well, just put him on child support." I'm like, no. If you
Oh,
need
you
child
just say you
support,
didn't hear the
then let
rest of
him
what we were
have the
saying.
baby. If he don't need child support,
Child support is not the answer for everything. That's the first thing colored women want to holler. If
He
he
wasn't
broke,
even
yeah,
if he
necessarily
broke
that's
and
saying
the
he
that
was
first
though,
laying
thing they
down
powerful.
want to
with you gonna
holler.
be broke paying child support. That is not even enough to sustain a child, barely pay a light bill. At the end of the day, that is not the answer. And then you got all these good black men locked up because they can't afford it. You knew he can't afford it when you were laying down with him. He couldn't even afford the condom. But you talking about child
Thank
support.
you,
What a minute.
thank
Y'all
you.
saying thank you to that? Who cares if he can't afford it? He better find the money.
See what I'm
He gave her
saying?
spread. He gave.
So
Hey,
lots
men,
of
you
war
hear
out
That
here.
this
That
doesn't
sound
even
woman,
like
make
men?
sense. No, no,
it
no.
sound like
Wait a
Men,
child
you hear
support
minute.
would
this
be.
woman? You
Can
better
I
be
speak?
careful who you have
No,
a
powerful.
baby
You've been
by.
talking. Could you be quiet for a second?
Because these women, a lot
Oh
of them
my
don't care nothing
God.
about the baby.
What is
They
wrong
just
with
care about the
him?
get back. They don't
What
care
is
about the
wrong with this
baby.
dude? He don't know how to shut the
I'm
fuck
keeping it
up.
100.
No,
I'm
you're
keeping it
not.
100. If you need this man's child support, that
Oh
means you don't have
God.
enough money on your own to provide for the baby. If he can provide for the
It's
baby,
plenty
let
of
him
women
have the
that
baby.
put those
But
men
you
on
don't
child
want to do
support
that
and can
because you want to
afford.
hurt him because he
No,
don't
it's
want
not
you no
about
more.
that. Forcing, actually making a man be responsible for the seed that he has put in another woman will never
Oh,
be a
now it's his
wrong thing.
seed.
Giving
If
you
he,
Now it's
12,
his. But you got the right to do
dog,
with
what
your
is
body
wrong
what
with
giving
you
you
you?
want
Like,
to.
I
$12
could,
a
If
you
you want
month
to
can't
get
to
rid
possibly
feed
of
have
his
it,
no
it's
woman.
child.
yours to
Because
get
if
rid
y'all get into
of.
arguments, all you do is talk over her.
See what I'm
Would
saying,
lose
host?
my fucking mind. I'm
Host,
sitting
you
here
see what I'm saying?
talking and
When
you
they
just
when they want to
keep
get
cutting
rid of
me
the
off.
baby,
No, stop
it's
At
trying to
the
theirs
end
to
of
find
the
do.
somebody
day,
to
that
have
baby don't
sympathy
care
for
about that
you
But
money.
it's
That
when
baby
I'm
his
looking
if
for
they
talking.
want
daddy.
child
All
support
you
That
got to
money.
do
child
is
want
be
his
quiet
father.
and let somebody
You
finish
know what I'm
talking.
saying?
Like, you don't have to agree with me, but why can't you be
No,
quiet
because
and
what you
let somebody?
said
No,
about just put him
no,
on
let me
child
finish
support is
talking.
stupid.
I don't. You're
You
stupid. How
gotta.
about that? If you want to be
No, I didn't say
You
you
disrespectful,
was
we
gotta.
stupid.
can be
You
rude.
gotta let it look. Power. You gotta let her run because it's like I
I
think you're missing the point though. And
no
I
no
feel.
no no. The point
I,
was
I
she
feel you.
said if he
I,
leave,
Oh my
then
gosh! Now
put him
you're
on
trying to
child
overtalk
support.
the host.
no, look real quick. I'll be back in a second. Give me a second.
Kev is frozen, or is it just me?
I'll be back in a second. It's TikTok doing TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Them hackers probably out. But yeah, I'm just saying that child need their parent. That money ain't that money. That child don't care about that money. That baby need daddy. Whether y'all worked out or not, sometimes you got to just suck it up. It's some things you're gonna have to just bend. Every child support is
Yeah.
not for everything.
Venetia, when you made your original point, right? When you said that these women, they're sleeping with these men and they already know he wasn't ish before he slept down, before they slept together, right? And he walks away and he's walking away from his responsibility. Why wouldn't that woman put him on child support? That's literally what child support is for. I'm not saying put child support on a man who is doing everything for his kid. I'm not saying, oh, use it as a ploy to get back or to use it as a manipulation tactic. I'm saying use it for what it was meant for. And I don't see anything wrong with that. And I'm also not saying that a woman should live off of child support. She should absolutely be able to take care of that child. But because it takes two to make a child, it should take two to raise that child. Whether or not you don't want to be with that woman or he or she wants to be with that man is irrelevant because you guys both made
So
this
what if
decision, whether it was poor or not, you both made this decision. So you both are responsible
so
for
what if this
raising that
man got a
child.
better job than you, came and took his child because legally he can and put you on child support? How would you feel about it?
I think that would never happen in my case. But if that were to happen to someone, then that's how it happens. Like to me, I think that both people should it shouldn't you shouldn't even have to get to child support because both people should
Legally
be
he can.
responsible and
They're
take
both
care of their
parents.
kids, right? But because people are childish and irresponsible, they don't. And that's why child support happens. It's plenty of men out here who had eight kids because they child's mother was on drugs or whatever the case may be, and they on child support right now. They doing what they got to
You
do.
know, that sounds good, but look, let's keep it 100. For the most part, this is what goes down. Okay, the man and the woman break up. All right, I'm gonna just use myself as an example. Me and her splits up. She has my children. I'm paying bills. I'm taking care of the children. They're not going without anything. But because I don't want to get back with her, she decides to put me on child support. So I go to the judge and I show the judge, look, judge, I ain't been with her in a year and a half, and I got receipts here where I've been giving her money and I've been keeping the receipts. And she still comes to you and she wants child support. It's not because I'm not already taking care of them, but she angry. She wants to hurt me.
Happens all the time.
Now she wants to take me to court and make me spend money in court. Money be going to the kids. But now I got to spend 20, 25, $30,000 to get a lawyer and come in here and deal with this. And all that money could have been hers. But she did it not because I wasn't a good father and I wasn't taking care of my kids, but she want to make me hurt the way she hurting because I no longer want her. And the reason why I don't want her is because she's shown me that she ain't worth wanting. But now I'm gonna get penalized for that. That's how it goes for the most part. So let's not act like all men are being put on child support because they're low life and they're walking away. The woman laying it down with the man that's running the trap and doing everything he got no business doing ain't got a legal job. She ain't gonna get child support out of him anyway because he's not doing a 9 to 5. They don't know what kind of money he making, so they don't even go after them cats. They go after the one that's working, that's got his own house, his own car. He's still living good, even though he's taking care of his kids. And she don't like that because she still see him shining, and she upset.
Let me say
That's what
something.
be happening.
Let me say something real quick because this is why when I was talking earlier before I got cut off by the other dude, this is why I say it's not. I can't. It's both of our faults. I'm gonna start off by saying this: women don't sleep with a man who ain't financially stable. You know what I'm saying? If he can't take care of you, the kids, and nothing like that, if he can't take care of himself, why are you sleeping with him? But at the same time, this is where we fall as men. We seen many examples of women doing this. Like you said, brother, there's many examples of women doing this to men, right? But yet and still, we'll go stick ourselves in anything just because we in the mood. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have to. Now, we didn't have to do that. We didn't have to give her IC. We didn't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? Especially we ain't got no money. We ain't got no money. If we ain't got no money, we ain't got no job. The last thing we should be thinking about is getting between somebody's legs. We need to get ourselves financial stable before we talk about doing anything like that. But yet and still, a lot of us still do it anyway, despite of many times that we've seen this over and over again. And then it happens to us, then we say all women ain't shit. We can't say that. And I'm not saying that's what you saying, but I'm saying that's why we can't say that. We can't say that it's 100, because guess what? Regardless of getting put on child support, all this thing, I still chose to sleep with that woman. I chose to go inside that woman. I chose to have a baby with that woman. I didn't do the Carfax on her. I didn't look at her history. I didn't look at none of this stuff. I was just in the mood, and I had a baby with somebody I wasn't supposed to have a baby with. You know what I'm saying? This is why I say we both, men and women, especially in our community, we both play a part. We got to stop the gender wars and take accountability. And thank you, brother, for not, like the last brother, not cut me off. But we got to take accountability for our part. That's the only way that healing in the community gonna even begin to heal. If we take and I'm finna land here, if we take accountability on our parts and try to make ourselves better for each other to even have a community in the first place.
Okay, brother, and just real quick, I just want to say this. I'm talking about being in a relationship with a woman for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and then y'all split up and you still got kids that are 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. I'm not talking about running out and laying up with a woman you don't know nothing about and putting a baby in her. I'm talking about you come from a relationship where y'all had a good relationship for multiple years, and then something happened and y'all decide to go your own way. You got enough money as a man to still go get your own place and do your thing, but you still able to come over there and give her $300, $400, $500 a week, $2,000, $3,000 a month for the kids, and everything's groovy. And you got they're covered by your insurance and everything else. She ain't happy with that because she still see you shining. Now she's seeing you out somewhere else with another woman and you still happy. She don't like that. So now she want to take you to court. She want to ask for more money, and she just want to make your life as miserable as she possibly can.
Yeah.
You know, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I feel you. That sounds like a lot of projection, though. I feel you, though. But and that's another thing. And just like I'll tell the woman the same way, like anybody else that be complaining. I mean, you chose her. So even though that's not what the topic about, I'll let y'all rock with the situation. What everybody talking about so far is not what the topic is about. It's not about who's at fault and all that stuff. The topic itself, right, is just basically you would think that, and that's what's funny though. It's so hard to talk about. People really can't stand on one, because I can make a topic about men and child support, right? That'd be a whole thing, and all we're gonna talk about is man and child support. We're gonna deflect with the woman, what's the woman and this and all that stuff. So this show how hard it is to hold, especially when it comes to a woman, accountable, because we always got to throw the next sex in. So this is really more of a protection thing, right? That's why I asked you, why wouldn't the person that's carrying the baby be more responsible? It's really just that simple. You know what I'm saying? Because they go through the most. They the ones that get unalived on the table and stuff. They the ones that, they also got to make sure it's the right man, because it's the other man. We don't even know if it's our baby for the most part. So they got to,
brother.
Hold on real quick, man. Let me finish. Hold up, brother. Hold up. Your background too is loud. For the most part, all I'm getting to about this it's awareness thing, right? It's just that if we are going through these things, and I've been, and even these questions afterwards is about to tie to it, because they always claim like we get tricked and they say all this stuff or whatever. That's why I was asking. We're gonna get into it right with this topic though. But it's just like, if you're not this sure, and it's men that's really, like I said, it's men that's no good. We know some of them trash, some of them can't take care of kids. All this stuff you would think you would ask all these questions before you sleep with somebody, right? Or you'll try to figure these things out and look at, the signs, especially when you hear all these women that's going through these things, right? So this is more of a protection thing. Protection has nothing to do with, we're not talking about men on at least for this topic, right? We're not, because the men don't carry babies that I knew of, right? I never knew that. But for the part, you would think that the person that's carrying it, the one that got to go through all these pains and sit there and push it out, push the baby out, and high risk, all this stuff, you would think like they'll be a little bit more safer, right? That might be the better word. I guess I don't like the word responsible. They don't even like accountable. You would think they'll be a little bit more safer when it comes to that. So that's what I'm getting to, is bringing awareness on that situation, because I think that they, if not the man, you would think the one that's carrying the baby should be the more safer. That's what I'm getting to.
Okay, and I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna drop down. But you can't blame her for that either, because number one, if this man comes into her life and for an extended period of his life, he's everything he promised he was gonna be from the outset. I mean, he's rocking, he's paying bills, he's being courteous, he ain't cheating, he ain't putting his hands on her, he ain't verbally abusing her, he's being everything. But then, being a human being, he decides at some point he want to be somebody different, and then he changes on her. All right, we can't hold her fault for that, because that's what happens. Women, we tell them they need to be more responsible and vet better. They've done all the vetting anybody could do. I'm with my wife, but tomorrow I can wake up and decide I don't want to be true to her no more. And she never had a sign that was going to happen, because I'm not a robot. She doesn't have programs to tell me what I can and can't do. And that's the thing about relationships. People must understand we're evolving. We have the potential to change and be somebody different at any minute of the day. We can never guarantee, nothing in this life is guaranteed except for this very moment and the fact that one day we're going to give up the ghost. That's it. Everything else can change.
Exactly.
And we need to understand that.
I like how you said that. The fact that we hear it 100 times, men change and all that stuff, that should be more of a reason why you should be responsible, right?
But my thing is how can you be? If say you marry, they marry.
That means you gotta do some research, just like they do the research to see if somebody cheating on them.
No, the only thing they can do to guarantee, but the only thing they can do to guarantee that nothing like that'll happen is don't get
sleep with nobody.
Then
don't date then, if that's the case. If you really that scared,
that's
don't
the
date.
only guarantee.
Okay,
don't
get
get
pregnant, right?
And don't marry nobody.
Since people vetting skills is just that bad, don't date at all, right?
Marriage is about a hope. You meet somebody and you hope y'all gonna be together forever.
I
hope
can
things are gonna go well.
I agree with that.
That's all it is. Marriage is a hope. Ain't nothing guaranteed.
It's faith, hope, faith, belief. Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, I get you on that. I can at least agree with that part. Yeah. So, but like I said, overall with this topic, it has nothing to do with that though. But hey, but we're gonna get to that part though.
I mean, honestly though, I feel like it's a man eat man world, man. If she cheating and doing that to you, guess what? You ain't the man. If you the man, you ain't got them kind of problems. I'm gonna land my plane with that. So it's back to me.
Yeah. Sean, you about to say something? What's up, brother?
I got to talk on powerful, right? To me, I just feel like it's damn near impossible. Hold on, before I say impossible to vet, I would say that there are certain things that are you can see it's a red flag a mile away. You should definitely avoid those. But if I'm going to use myself as an example. I done lied on so many applications to get a job that I didn't qualify for, but I lied on the application just to get the job, right? I've also had people that I hired that they tricked me into thinking they can do the job and they can't. Until they actually get out on the floor, they can't do the job. I've also I vetted my niece's boyfriend. I thought I vetted the motherfucker, but he tricked the hell out of me. And I also remember when I used to be out there in the street doing wrong, if a woman tell me what she want on the first date, I temporarily become that just to get what I want. And I've been vetted by her grandpa, her uncles, her dads, her brothers, her grandparents, and they could not detect the BS that I was on because I had the blueprint. And it's easy to mask it temporarily. I don't believe that you could, even when you think about the responsibility, yes, I think the woman holds most of it as far as like the risk of it all, like her putting her life on the line. But at the same time, I think as men, if we hold ourselves to any type of value, we would definitely be like, you know what, I don't want to lay my seed in any woman. So I think when you look at it, the woman should have that same concern, and I think that we should also. And I agree that once we make that deposit, and y'all know what I'm talking about, you can no longer tell that woman what to do with that because it's no longer in your body anymore. You willingly gave that away to that woman, and whatever she decides to do with it, as much as I disagree that men don't have a say-so in it, You can't tell that woman what to do after it's inside of her at that moment. And I recommend every dude put themselves on child support. The only reason I say this is because you have an agreement with that woman, your child's mother, and y'all don't go through the court system. That is a one-way benefit. That's going to always benefit the woman and it'll never benefit the man. Because 5 years down the road, if she decide to take you to court, it don't matter what proof you provide, the court will say that is a gift and it will be back paid in the state of Texas. You can't renew your driving license. You can't renew your registration. You can't even get your CDL. So why would you put all your trust in some woman like that? So I think the best thing you should do as a single father is to put yourself on child support and prevent being taken advantage of later on down the road.
Okay.
I agree with you 100%. Go contact them and tell them I'm not with her and try to make an arrangement to give them a certain amount of money. Say, this is what I make, this is what I can afford so I can still live. And more times than not, they're willing to accept that because they see you're not running from your responsibility. But if they got to come and find you, they gonna try to dig into you so you can't never get out from up under it. That's what they'll do.
Better than that though, and I give it back to you, host, because I know you want to move on. Better than that though, how about if you don't plan on having a future with this woman, leave her the hell alone. We can avoid kids and all those type of things. You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, to be honest with you, if we look,
hold on, let's ask this then. Since you're saying that, what about the dudes that just trying to get buns from? How you gonna tell them that?
I mean,
Or they trying to use women? You think that's gonna work?
well, that'll be they fault in the long run because at the end of the day, when you got to pay the check, see, and I listen, I'll share this much with me. I've been to jail before, right? When I was in jail, it was one specific time I went. Most of the dudes in there that I walked past, most of those dudes was in there for child support related reasons, literally. If you want to avoid getting your driver's license suspended, if you leave a woman alone, if you have no intentions of being having nothing with her, and at the same time, I do agree some people are very good at masking who they really are, but I mean, there's always a sign, and I know how because every time you get done breaking up with somebody, this you literally go back to those same signs. We just choose to ignore the red flags, but the problem is for every red flag you choose to ignore, you're gonna have to pay for it, and it's automatically drafted out of your account. So what I'm saying is this, to avoid all that, don't sleep with a woman you ain't planning on having a future with, especially unprotected. You know what I'm saying? We can avoid all that.
Okay, but let's keep it 100. It ain't always the man that wants to leave the relationship. All right, let's not make it sound like that couple split up because it's always what the man wants to do. More women leave men than men leave women by far. Okay,
I understand that.
So the man, the whole thing, like I said, all you can do, really, truly, is hope and do everything that you're supposed to do to try to maintain a successful relationship. Do what you're supposed to do. Be responsible, and that's all you can do. And hope that the woman you're with, even though she's been groovy with you for an extended amount of time, hope that one day she don't wake up and change her mind. That's all you can do.
Let me ask you,
because I know good men that work, that do everything right. They don't cheat, they don't smoke, they don't drink, they don't cuss, they don't do nothing, and they're good with their woman. And their woman is still out banging somebody else. Still cussing him out and telling them he ain't doing enough.
9 times out of 10, them men know about it. They choose not to know. It's the old
but here's what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is she's doing what she's doing for no good reason.
But you know what the man doing though? The man, it was worse than she cheating on him. He's cheating on himself for staying with her in the first place. We be seeing these red flags and we stay with people.
Yeah, but he's got a family there.
Hey, Paul,
he's got a family there. He's not trying to leave his family. He's trying to keep his family together.
I understand, brother, but give me visitation rights. I'm not gonna sit there and get mistreated.
Man, listen,
and love myself
visitation.
less and keep my family together. That's unhealthy.
But listen. Here's what I'm saying. He might think something's happening, but he doesn't know for sure. But at the same time, he's really sure it's happening, but he really has no proof. But he wants his family. All right, he wants that. All right, so but she still don't really want that. All right, and the only point I'm trying to make is we're sitting there having this conversation now, and it sounds like we're saying that the man always, he's gonna be a low life and he's gonna leave. And I'm just making the point that every time a relationship breaks up, it's not because the man isn't doing what he's supposed to. Sometimes the woman just don't want to be there no more. And then when she puts you out, she wants to be supported for putting you out.
Okay. Can I ask you a question, Powerful? It's a different perspective, and it's a part A and B to this. If you were to leave, let's just say you as a man were to leave, right? That's a lot of damn static. If you as a man wanted to leave your wife, right, and
Yeah.
you wanted to leave, and she wasn't working, or she worked part-time, whatever you may call it, and you made all the money and everything. You were the breadwinner, right? And when you decide to leave and y'all get a divorce, she get half of your 401k, she get to keep the house, certain cars, you pretty much got to start over from scratch. Would you think that's fair?
You can unmute your background with loud power.
Okay, the thing is, absolutely not. It's not fair. But here's, I mean, me. I can only speak for me.
Wait. That's all I needed. Then I'm gonna go to my B part. So with that being said, you just said your own self that it wouldn't be fair because I'm pretty sure you feel like you put in all that hard work, right? So on the flip side, if a woman decides to leave and she take the child, all we did as men, if I'm being honest, all we did was pretty much we had sex and we pretty much made a deposit. But she's the one who had to put her life on the line. She the one who had to take prenatal vitamins. She the one who had to go to the doctor visit. She the one who had to have her body open if she have a C-section. So she's put in just the way you look at, you provided all the money, you worked hard, you did everything. She shouldn't be entitled to that. As a man, if a woman leaves, she should be entitled to having the child because she put herself at a health risk. So
I disagree.
all I'm saying is
I disagree with that.
I agree, but this is why I test your logic to see when it comes to people moral beliefs. I like to ask them a question that would impact them, and then on the flip side, I would ask you the reverse question to see would you still stand on that. And right now, you're showing that you don't stand on
cognitive dissonance.
No. I disagree with that because number one, you make it sound like she's doing something that she's not built and designed to do. She's built and designed to have to bring forth the baby. Let's not act like she's somebody that isn't equipped, wasn't built and designed to do what it is she's doing, and she's being made to do that. She's built and designed to carry the child and bring it forth. So she ain't doing nothing spectacular.
Okay, hold on, watch this. Now, once again, I'm going to use your logic. You said that a woman is built and designed to carry a child and everything, right? So when I say that you are working hard,
right.
So when I say that you work hard as a man, I can also say we are built and designed to be out there working and busting our ass off because we always say we're physically more powerful and have more strength than a woman.
Damn, I understand, but see, you didn't let me respond. Cool. You didn't let me respond to that aspect of it.
No. So what I'm saying is, I could easily, like having these conversations with people, I could easily just see, would your morals and beliefs change on one minute you believe something, then on the next minute you don't?
No.
The same way you say
because see, let me say this and let you go. Let me say this and let you go. Here's what I believe about that. She can have my car, she can have the money, she can have a house. Give me my name back, because I can go get a car, I can get some more money, and I can get another house. I'm not gonna fight with you over none of that. I knew when I came in that we get a divorce, you're gonna get half. I don't care nothing about none of that stuff. You can have all that. Give me my name back, and I'm gonna bounce, because I'm gonna get me another house and another car and another family. That I don't care.
Yeah, so y'all get into the point I'm getting to, though. That's the reason why I made it like this, and that's why I wonder why we keep on. So let's ask this overall. Say if they both irresponsible man, irresponsible woman. Who you think is gonna suffer more?
I think the woman is gonna suffer if the woman. All right,
that's okay. You said that. I don't want no reasons yet. Who else? Who gonna suffer more if it's an irresponsible man or irresponsible woman?
The woman is definitely gonna suffer more.
Okay.
You saying like they separate or something with a child? Is that what we talking about?
In general, if they both irresponsible, and if they do separate, if they both separate, we can say that then. They separate or it don't work, somebody walk away, who gonna suffer more?
Yeah, if they separate and they have the child, I believe that men 90% will suffer the most if they have a child involved, because he's no longer in the household with his kids, and that take a mental toll on the man. A woman's still going to
Okay,
carry the
for
kids, and
men.
nothing changed for her.
So a man that don't care is gonna have a mental. Okay, all right, I got you. Uh, Venetia, who you would say suffer more? If they both irresponsible. Or say if a man it was that just they irresponsible. Let's say this: are irresponsible, and the man walk away, didn't want the kid or something like that. Who you think who would suffer?
That baby.
Mm.
The woman makes it about her, and I understand your
Mm-hmm.
feelings hurt. The man makes it about him, and I understand your feelings hurt. But really, none of y'all grown ass feelings matter. Y'all brought an innocent child in this world, and y'all are obligated to take care of it. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Despite how you feel about one another, put your funky, frowsy feelings to the side because there's something dependent on you, and you need to grow the hell up.
She got the yeah, that's big facts. God damn, that's some slam dunk type
Mm-hmm.
shit.
Yeah.
Some
So I think the only reason why I didn't mention the kids because like we can't say a kid and they're not even born and say they're responsible. That's the only reason why I was saying that part. But I get you. You saying the overall ending part of it. I get you on that though. I'm just talking about during that process or something like that. Who will be the one? But
Well, the child is even affected in utero because whatever that mother is feeling, that child is suffering. We
yeah, I
men
feel you
don't
on
get
that. I say overall, yeah, I feel you on that. But
yeah,
we
that
can't hold
child.
a child responsible though. That's the one thing we
No,
can't do.
no, not responsible.
And that's what I'm getting to about the part is about the
Oh,
responsible.
okay.
Yeah, that's another reason I didn't mention. But I get what you overall getting to though. Yeah, the child is going to be the one suffering no matter if both parents is responsible or not. So I feel that. I think I was just trying to get y'all to get to the point. Get y'all to understand what I'm getting to about it. The reason why I don't think it's a 50-50 thing or nothing like that. Because if a person, and that's one of the biggest one up. Like if one person was irresponsible or didn't care or just was like, let's just say flat out a man was irresponsible, didn't care, wanted just to sleep with you or whatever. At the end of the day, the woman's gonna be the one stuck with the kid, and they gonna have to go through the birthing and all the stuff that they say that woman go through, right? And some of them say it's a high risk, or they might even unalive on the table, and we say this 100 times. So you was like that. My whole point is like, wouldn't wouldn't they be the more responsible ones or the one that'd be more cautious?
Yeah,
You would think that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting to
yeah.
about this.
And then on
So
top of that, though, the single mom, like, don't know the men who wanted you before the baby, half of them
mhm.
gone. So now you really stuck by yourself raising this baby.
If
Right,
we
right.
understand the laws of cause and effect, you know what I'm saying? We really understand it.
That's it,
Then
brother. That's
then
it.
yeah, if we understand the laws of cause and effect, the one that's is most responsible for it is the one that's going to suffer the most. If we really understand it the way it really is, if women naturally, if women are the most responsible one, then they're going to suffer the most in this situation. You know, if we saying anything outside of that, then it's not honest. Because I like what you did there, host, when you said, because there's a lot of men that don't give a damn about their kids. They actually
That's what I'm
hide their
getting to.
kids. You know what I'm saying? And they're not suffering that them kids not knowing who they are. Like they could
They
get, well, let's
raking
say,
women out here, like literally raking. They probably going from next to next to next. You think they
exactly.
really care?
This woman, chances are, and I hate to say it, but I gotta be honest. Chances are, she's gonna lower her standard to what she wouldn't originally like for a man to help her out. You know what I'm saying? And he probably a piece of shit too. And then that's baby number two. Or if she trying to do right and say, hey, yo, I'm gonna do right and I'm gonna go to school and finish. That's still twice as hard. You gotta take care of your kid, work and go to school, while you out here doing what the
Mm,
hell you want to do. I mean, who is it harder on? It's harder on me
mm.
as a man. Nah, child support is the
No,
least thing
I'm
ever.
trying to get somewhere. We gonna get to it though. That's the only reason why I mentioned. So I'm gonna get kitchen in and then beautiful, and then we can go back to open panel again.
What's
Go
going on,
ahead,
Hope?
kitchen.
What's going
How
on,
you
Hope?
feeling, man?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm feeling good. How everybody doing on the panel? So, if I heard it correctly, so the responsible one is the one that have to carry, or the one that's carrying.
So, what the question is basically saying that you will feel that the one that's carrying the baby will be the more responsible or safer one when it comes to making a decision with who you choose to pick. Basically. Or sleep with. I'm gonna just say sleep with.
Hold on. Okay, so make sure I got this right. So basically, what I'm taking from it is that if the woman have to carry the child, 'cause that's the way it has, that's the way it always been, right? So the
Always
bond is a
here.
little, yeah. So that's the bond gonna be a little different. I don't think that it's the woman or the man that'll be more responsible. I just think that it's the mindset of the individual, because just like the woman can have the child, she could give it up to anybody. Like as far as if she don't want the child anymore, or anything like that, she could also give it to the father. I think that a lot of times people get with people. They see the red flags. They know that this person is not a good person. They know that they're not a good person, a fit person to have this child. Yet they don't believe in abortion, so they wind up having a kid, and the father, he may leave whatever excuse that he makes up. A lot of times it's just the man don't like the woman. You know what I'm saying? He don't mind dealing with the kid, but the mother is usually the problem a lot of times. I mean, I had a personal experience like that myself. I didn't have no problem with the kids, but the mother just was, I was young and we was both in the streets, so it was that type of life, and it was so bad that my own mother ain't even want anything to do with her. But anyway, that I just think that if you're gonna be the more responsible one, um, you got to take your feelings out of it. You can't, even if you don't like the father, even if you don't like the mother, you still got to do something about the child,
Mm-hmm.
and that's your responsibility. Even if you don't talk to the mother, even if you don't talk to the father, if the person is trying to be there, then they both take on the responsibility. But uh, unfortunately, we live in an evil world. So
Mm-hmm.
I hope that answered the question.
I feel
Maybe I
you,
didn't.
brother. Yeah, you got Miss Beautiful. Then we back to open panel after that.
Hey, Kev.
What's up? What's up? You already know I like to hear from you.
I know, right? Hi, panel. I was scrolling and I want to, you know how I am. I like to listen for a little bit.
Yeah.
But before I answer the question, I wanna say to Powerful Moses, when you said you just want your name back, she can have everything else. You do know you don't have no control over her getting or you getting your name back, right? If she
Mm.
don't want to change her name back, she don't have to. You can't make her do that. You do know that.
I said I want it back. I don't know if I'm gonna get it back or not. My
I know that.
point is really just to say I don't care about her having the stuff.
I
That's
understand
really the
what you
point I'm
meant.
trying to make.
I
Yeah,
understand what
that's
you
really
meant.
what I meant.
And I
Yeah, that's
understand
what
what
I
you
meant.
meant. I understand what you meant, but I'm telling you, just because you say you didn't know if you was going, you don't know if you was going to get it back, and now I'm telling you, you won't, because you don't have no control over that. So I just want to say
Mm.
that, because a lot of times men think they have control over things they don't have control over.
Well, that's not true because I was divorced and I did get my name back. She don't carry my name no more. That was a part of the divorce agreement.
Yeah, but she
So
had
it
to
does
agree to
happen.
it. But she had to agree to it,
Well,
sir.
that's what I'm saying. I said I want it back. That's what I said. I didn't say that that she's got to give it back. I said all I want is my name back and she can have all that other stuff.
And
That's
I'm
all I'm saying.
saying,
If she got
I
the
heard
stuff
you.
and had to keep my name, I wouldn't even care about that either.
And I'm saying, I heard you, sir. There's no reason for you to get no attitude with me, raising your voice. All I said was, if you did not know, you can't make her get it back. That's all I was saying. There's no reason for you to raise your voice at me, because I don't go back and forth with men, women, nobody. Okay, I'm just making a statement that if you did not know that, you cannot make her take it back. Your last wife, if you got it back, it's because she agreed to it. Is what I'm saying. That's it.
Okay.
Okay. On to the question. The question, I believe that both people are responsible. The woman is not more responsible because she's carrying, because she wouldn't be carrying nothing if he hadn't left nothing. So they both are responsible. And when you have a child, it's not about you, it's not about him, it's about the child now. And y'all just, I totally agree with Venetia when she said, I hope I said your name right, baby. I don't want to mess your name up. But she's totally right. It's not about y'all no more. It's about that child. And when y'all don't get along and when y'all going back and forth and when y'all arguing, nobody's getting hurt but that child. That's it. So it's
If
not
I
about you not liking her. It's not about her not liking you. It's about you putting y'all prides to the side to say, you know what? We both love our child. We need to do what's best for this child. And we ain't gonna never be together, and that's okay. But we gotta come together for the child. And it shows how much you really love your child if you're willing to put your pride to the side for your child. If you're willing to keep going back and forth with somebody, arguing back and forth about nothing, just to see who gonna come out on top, nobody's being hurt by you doing that but your child. So if you are a man, you call yourself a man, you call yourself a woman, put your pride to the side and do what's best for your child. Period. That's the end of it. There is no argument. There is no back and forth. It's whatever is best for the child. That's
I,
it.
w- I would like to say something, and I agree with everything she said. It's just one little thing, and the one little thing I disagree with is the fact that it is actually the woman is the most responsible, and the reason, and that does not mean what I'm about to say that it rids men 100% of the responsibility, because it doesn't. But the reason why the woman is the most responsible party simply because the woman more times than not, she gives an open invitation whether she's going to sleep with this man or not. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, if she does get pregnant, she actually got the decision on abortion. You know, she have the decision. You know what I'm saying? The man don't have a say so.
But I
And
don't
I
think
don't want to.
I
I
don't
don't
think they
want to.
should
I
use the
don't.
word responsible then. I think it should be a different word. Maybe
Well,
she has more.
but the reason why she's more responsible because she's responsible for the sex as well. And the reason why I say she's responsible for the sex because regardless of what the man say he's gonna do or not, it's still ultimately up to her whether she's gonna let this man inside of her or not. You know what I'm saying? So it still is on her as far as like responsibility wise. You know what I'm saying? Because even if a man can lie, anything. I don't want to get too graphic. I'm only gonna go so far when I say this, but even if the man be like, yeah, I'll pull out, but you know, at the end of the day, it's about what you let him do to you or
I
what
agree.
you let him. So the responsibility would be mostly on her because she's carrying the baby. And I hate to take it here, and I'm only gonna touch on this just for a second. Let's just say me and this woman about to have a baby. If I say, hey, yo, I'm not ready to have a baby, and she say, well, I'm having this baby, then guess what? It ain't nothing I do. I better go get a job or something because I got to take care of it and I'm responsible. But let's just say she want to rid herself of every responsibility and say, and I was like, I want this baby. You don't have to have the baby and give it to me. She don't have to. She don't have to do that. If she want out of the responsibility, she can go get an abortion. Which I'm not all the way against either because I'm more for a woman's choice. You know what I'm saying? I'm more for that. I don't think we should have any say so what can happen to her body. I agree with the brother 100% when he says once the baby is in her body, it's ultimately up to her. But at the same time, everything else you said 90%, I 100% agree with that. It was just that one little thing. The woman is majority responsible for this.
And I agree with you on that. I guess because I don't be thinking in that realm of mind frame because I don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm speaking from my experiences. When I say that, I would never even consider that. But I do understand that a lot of women do. A lot of women do consider that as an option for them, and they make those choices without men. However, I would never do that. I would never make that choice without him because I feel like he had a say in us making it, so he should have a say in what we gonna do with it.
And
Okay,
if I,
Now,
if I
whether I
could, I'd
make the
like to
final
say,
decision, I may make the final decision, but I am gonna at least have a conversation with him about it.
if I could, I'd like to say this. I believe that the woman is going to be more responsible for this reason because the court system more than likely is going to give her custody of the child. Okay. And then all he's going to hold the man entitled to is paying a check out every month.
Well, a
The
lot of men don't
woman,
fight for their kids either.
just a minute. I'm not even into that, because I know a lot more
He got
men.
custody because he left.
Listen. I know a lot more men I know a lot of men that pay child support, and we ain't got no problem paying child support. All right, you got some that don't, but the majority of the men I know that got babies with women and they're not with the woman no more, we don't have no problem paying child support. Okay, now the busters in the streets, they might have a problem with that, but us that work, that know how to have things and enjoy having things, we don't have no problem with that. So my point is that the court system is going to take all responsibility away from the man except for the paycheck. Now the woman has to raise this child that now feels like it is unwanted by its father, and never hardly probably gets to see the father for whatever reason. And so now the woman has to deal with all of this all of the time. That paycheck does not remove that anguish, that pain, that confusion and chaos. Okay. So I believe that she needs, you know, to be more responsible as best she can, because ultimately and conclusively, the biggest burden is going to fall up on her. And that's why penitentiary are full. Majority of the African American men that are in penitentiary right now, 80% of them were raised by their mother. All right. And when a father raises them, they don't go that route. Okay. Majority of them are raised by a single mother. This is stats. This is facts. And that's because the mother does not know how to deal with a child that is now coming of age and is bigger and stronger than her and is not afraid of her of her punishments. But with a man, he responds differently. But a lot of women choose to deal with that because they just want to check and don't want the man in the child's don't want the man in the child's life because they mad at the man. So that they're already not thinking about the child first. They're thinking about their own feelings.
Hey, I want to say that I want to say this to that. Now that y'all now I got a better understanding. Yeah, when you look at it from that perspective, yes, it is up to the woman because like I said, I think it was earlier today. Uh, Kev was there. I said that you got all these women out here that are selling box, escort services, all this kind of stuff, and they're not slipping up coming up with a child, because it's bad for business. And like I said, when if they can protect themselves and they take preventative measures, they got things that help, what I'm saying, with STDs, all kinds of stuff that prevents that kind of stuff. So if you with someone and this dude ain't working, he working at McDonald's, this dude working at a warehouse, he ain't clearing that kind of money, and you see that he's not like in it, you kind of like taking care of him and different things like that. I guess that's the type of women y'all talking about that wind up still having these babies with these guys, and then when the guy up and leaves, she's mad because she's in her emotion because her father wasn't there for her, and different things like that. If you're looking at it from that perspective, yes, then it solely falls on the woman. But as far as like being in a relationship and y'all working together, then you have a kid, next thing you know, y'all fall out of relation and y'all go y'all separate ways. Then the primary caretaker is supposed to take on the primary custody. I mean, primary responsibility. That's why it's called primary. Um, but if it's too much on you and your husband or your boyfriend or your ex is doing better than you are, it'll be likely in the best interest for the child to go live with the person who is doing the most and more stable and more responsible and more disciplined. And it's a lot of women that's raising boys and girls and they're not responsible. They're not mentally there. And instead of giving it to someone that can actually take care of the child, they rather just hold on to the child, talk to the child like it's crazy. That's why you like your daddy. That's why you like that's why you like your ugly mama, and whatever the case may be. And just basically trauma on top of trauma, abuse on top of abuse, verbal abuse, physical abuse, sometimes uh, uh, you know, other abuses that comes with that. And it's a repeated cycle. I hope that a lot of this social media kind of like can help people kind of like start seeing that, it is help out here and it's other people that going through this type of things and if you could self-reflect and see that you're a bad mother, you're not a good father, like you could switch it up and get your life together because if not, it's just going to continue to be a repeating cycle because it's at a time now people can't say they don't know that they're being abusive and that they're being verbally abusive or they're being physically abusive and things like that because it's so much conversation about it going around on the internet, social media, different things like that. And yeah, I land on that.
Mhm. Uh, God, man, thinking in a minute. But I wanted to, because that's exactly what I'm thinking about. A lot of that stuff. That's the reason why I'm saying it. I even think about like it's some ones that they don't even know who the father is, and this was making it worse. Like we're not thinking about a lot of these things. So how can we hold a dude that they don't even know who the father is responsible? You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason why I'm coming up with is that if it's like you got to really know who you're sleeping with. You need to keep up with that box where you throwing it at and all that stuff. Like I think it is a hard. I guess it's a harsh thing when we hear this. You know what I'm saying? But that's just reality though. Like my thing is it's some horrible dog men out here, and we gonna get to the point because it's like also they want us to have a superpower. Well, y'all need to make an irresponsible man responsible. Make that make sense. But we gonna get somewhere on that though. But go ahead. Main thing. What you got for us, man? So
Hey,
topic
Kev.
for how you feeling, man?
I'm
What's up,
good. I'm
Kay?
good. Just being these TikTok streets, seeing what everybody doing. I agree with you on that. I think women are out here. They're they. It's like women. You got women out here who saying, "Yeah, I'm responsible. I'm a great woman. I'm a good woman," right? But you would sit up here and pick a irresponsible partner to bring a child into this world with, and then expect that person to sit up here and take responsibility when they already moving reckless. So it's like it's hard to sit up here and hold somebody uh accountable when they already in a reckless state of mind. So, and those usually reckless people don't take accountability. That's something that they run from. They run from accountability, responsibility. Um, it's like it goes hand in hand. I think um, when it comes to women having children, that is our job. That is our job because what comes out of our bodies, we must take care of regardless whether the father around or not. That's just our job, our duty. We chose to sit up here and pop it out of us, so we gotta make the decision to sit up here and take on the responsibilities of bringing a child into this world. And I understand, like, some women be like, well, he need to be helping me with this baby because I didn't make it by myself. I didn't create it by myself. At the end of the day, we both played a part. But at the same time, you gotta understand, you gotta pick a partner that see a family in you and with you. They ain't just looking to just lay up with you. Like some people, some men feel like that because they lay down with you and had a kid with you, that don't mean that they gotta stay with you. That doesn't mean that, oh, we are a family unit. No, you just had my baby. You just a lady that had my baby. That's all it is. That's what they see. So because I think the 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 baby don't come out of love making. It's supposed to come out of love making, but it didn't come out of love making. So when it don't come out of a place of love, then it's hard to sit up here and build a foundation that was never even built off of the intentions of building a family. You just built off the intentions of getting your stuff off or having a good time or living in the moment. So, we got a lot of women comfortable living in the moment with the guy that they want. Because my thing is, if he wanted you, he would have stayed and worked it
Mm.
out with you. But the simple fact is that he left just shows he was around for a good time, not a long time. So, but yeah, I'm a land there.
Hey, exactly. Did Bunny ever come back? I don't know. Bunny been on and off. Homie got mad that I gave you. I wonder if it was that because I've been in some crazy lives lately. Though that this was, I don't know. I think I'm thinking about that one live though. I seen him earlier. I wanted to invite him in here. Like, oh yeah, you try to get them to jump me, huh? You don't know how to control your live, buddy. You let women control your life. Oh, I think you was in there too. Let's talk about that. Y'all been in both those
Yes,
lives. I've been in some
I
crazy.
seen them was attacking you left and right. I was like, oh, Kev over here, he
Duh.
ready for the knockouts. I said
Oh
he in here
man.
throwing blows, okay? And they couldn't handle you being right. I said, this is funny. Like, and I see why you don't like certain topics because it can get out of hand. It can just lead to straight people just throwing straight disrespect your way, trying to insult your intelligence or who you are
Mhm.
as a person. So that's one thing I didn't like. So
That's like what they do, man. That's because they want people to feel like them. I mean, people they feel miserable, they want everybody else to feel miserable. Or if they are miserable, they want everybody to feel miserable. That's just what that is. The more you talk to people on here, you're gonna see. You just see how much people going through stuff. That's why I talk about so much stuff, so many things, and it bring it out of them eventually. And sometimes I gotta throw a little joke in there just to get them to crack a smile because they don't know how to smile they dang on stuff. So they be sad. They be trying to fight it. Why the heck you not supposed to make me laugh? They be mad with the boo lips and stuff. What you doing making me laugh? I still hate you. they be Hey, on some other. Come on up, every praise. Come on up, every praise. Cause you are God. I gotta sing that song every time she come in here. We mess with her all the time. If y'all, it's about 4 boxes, y'all. Y'all can come on up in here. Get this party started. Yeah, Bunny never come back. She about to get fired. So I know. So let's get to the other parts then. Um, I know Naya. She been hearing about the. She was in and out. So I know you heard most of the stuff that was going down in here. So everybody point of view. I guess people don't like it. That's why I said this. What I said though on this part, people don't like it. They just want to. But what about the men? It's okay. But if I had a host talk, a host allowed talking about men. Hey man, y'all need to stop crying about child support. This, that, that. You know, they wouldn't be saying, but what about the women? You know, they was like, you right. You're no good. It's so hard. It is so hard. And the thing is, it's not even, we're not talking about accountability. We're talking about responsibility. Of course, both sides is accountable for what they did, but we talking about the responsible part. You can't make a non-responsible person be responsible. That's my point. You can't. You can try to, they're not going to just click out of nowhere. You know, I'm going to take care of my kids even though I don't want to, it don't pop out of nowhere. They know. So a lot of these dudes knew that, they heard that the kid and ran. You think they care? First off, you got to find out their name or what that is. That's where you're responsible. You got to find out the name of that dude, look his information up, put him on child support. That's the most you could do. But still, you're gonna be still left responsible while all he doing is, and if he even work right, he can be doing an under the table job and never pay child support. You know, you just never know. So it's like no matter how you want to try to hold the person that don't have the baby responsible, it just don't work like it don't work like that. All right, so.
You petty. I'm gonna say this real quick. You was wrong. I about fell out of bed to join this live when I heard you say every praise. Because why would you do that?
You know,
Like
because
flip
every
over my book
praise.
bag. Because why would you do
Because
that?
you are.
Mm, it's
Man.
safe in here, right?
It's safe. It's
It's
safe.
safe, okay. Cause but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Kev,
Yeah.
so I put myself on child support, right?
Mm-hmm.
And them folks said, listen, how we know this your child? They
What?
said, go get a blood test. I said, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I went and got a blood test, put myself on child support. And I think that, like I said, you had a child. Like I said, I didn't have a problem with being with my first kid mom. I didn't have a problem with being with her. It just we used to pray together, work out together, things like that, and it just we just lost focus. You know what I'm saying? We was focused on keeping up with the Kardashians in a sense, but we broke. Like,
Mm.
how you trying to keep up with somebody and you broke? Like, I mean, it wasn't no Kardashians back then, but um, it's like a lot of times you be in a relationship and you'll lose focus because certain things you don't know. Like, you don't know about credit, you don't know about
Right.
investing, you don't know about, what I'm saying, education, like conversations we having now. We weren't having these conversations 20 years ago, 22 years ago. Um, but we did know that our fathers wasn't in our lives, and we wanted to have our family, but then you have temptations that come your way, and then you have distractions and men and women, different things like that, and it'll tear you apart if you're not focused. And I think a lot of times you have people who just run around and they're not focused. They working a Wendy's job, they working a mediocre job. They ain't getting no higher education, and when they get higher education, they uh they let it go to their head. They lose focus on the main objective, and the main objective is once you have kids, everything else, the trips, the vacations, the party life, the club, all that stuff goes out the window. But I mean, not saying that you can't do those things as far as like going on vacations and stuff like that, but going to the club and trying to hang out on the block and all that kind of like little nonsense goes out the window. And people lose focus on that, and they start focusing on those things, and you know, it just basically repeats the cycle over and over again. Now they now they run off and to the sunset, and then they meet another man or a woman that might be better than the person they had the kid from. Situations like that, and then it just repeats again. And then next thing you know, she got 4 kids, or next thing you know, he got 8 kids, and it just. But then let me say this, and I'm gonna make it simple. Some people learn early in life the importance of responsibility and accountability, right? And then some
Mm-hmm.
people learn later on when they're in their 40s and 50s, and it's like an epiphany. Like one day they wake up and like, oh snap, I messed up all these years. I wasted all these years. I've slept with all these women. I slept with all these men, and it's like I realized that now I was a shitty person. But to say that it's hard because no one wants to look shitty. No one wants to look bad. No one wants to look like they was sorry. They were just trash growing up all these years, right? And then you get online and you have an opportunity to just say, hey, listen, I messed up. I did wrong. And whatever the case was, I need to get fixed. People don't give people that type of grace and that type of mercy. They just attack them. But then when you get down to the meat and potatoes in their life, you realize they just as shitty as you was. It's just that they took care of their responsibilities, but their attitude is still shitty. The way they treat people is still shitty, you know. So yeah, people are
That
unforgiving.
perfect.
Yeah.
That happened to everybody. Nice. Well, what was your take for the little bit you heard, or how you feel about that before we get to this next prompt?
From the wait, because I just came back and I was making sure to say from where everybody up here or
Mm.
hmm?
So basically, yeah, just the topic, itself. That's all it is. So it should be, or
Let
whatever
me
you heard that you.
from what I heard was it's a lot of, how could I say, if you keep repeating what you say, history is bound to repeat itself, right?
Mm.
And that's what I kept noticing when I kept hearing certain people talk and kept repeating. And it's like, it kind of reminded me of one of your questions up here about what to do with certain people or certain habits. address them once and come with a solution. That's what I kept hearing. Like, I don't know, like when I'm hearing for myself, but I learned what I should do within these situations. What I can say is, as well, within listening to everyone's point of view, it did make me question on let me put it like this. Been on TikTok for a good little minute. Is there growth from these conversations at times? If you get what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, just like how you said yourself, this conversation, especially with your first question, was never a direct, like, oh, men should do better, women should be better. It's just talking about responsibility. How do we end up in a gender conversation every time?
Hey, yeah, you better listen to that.
So it's like, at that point, it's more of like, oh, this is an app where people express themselves, express their feelings, want to tell their testimony, want to tell their story. So what sometimes it is hard to communicate with people who have so much on their chest that maybe you need to really talk to a therapist and not TikTok. Because TikTok not a therapist. Because you're not gonna get the actual help that you need. Now, there's some good people on here, don't get me wrong. However, it's hard to have a nice little session with somebody when you have how many people in the box? About 8 other people in the box. But I do also think it's a thing of I also question the conversation. We say, oh no, we're talking about boys, not men. We're talking about men, not boys. Oh, we're talking about girls, not. At some point, when we gonna say, hey, everybody that's in this age group need to learn and grow? Yeah, everybody maturity ain't the same, but hey, how can we help the others to be in this age group to learn the mature? I don't get that part, because if you was to do something and get a charge, they're gonna charge you as a what? That adult, as a grown woman, as a grown man. That's it. So it's just just listen to people talk and express themselves. But I forgot his name. Someone did make me question as well about the simps and stuff like that. What is the definition of simps? Because I'm like, oh, well, my point of view, when I heard about simps, I was in middle school, high school, and, of course, that's going to be a childish way. So at this point, what is a simp? Is it okay for men to be simps and treat their women and praise them and stuff like that, especially in our community? Because doing that, oh, well, you doing that, you weak. Some men do hear that. So it makes me question a lot of different stuff. Like, okay, that's interesting.
I talked about that on my live, though.
So
to sum it up, Sims, you can't be if you married, you can't be a simp. You could be a panderer, but not a simp. Or you could be a enabler or something like that. But a simp basically is a person that's getting used, and a panderer is usually using the person. It's like the opposite. So a simp can be asking for stuff and thinking they about to get some punani, trying to look for attention, but they never get it, and they get strung along. That's what simps usually do. They trying to, maybe I can get something out of it. And then, like, most of the goal is let me see if I can get some punani. But they never get it, but they using their money, their resources and all that and never get it. You know what I'm saying? So the opposite is that you're trying to win this person over by saying everything they like to hear. And then they basically give up their resources, or they give up, if you ever notice, like, people that pander on here, they gifting the mess out of them, like giving all type of money and gifts. They always had the biggest one. As soon as you say something that fits somebody, you know what I'm saying, they don't check them and stuff or whatever. But they're trying to win the crowd over because they don't want to say nothing bad about them and stuff. So yeah, that's the opposite.
See, that's interesting.
And it's a manipulation. It's manipulation too.
That's interesting, because for some people, like, I appreciate your definition. I'm gonna route with that one because I asked you for clarification. But for some people, I don't know, just like within the live as well. It's the same live, but with the other people in there, when someone had mentioned up the word simp, the other women reaction was like, yeah, it's not okay for men to be simps. So I think we're not even clear on definitions that we use in each other's lives. So how can we fully communicate to get through a breakthrough if we don't know definitions of each other's talk, how we talk? But hey, that's another thing for itself. But that's what I noticed and paid attention.
Let me ask you this. You was done?
No, you go ahead.
All right. So let me ask you this. You have any guys in the friend zone?
No, I don't do all that. Like, okay. No.
I get what you about to get to with that. Now that can be that's a simp.
That's a simp too.
Yeah,
Do you know any female friends of yours that have guys in the friend zone? He
I
want
do.
to get okay. So when she called him for conversation to go out on a date, to get some drinks, smoke, whatever,
Mhm.
entertainment, and he's quick to do it. He's ready to do it. Uh, but he don't never get no box. And then your friend come back to say, "Yeah, girl, I just went out with so and so. Yeah, he did this, he did X, Y, and Z for me." And he's even though she has a boyfriend or whatever the case may be, he sticks around and he says, "Oh, we just friends." Technically, this is the way I look at it. Technically, men and women should not have friends, female
Hmm.
friends, opposite sex friends, if it's outside of business. It is outside of business. The reason why I say that is because, especially if you're in a relationship, but the reason why I say that is because most men be around women that they're attracted to if they friends with them, and a lot of times, if that opportunity arises, they will smash, and vice versa. When a male has female friends that are in the friend zone, you know what I'm saying? She cook for him. She do little things for him. If you need a ride, whatever the case may be. And those women may not be his type. He would smash, but he know that she kind of like a little cuckoo. You know what I'm saying? He give her some, she gonna act the fool. Next thing you know, she gonna make in a relationship. But he keeps them in the friend zone. Those are simps as well. You know what I'm saying? Simps are usually in the friend zone. You know, and a lot of times that's the reason why really people shouldn't have opposite sex friends for the most part because it's an underlining of something else that's playing a part to that. You see what I'm saying?
I can see where you're going to.
Okay, listen, let me ask you something. Okay, so how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, you're 21. All right. If I was to say I tried to holler at you, right? And you
Mhm.
say, "Oh, nah, I ain't looking for nobody. I ain't trying to date, da da da, so forth." So, and I said, "Okay, okay, cool. Okay, we just be friends then." When you hear people say that, it's
Mhm.
I'm attracted to you. That's why I hollered at you. And now all of a sudden you say you don't want a relationship or you don't want to date. Then I say, "Oh, we just be friends." And then now I come and say, "Hey, listen, check this out. Let's go to the sports bar, or let's go shoot pool, or let's go play golf." I try to find out your interests, different things like that to get you to go. Hopefully it'll win you over and you'll be like, "You know what? Kitchen pretty cool. I like Kitchen, you know." And then as time go on, I realize, oh, she ain't gonna give me none. So now it's like, oh, we just friends, right?
Mhm.
And then you telling me about your relationships and different things like that. And I'm like, oh man, forget that dude, man. That dude, he don't know what he got, man. I wouldn't treat you like that. Saying little sly
See,
undertones and stuff like that.
yeah, no, I get
You've
what
been
you're saying on that part. I completely on that part. Those type of dudes, I completely agree on that part. But the part of saying, opposite genders shouldn't be friends. That's where I be. I know. Me personally, I have two male close friends. Their mamas claim me as they unborn child. Vice versa with my parents. So it just all depends on those situations. When those scenarios, how you
how
said,
old are how old are they?
oh, we all around the same age. We basically grew up together in a way.
Okay. Have any of them said anything that you could think of indirectly, subliminal, anything like that?
Nah, nah, not how the scenarios that you given, or even like say worse than that, or the tiniest thing. Mm-mm. But don't get me wrong, I feel like this. In middle school, I had to learn that, everybody, how you saying that, those males who's like trying to get close and stuff like that, yeah. But I do believe that if you have an actual foundation and a true friendship with opposite genders that's not trying you like that, that's different.
Okay. How often do you talk to them?
Uh,
I'm not trying to make you get rid of your friends and like that. I'm just
no,
saying
you good. No,
how
you
often do you
good.
talk?
If I talk to them, we'll probably talk once a week, every 2 weeks. Not no everyday thing. Not no Not no
So,
hangout.
have you ever talked to them about your boyfriends? If you had any boyfriends, things, problems like that?
Yeah, I have.
What's some of the things they said?
They give me the male point of view, and they'll ask, um, well, after they give me the male point of view, they'll start telling me about their stuff. Honestly, with they girls, it's never a thing of like, oh, like, oh, I wouldn't do you like that, how you said, or it's not nothing. Not the only time I can say something is if they ask, has the male put their hands on you, stuff like that.
Okay.
Have
I,
anything
I
other than that? Mm-mm.
okay. I want you to do this. This is a test. This is a test. You ain't got to do it on the phone or with us or nothing like that. One day in the future, just simply ask them, "Are you attracted to me? Do you like me?" Or something along the lines of, "I think we should date," or "I think I like to go out."
Mm-hmm.
Ask them type of questions. Say something along the lines of like maybe smash anything like that. Just
Mm-hmm.
ask. Just ask. Just don't try to stall about it. Don't laugh about it. Don't giggle. Just be serious, right? If
Mm.
they say, "Hold up, little sis, you tripping? You going through something?" Like we don't cross some type of lines. You know better than that. If they start responding like that, then I can say, okay, they solid. If they start saying like anything like, "Oh yeah, I'm attracted to you. Yeah, I like you in that type of way," I always, then oh, bro, you really in the friend zone. You really hanging around because
Mm-hmm.
if the opportunity
Waiting on that
presents itself,
opportunity, right?
you ain't
I
getting
heard
this
some be
cheap.
waiting for 5 years, and
I
I
say
even
that's a long
seen.
time. That's too long. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Hey, if it's worth it, yeah, you gonna do that.
Okay.
But just do it in a way that you ain't leading them. You ain't leading the witness. You just kind of like asking little random questions, throwing little things out there. If they check you, if they check you on that, like for instance, I got females that I've messed with before, and we friends now. Like I've been around them, been by them by myself, everything. We had opportunities. If I wanted to try them, and I didn't try them, I was like, listen, we cool, we friends. You say we friends, there's no going back. Like we already messed around. We know what each other working with, all that. That's over with. So when you get into a relationship, I stop contacting you. I stop communicating with you. I respect that. If they single, I talk to them. I ask them, you got a boyfriend? They say yeah. I be like, hey, listen, we're gonna end this phone call. There's nothing to talk about. You know what I'm saying? You're in a relationship, but if you need me or something like that, if something happens, something like that, if I can help, I help. If I can't, hey, it is. It is vice versa. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If I call them and say, hey, listen, I'm thinking about investing into this. You wanna invest in with me? Oh, I'm not sure about that. I never it does any of that. Oh yeah, I know a little bit about that. What you need? That type of thing. That's
Yeah, I mean
outside. Huh?
that's how our conversations mostly go. One of them we're starting a nonprofit organization for our city, and the other one we're looking into real estate. So I mean, most of my friends, even women friends as well, my homegirls, we all talk like that. So, but I get what you're saying though.
Yeah. So that just when you move like that, and you're dealing with opposite sex, it should be up. Once you cross the line, and you say, hey, this is what it is. It is what it is. See, like, if I was to call these women up right now and be like, hey, uh, what's up? I've been thinking about you. I want to get back with you. I want to mess around. They'd be like, kitchen, you tripping. You all right? Something wrong
Mm-hmm.
with you. Like, what's going on? I'm not giving you another chance. No, we're not getting back together. What are you talking about? Like, what's going on? They'll ask me that. And I'll be like, oh, no, I'm just, because I tried it already. And they were like, no, 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 no. We friends. And if you keep talking like that, I'm not gonna answer your calls no more. See, that is how you test the waters. You just ask them, and when they talk like that, see, if they would have said, "Oh yeah, 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 come on, yeah, we could be back together," or "Yeah, we just," I know you really ain't a friend. You know what I'm saying? You just hanging around in the cube until the opportunity presents itself again.
Mm-hmm.
So once you stop crossing those lines, crossing those boundaries, I'm not saying to do that to test your friends. You really want to know if these your real friends or they just hanging around. And as soon as you say Netflix and chill, they like, yeah, I'm on my way. You need me to pick up the condoms or you got some? Like,
Gotcha.
yeah, that
I
I
goes
think a
respect
in.
lot of women know that too, though. Even like if it started off, now that's how you know it's fake. If it started off, the dude had a crush on you out of nowhere, you like, nah, man, we like that. And then all of a sudden, now he decide to be your friend. That don't change. That don't work like that. They only reason why they don't want to. They the only reason why they because they trying to respect your boundaries from that point. Because there's not no way that their attraction of seeing that fat booty at first or whatever you got on you. You know what I'm saying? So they thought you was cute and all. You know what? Since you said I'm gonna be a friend, I just want to be your friend only. You know what I'm saying? No, most of the time, no. If it started off like that, they just waiting. And they only not going along with it because they respecting your boundaries and they decide to do that. But they really don't want to be your friend until maybe later down the line. But they still want to hit. That don't take away that they don't want to hit. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's just for the most part.
I respect it though.
Not a lie.
What y'all saying?
That's not a lie. Like seriously, I did try to boy best friend when I was younger. But truth be told, when a person started coming on a like I think I noticed when a person was like they start complimenting me way too much, and and then they start saying little shit like, "Yeah, we need to start going on dates." What,
Mm-mm.
sir? Hold on. And that's what threw me off. Like I just like, hold on, what you mean go on dates? Like, yeah, we didn't just go on a little date, friend date. Friend date? What's a friend date? I ain't never heard of that.
I'll show you.
I show you. Kev, your ass crazy.
He's gonna show you. He gonna show you
Look,
what the
watch,
date
watch.
is.
I'm gonna give you another one. Y'all identify real quick. You ladies and men get identify real quick. Go back over all your followers. Go back over all your followers. We on this app, right? But I guarantee you, most of the men follow women that they'll smash. Just keep it in the buck. Most of the people we follow, as far as the women, we like, oh, she look good or she look attractive. Yes, a lot of them sometimes be, oh, I like what she was talking about. She talking with sense. She has some good points. Yeah, we follow them too. You know what I'm saying? But deep down, we'll be most of the people we follow when it comes down to certain women, we like, oh yeah, I like her. Like for instance, the female Dana Dane or something like that. I follow her. She makes some good points. I don't agree with everything she say, but she's gorgeous. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna follow Shorty because she's gorgeous, but she's spitting facts too. So it's pleasant to look at her.
Hey, you know what's funny?
Now,
I just thought about this. Look, because I got my bonus is about that all men till there's no man, right? I put that down there, or believe all women. What does that mean? We ain't get to that yet though. But you know what's funny? I had thought about this. I know there's women selective with it though. They act like they scared of men sometimes, and then whatever. So they use all men till there's no man. Well, they're so dangerous and all that stuff. But when we say that every man want to hit, right? And they would say, no, not my friends. They don't all man till there's no man then, but they that's the funniest stuff I ever thought about too. I was like, bro, now it ain't all man till there's no man. Oh, some men it's like that. I got a friend that really love me.
Fact.
Now
Like,
it ain't all man till there's no man. Come on, man. Y'all gotta pick, yeah, that's so crazy.
so
Uh,
let me ask you, ladies. So
or it be like the guys that they want.
mm,
Like you're not scared of the man that you want. Like, well, girl, what?
oh my, I don't.
The
That's why
guy,
you can't go based off of
or the
that,
ones that
man.
what they say, guy got my man in store for me. Oh, okay.
so let me ask you, ladies, something. Have you do you have people that you follow that you like? He could get it.
No.
Nah. Mm-mm.
Nobody you follow.
I ain't finna
Nah.
count.
Now y'all
Nah.
capping now. Come on
I ain't
now.
finna count. I got a lot of folks
You
some
don't,
attractive
I
man.
don't
Like,
look
okay,
at.
he hit me
I'm
up.
not on
Oh,
here for
somebody
that.
I'm
being
not
real
saying
in here.
I'm
Yeah.
not
Oh,
saying
Yeah,
you're
I'm
gonna
not on
give it
here.
up. I'm not saying you're gonna give it up, but you find them
It's just she
attractive.
the only one that
Yeah.
feel
I'm
like that. It ain't that
I
ain't
find
nobody else being real. She just the only one out of
I'm
us
talking
that think
junk. I'm
like that.
talking junk. I'm
Right.
talking junk. I'm
there's some I
about
don't
to bring
follow
my
some
man's
attractive
back
I
in
men.
here
don't.
now.
I don't know. I'm not on here for that. I'm just literally on here to do what I do, and I'm not looking to look at nobody else or pay nobody no attention on that level because shit, I got what I got. I'm happy with what I got. Shit.
oh, so you got somebody.
Yeah, I'm
So
been in
Oh,
my
okay,
relationship
okay. So your
I
going
gotta
on
man,
1
call
year.
Cap on that, bro. It's
listen.
no he talking about simple attraction. Like it's no way
I
that as soon
mean,
as we get, huh?
you know, good looking people. You know, good looking
Thank you. Just
people
say
at
that.
the end
That's
of
all
the
you have to
day.
say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
bro, if
you
we
know,
just gonna
good
cap
looking.
that
Like
hard,
I can look at somebody and be like, yeah, you look nice. You look
right?
handsome. Like
It's that simple.
but that doesn't mean I'm flirting with your ass.
No, I don't mean that. You don't have to mean that though, because I was about to say that we can't. We got to be real, man. We know it. Even if I had a girl, I know it's a more attractive women out here. I'm not about to be like, you know what? I only got eyes for you, and I only see you. Nah, man. Nah, it just don't work like that, man. That's the fakest stuff on earth. That is fake. And I could feel it though. I could feel it though. And especially we want our significant others to feel like they the only ones, and my eyeballs only work for you, and all that. That's cute. That's cute fairy tale stuff. That's cool. But that's not human. That's just not human nature, man. If
I
I
think you
know if
got
it's a
some.
jiggly booty that walk past me, it, I'm not. I'm trying to. I'm
But
gonna keep my
would
eyes
you
straight.
say
I'm gonna
that's
try
all
my best.
about?
You know what I'm saying? But not.
So would you say that's by the people that can be easily manipulated by the booty?
No, I'm just saying if something look good, it look good. That's just all it is. You know. So.
Okay, watch this.
Uh,
Okay, watch this. Okay, watch this. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Do y'all like soul? Do you ladies like soul food?
Yes.
Do you like seafood?
Kinda, not really.
Well, okay. What's another dish? Which one of y'all like seafood?
I do.
I'm more of a. I like Italian pasta
Okay,
and shit.
so now, which one would you go for? You'll go for the soul food or the Italian or the seafood?
I'm gonna go seafood every time for me.
Okay, every time.
Me
But
personally.
does not that soul food look good too?
I ain't look good, but that seafood gonna hit different for me.
I'm the soul
See?
food. I'm the soul food.
okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
you the
Good for the
soul.
soul.
I'm the soul.
Okay, okay. So, but the point I'm making is that there's dishes that look better than others and taste better than others, but nevertheless, you like what you like. So your man, you like what you like. Your woman, you like what you like. That's why you with that person. You care about them. You want to be with them. However, at the end of the day, a lot of times, let me listen. If I go to y'all page right now, I'm pretty sure y'all ain't following a bunch of ugly, fat men or unattractive men. I guarantee it.
I don't know. I'm following some Chewbacca's.
You know what? I'm going to your page
Some
right now. Hold on. I'm
Django.
going to your page. Hold on. I'm going to your page right now. Hold on. I'm going to your page right now.
Ah,
I am crying. I mean, I feel like attractive people know that they are
body
attractive
shaming.
people. So I truly believe if you understand that you're an attractive person, because attractive person here compliments 24/7. This is a real thing. Like, oh, you're gorgeous, you're handsome. Oh, you have a nice face. Oh, you have a nice body, or whatever the case may be.
Hello.
They hear the shit 24/7. Because I literally got a homegirl. And I literally asked her. Why do you go outside? You know, not giving care about how you look. She said because I'm not in it to impress nobody. Plus, at the same time, she
Pray
said I
good for
never
me.
heard. She literally said. She said. I literally told her something that somebody I knew as far as having insecurities went through, and she was like she can't relate because she don't know what it feels like to be ugly. She never experienced no ugly moments or to the point where it's like she ain't never had nobody
Yeah.
tell her, "Oh, you're ugly," or "You're like
But
I don't know."
she had had a ugly
I was like,
moment.
"That's crazy."
She didn't got caught
Like she was like,
slobbing.
"Girl, I
What's the
can't relate to
update? The
that."
kitchen. What's the
Huh?
update?
Oh, so, say what now?
What's the update? You went
On the
Oh,
followers.
oh,
On the
oh, oh yeah,
followers.
yes. You got brother Kev in your profile.
He's
Uh,
not a
What?
Chewbacca.
What? How did I get put?
hold on. He's not a debacle. Cut it out. So
Why?
listen,
Why he the first though?
cause we on his live. I gotta make it known. He on his live. Um, Also, you got some brothers that look like Idris Elba you got some brothers on there that look like Will Smith and Samuel L. Jackson. Not Samuel L. Jackson, I'm joking. But Will Smith and all that. And Denzel and Idris Elba. Cut it out.
Man, come on, man.
Them brothers sharp.
Girl,
Them
you
brothers
got
sharp.
Denzel. You got
He
Will Smith
playing.
following.
She know what it is. Come on. But listen, now I'm not saying you're following them because they're just attractive. What I'm saying is they might be saying some clever stuff, some nice stuff. But at the end of the day, we do follow. Listen, I don't have a bunch of Lizzos, or I follow some like fit. What it is, feminine millionaire. I follow her. She's big sexy. I ain't gonna cap. She big sexy. She know how to dress. I'm pretty sure she smells good. She know how to get between the crevices. She know how to. She
Smell like
do
$1
do her
million.
thing. $1 million. You feel me? But I follow her. I follow a lot of different women on here, and some of them I do follow because they are beautiful and attractive. But I don't follow them if they talking crazy and talking stupid. I've unfollowed people because and they was attractive, but they said some egregious things. I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna stop following you. Talking crazy. I have done that too. What I'm saying is, but if we go down the list, most of the people that we follow, if it's women or men, they might be if it's for men that be having those TikToks where they be dressing real nice and they go from casual to informative into yeah, brother, you look sharp. You look amazing. I like that. I like that watch you got. I like them clothes you got on, man. Brother, you look sharp. You make that look good. That doesn't mean I'm attracted to them and want to be with them. It just means that I'm following people who take care of their health.
Oh
Just like
no,
we,
no. It
just
was
like people
one
who work
dude
out.
that cammed up one day, and I almost forgot I was a Christian. I just said, "Good Lord, have mercy." So it is them times that
See what
No,
I'm
she
saying?
is funny
that flesh
though.
was in full activation. I said, "God,
What the?
And it's not a
man,
bad
make you
thing. It's not
forget
a
your
bad
morals?
thing.
What kind of man make you forget your morals? Oh Lord, wait a minute."
Okay, now it's
So
coming out.
you
Now
got
we get to
two.
the meat and potatoes. Kev, you see it. You see it. We get to the meat and potatoes
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
I did have a moment like that. I did.
See,
I'm
and it's
trying to
not.
think. Do I follow some Lizzo?
You talking about do I follow some Lizzos?
I don't think I got that many of them though. I
Trust me,
can
you got
admit
more.
that.
You
I
got
think most of the people I do follow probably attractive though, but they talk good too though. I mean, sure. They know they attractive though. That's why they be posting pictures and all that stuff. But it ain't that deep though. So it's just like, well, I feel where you coming from though. Yeah.
I want to answer a question to you.
I wanna make you get you. All right, we can rock with that. Then. Which one is we? Which one is that? The are you talking about the first prompt? First prompt
Are
prompt.
women the only ones that
Oh
get tricked?
yeah. Okay, I got you. So I'm gonna get you right in quick. So I gotta get my brother Cousins in. I ain't heard from him in a second. I said, who is that? Cousins? That's the only one to answer you. Do I gotta get the Joker? No, I ain't Joker. What's the deal? Cuzzo.
What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's going on,
Okay.
panel? How's everybody doing?
Hey,
Everybody good.
hey, Kevin.
I just been listening. I didn't want to jump in. I just been listening.
Mm-hmm.
But what prompt you on?
So the topic question: why wouldn't the one carrying the babies be the more responsible
Why wouldn't they?
one?
Uh,
Yeah.
I think generally they are. You mean
Okay.
why shouldn't? Or are you saying that that they should be? Is that what you're asking? Like
I
why
guess
wouldn't?
I should have ordered that more that way. Then I think I
Yeah,
was just
yeah,
thinking about it from a whole different weird angle. Yeah, you're right about that.
yeah. No, I get you. I get you. Yeah, I
That
think.
should be more. Yeah.
hmm I think if you had to go through that and carry for that term, and I I mean, I think that the responsibility would be more, naturally. I'm thinking, at least in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I think that the responsibility, I think it should be. I think it's an even responsibility. It's just different if I really break it
Mm-hmm.
down. But for the question's sake, yeah, I think they should. I think it. That would be logical.
Mm-hmm. Wow, okay. I like that. He just went straight to it. I was waiting for some. Okay. Cool. So all was on us. Okay, all of us got it though. It was a little bumpy earlier though. It was a little bumpy for some people. And I'm like, bro, I had to break it down about 40 times to explain it. Like, no, this is not about accountability. This is about
Right.
a responsibility. It's
I only
hard.
break it down if it need to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I feel you now. I know, but you be finding some stuff out of nowhere that don't even be thinking about. Like, oh, what the heck? How did the heck you get to the dissection of the?
no, that's
What
pretty
about
straightforward though. That was pretty
if you really
straightforward.
look at A? A really means with the. I'm like, bro,
You know what I mean?
no,
Hey, but
that's that light skin correlation.
you already know. And light skin after 3 hours. Once we get to 3 hours in the conversation, I'm going deep. Just let you know.
That's what she said, right? It's like, wait, hold on, did she say that? Take that back. That's that new 2024 shit. You want to be scared of that one?
See?
She said she going deep. That's bad.
Yeah, if you doing that, no diddy. I'm
Yeah,
just
no,
saying.
right. That's for sure. All right, so let's go ahead. We can start off with main things. She want to start off with the first prompt. What you got, main thing? And Bunny, I don't even know what happened to her, man. She just fell asleep in my
Yeah,
box. That's
let
disrespectful. You
me just
feel me? But
reword that. So are women the only ones that get tricked or clueless? What advice you would give from being tricked or clueless? I say, hey, you gotta wisen up out here. You gotta wisen up. You gotta
mm,
read between the lines when somebody is talking. And what I mean by wisen up, wisen your game up. Meaning, understand, know when somebody is running game on you. Meaning, somebody, um, um, because I'm trying to give a good example, uh, that I know for a fact, how a person should know when somebody run a game on. Like, if a person up here, telling you like, yeah, baby, uh, you're gorgeous. I wouldn't mind spending or, taking you out or whatever case may be. And let's say in time it comes to around a person you talking about, oh, let's go on a date or whatever. And a person make up, oh, I can't today. That's letting you know that they bullshit. If anytime you tell a person to do something and they don't stand on it, they running game. Um, I think anybody that sits up here, because those are the people who puts on the facades. The meaning they make things look good on the outside, but behind closed doors, it really ain't what it looks like. Cause I done ran across some men who actually had top notch cars and made their life look like they really was that guy. But truth be told, they sleep in that car. Said you sleep in that car at the park. That's crazy. Like, but you won't know it. But the whole time they up here acting like, oh, they traveling, they sit up here, get all this money. Whole time you probably getting money, but you ain't, you're not that guy that's showing stability. You get what I'm saying? Like you putting on this facade like you got stability, but you ain't really got no stability about yourself. Um, Like I said, and those be the dudes that I think women get pregnant by.
mm.
The ones that's irresponsible, who ain't stable in life. They really all over the place. That's why they sleep in everybody's house and everybody crib and everybody bed.
I get it. I
Mm,
get it now. I get it now. I
mm.
get it now. I get it now. I know why.
Why?
Because a man that's getting to the bag ain't really got a lot of time. and a man that ain't got a lot of time ain't really getting no money. See, now that I look at it, I reflect over my life and other people's lives that I know. That's how I was getting kids because I got 3 kids from 2 different women. One is her ex-wife. I was broke. I wasn't getting no money. Now that I'm getting money, I don't skeet up. I don't skeet anything and everything. I be more focused. So I get it now. It makes sense. When I was broke, I was making love and trying to shoot up something because I wanted something better than me. And now that I got something better than me, 3 kids that's doing better than I ever did, I'm getting money now. I'm like, okay, so you just ain't reckless anymore. I think that's what happens. That's why men that level up, most of them, they stop. They only have 1 or 2 kids. They stop having more kids because they got something to lose now. They know that child support hits different. That child support hits crazy when you're paying $1,200 a month. That child support hits different. $1,200 a month. You're only making $1,500 a week. And you got to still pay for your rent. You can't go out there and trick off. You can't go out there and just waste your money and talking about, you know what, I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna go to strip club, different things like that. Broke people usually go to the strip club, throw a couple 120s around. They go out, they do all this other stuff. They get a little bottle of Paul Masson. They go out and get their little weed, different things like that. F1 in the chat, please. I'm sorry I didn't say weed, but I said it again. Dang. Anyway, y'all
Wow.
get what I'm saying. And broke people have more time on their hands and they get more careless. People who got things to lose, they usually are more cautious and more careful.
I agree. I agree with that. Cause that is true. Like I did, and that's what it was. It was like like you said, the broke guy that's trying to sit up here and put on that facade. Because again, he got too much time to sit up here, and he could sit up here and make himself, what they say, fake it till you make it. Yeah.
They
So
get to
you do
make it,
got,
knock off the
yeah,
key.
you got. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Cause that's what happened.
Let me get Venetia. Then we do an open panel in a minute. Get Venetia in, then I hopefully I don't know, but money probably ain't back. Go ahead, Venetia. You next. Um, are women the only ones get tricked? Get tricked or clueless? What advice would you give from being tricked and clueless?
I don't know if I understand the question. Are women like finesse? Are they stuff?
Yeah, because basically I'm gonna say this kind. Like I said, this came from this. The topic came from I got inspired by this live I was in last night, and this woman was like, I've been with this person so long and they put on the facade and they changed on me and they tricked me and I was just kind of clueless and all that. How can I do to help that or something like that? So I was like, man, it just seemed like it'd always be the woman that get tricked. So that's why I'm asking this. And then I want to ask what's the advice because she never came with advice. So I don't, I'm trying to see what
So
that is.
yeah,
So
she got finessed. That
yeah.
Negro was that Negro from the beginning. She ain't catch on.
Oh,
And cause she ain't catch on, he kept playing long as he could till that mask slipped off. And then when she seen that bitch drop, oh, I ain't mean to say that. I'm sorry, the thug came out of me. When she seen that, when she seen that mask drop, she was like, "Oh my gosh, a monster." But see what happens with that? Women, a lot of dudes like that, they love bomb the woman, so they almost kind of like blind them. They put them in like a shadow so they really can't see because you blinded by the love. So when you learn how to put your feelings to the side and think with your whole brain and not your heart, because your heart deceitful. You can't be just, oh, I love him. This ain't damn high school girl. You better be thinking about your future. We can't do puppy love. So that's what happens. Women, we gullible. The Bible calls us silly women. And sometimes we just gotta admit we silly and wise up.
I didn't know that. You gotta show me a verse on that. Might have to use that one day. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Uh, but let's go ahead and get
I'll put that verse in the chat. Give me a second.
yeah. Or you can inbox. You can inbox it. Whatever you want to do. That way, it's not gonna remember it. I just want to remember. So Mr. Return. Let's say that. I don't want to call you. Return.
Yes, sir. How's it going?
What's up, man? How you feeling, man? We on the first prompt.
I'm all right.
So, are women the
Are
only ones
women the
that
ones that get tricked?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. What you got on that?
So I actually kind of wanted to piggyback off something Nisha said.
Okay, go ahead.
She said, "This is not high school. Get out of your feelings. Get out of your emotions." That is 100,000,000,000% correct. It is spot on. However, the main problem with this is that girls are not taught by a man how not to divest and or diverge into emotions. They're not taught. You know, us as men, we are the pinnacle of understanding for rationale. We are the pinnacle of being able to think on our feet and not let our emotions cloud our judgment when we are operating correctly. Now, when we're not operating correctly, you know, whatever happens and we end up with the kind of men that we have in this world. Unfortunately, as men as a whole, we need to do better. However, as women, their learning process is cut short a lot, far too commonly nowadays because of the fact that they're not being raised by men to understand. The lack of understanding is what is causing our downfall as a whole. And yes, women are the ones who mainly get tricked and end up in situations where they assume cluelessness due to the fact that a man knows what he's doing. By nature, like by the law of nature, a man is supposed to go out and choose a woman. A woman is supposed to have the understanding of who she allows to choose her. And that's been mixed up. We got people wanting to be men that are not men. We got people wanting to be women that are not women. And it's been mixed up, and our relationship dynamic is practically all but destroyed. And it's due to the fact that there has been a break in the line of understanding given. Knowledge isn't given in the way that it used to be. People don't receive knowledge in the way that they used to. So until we can, if possible, restore the lineage and or heritage that is understanding, pass it from one person to another, from the older to the younger, and inconsistency, we will never be able to see relationships return how they used to be, where people will get married and stay with each other and actually treat each other well.
Okay. Naya, you next.
Okay, so the question is, are women the only ones that get tricked? Of course not. Men get tricked as well, like for the Kuda Cat too. Kuda Cat be having some men with.
Go ahead.
And the men be, you know, that's all she got is a good Kuda Cat. Some men be stuck on that if that's all they was really looking for. And I'm gonna say this as well for the I like how Mr. Return has said that women are not taught for the emotional side. You know, controlling the logical side and the emotional side, because I was always thinking about the fairy tale Cinderella and everything. It's like, oh, my Prince Charming, you don't know how it's gonna come. You don't know how it's gonna look. But I also want to say as well, we're talking about listening to our elders as well. Sometimes when in these situations, it's, how could I say, elders don't speak enough. And what I mean by that is, oh, you're supposed to grow with a man, build with a man. Okay, some of these women, or vice versa with the man, when they get told, oh, as long as she giving you that Kuda Cat, you good, boy. But women particularly right now, oh, stick it out with them. But some women don't, like I always say, sometimes people don't know what's too much and what's just enough. So, do I believe people can get tricked? Yes. The advice I would give from being tricked is to work on your logical, like understanding the logic of it and build up the logical skill. Because once you build it up, it's, and I'm not saying become numb or you don't feel nothing. And that's part of the problem. Another problem, people try to become so logical or so cold hearted and think it's cool to be nonchalant that you don't feel nothing. No, it's just think life through. Before, hey, yeah, you know what he did? You know what he done said in my house about 3 or 4 nights. What his house at? We don't find that suspicious. Stuff like that. And sometimes don't just look at the red lights, analyze the yellow lights. Because just like when we driving, every yellow light you can't go through. You got to know which ones to go through and slow down on. So, yeah, that's my advice and my answer.
All right.
Bunny.
Let's
Where
see. Right,
Bunny
let's
at?
try it again. Bunny, you're alive. Bunny. Bunny. Go ahead and wake up, bunny. It's like,
I'm so asleep.
let me go ahead and drop her real quick. She come back when she wake up. My brother cousins, man, what you got in on it, man? And then we do open panel after that.
All right. So I guess to what everyone said, I think everybody made good points. I think what I would add to that is the idea of desperation. I think people, because the reality is men get tricked just as much as women do. It ain't women more, it ain't men more. It's you got a whole $1 billion industry of telling men how to be men and players. That shit wouldn't happen if men wasn't getting tricked. Men wouldn't be complaining about child support. Men wouldn't be complaining about their baby mamas and all this other shit if they didn't get tricked as well. So I think that the idea is women are more emotional, so that's why they get tricked. But the bottom, we all emotional, and we all fall into deceptions, depending on what we are and where we are in life. But I think the common denominator with it all is desperation. And what I say about that is when a woman falls for men, it's because she's missing something that man fills in. And 9 times out of 10, it's just attention, or it's something that she hasn't had. This buster comes in, he supplies that, she falls for it, right? The same thing with men. If we, let's say for an example, a man has never had an attractive woman in his life. All of a sudden, that one that gave him attention, and she's the one, every time he take her out, everybody is, ooh, you got her, ooh. That dude will put up with all kind of shit because it's boosting his status, right? Because this is something that he hasn't had, because he's desperate for that. Now, you take those same examples, a woman who's been fulfilled, a woman who is about her business, about she knows all of her shit. When dudes come in with the bullshit, she be like, nah, I'm good. Because it's not gonna hit the same. Vice versa. When the man has been, he's on his business. He stand on his. He know who he is. He know what he do. He been around. He done that. He been there. He's cultured. He's all of this. When a woman come up and she just look good, bitch, and like, you know what I mean? What else you got? Like, we don't fall for that, right? So I think it is, along with everybody else, what they said, if we add, that idea of being desperate, you know what I mean? I think that really enhances the opportunity for you to get tricked in love or in relationships. And so my advice is get on your business. It's really, I mean, if we could talk about logic, we could talk about whatever, but because if you're desperate and you haven't had anything, your logic is to go for it. So you will get tricked more often. And it doesn't sound intuitive, but it's actually logical to that person, because to them, well, shit, I ain't never had it before. I got to shoot for the stars. I got to do it. You get what I'm saying? So to them, that's logical. Even though to anybody that's thinking rationally, we'll say, no, that's not logical. That was stupid. But so when you're in a desperate state, I guess my point is you look at things in a lack of a better word, in a stupid way. So my thing is, live your life, get cultured, you know what I mean? Stand on your business, understand who you are, and then you probably will not, be tricked as often. I think we all gonna get tricked eventually in some way, in some fashion, but you won't get tricked. You know what I mean? Like, it won't be a chronic thing where you always can't see shit coming if you stand on your own too, and you actually know who you are. So I just end on that.
Can I add to this? I got 2 things I want to say real quick. I'm gonna just keep it brief. Trick, the word trick, right? The word trick, we know, means that someone be deceitful and deceptive, right? So when a man goes out and trick with a woman, right? The man convinces himself that this money, this 120, 150, 200, 300, 500,000, whatever he gives, it's worth this box, right? That's the trick. He tricks himself into believing that he can pay for something just to waste his seed, right? When he could just self-please himself and save and keep his money, right? So he tricks himself into thinking that I got this, I want to pay for this. Like going to buy a pair of shoes psychologically. I'm just want to buy a pair of shoes. It's a fulfillment. It's a desire. I want these shoes. I want this body. I want to pay for it. He tricks himself into believing that. And then the woman tricks herself into believing that, hey, this is worth this $200, $1,000, $500, 150, whatever. This is worth me laying down on my back in a vulnerable position to receive these finances, right? Or this receive this money. It's all a trick at the end of the day. It's a trick. The enemy plays tricks with the idle mind, right? Yeah, mute up. Yeah, there you go. So they trick themselves into believing that this is worth what I'm doing, right? And at the end of the day, we know deep down inside it's not worth it. A woman body is precious, it's valuable. A man body, his seed, his body is precious, right? But we trick ourselves, or some people trick themselves into believing that it is worth it, right? This is what I think happens when people get into relationships and get into these situationships or different things like that. They trick themselves into believing that this person is so amazing, this person is just wonderful, or this person may have money, or this person may have a nice body, or this person may have a big Johnson, whatever the case may be. It feels good, it sounds good, it looks good on my arm, but majority of people are average. So for the people who have average people, bad body, whatever you want to call it, they understand that, hey, whatever the reason why I'm with you, I'm with you. You know what I'm saying? And whether it's the money or whether it's because you easy prey or whatever the case may be, I trick myself into believing that I'm going to pursue this situation. Now, the other thing I wanted to say was this, I'm gonna land on. We don't hear too much about foundation. And the foundation have to be something where we believe and we have integrity and we have morals, right? And we know that morals and integrity just ain't popping in our heads one day. We're just like, oh my God, I have morals and I have integrity. No, that had to come from something outside of our body, because if it didn't, then there's no need for morals and integrity. We can just do whatever we want to. We don't have to have speed limit. We don't have to have laws. We don't have to. We could just go around and say the survival of the fittest. Whoever want to do whatever they want to do, just can do whatever they want to do, because there's no law, there's no morals. But something outside of ourselves that created us, put it in our brain and say, you know what? That is disrespectful. That is violation. That is doing wrong. So let me use this analogy real quick. The speed limit in a residential neighborhood is 25 to 35 miles an hour. If you go 75 miles an hour down that road, it's a possibility that a kid will chase behind a ball, someone be backing out of their driveway, or you'll lose control, or you possibly run over speed hump too fast and lose control, and they call damage to property or damage to yourself. So then you understand. Most people don't understand something. They have the knowledge, they have the wisdom, but they don't understand. That's why it says, with all that getting, get understanding. Then you understand, I need to slow down because of these possibilities that can happen. And this is the reason why the speed limit is 70 or 75 or 80. Now, people still do 90, 100, 120, and then when they wreck out, they lose their life. This is the thing people have to understand. You have to have understanding. You need a foundation. And ladies and men, I will ask you too, when you go on these dates with people, ask them, what is your foundation? What are your morals and principles that you believe in? Do you believe in a higher power? What is your foundation built on? Because if it's built on anything other than a solid foundation, it's going to crumble. And if they say, oh, I don't know, and I don't believe in God, run. If they say, oh, no, I don't have no foundation, and I don't believe in all that, I believe in horoscopes, and I believe in saging, run. Because at the end of the day, you have to have a moral compass that guides you to say, I didn't have a moral compass when I was young. I was like, man, I'm doing whatever I want to do. The only credit I give myself Each each one of my kids' mothers, I asked them, is it okay for me to, release in you? And they said yes. And that's how I got my 3 kids. No other women I have asked that. So having a foundation, that's when I was young. Now I understand, okay, yeah, you gotta have a foundation, you gotta have morals, you can't be out here just screwing and playing around. But I did, and I tricked off and I lied to myself and I said, oh yeah, it's worth it. She's beautiful, she's gorgeous, or she's ugly, and it doesn't matter. I'm just still gonna smash, I'm gonna keep moving. But at the end of the day, I was a part of the problem. And all I'm saying is, if you've never done this and you've never been out there and you have your morals and everything like that intact, always stand on it. You won't get tricked because you can see how a person moves. You can sit back and say, yeah, you say that you about this and you say you got morals and principles. You really don't, because you will see it. Because nobody have to give up their box early. No woman have to give up a box early. No man have to lay down with a woman early. You can sit back, court each other, talk. And if you courting a female or a woman and she's not reciprocating it, leave her alone. If a man is courting you, ladies, and you're not reciprocating, that man need to leave you alone. It's simple. I land on that.
All right, go ahead, Bam. You can do the topic question and then the prompt, the first prompt. Bam, you there?
I don't think so.
They Bam in the sleep.
Ding dong.
All right, well, it's open panel until he get back. Then whatever y'all wanted to talk about or add to or take away.
Everyone had great answers. Great answers. But I'll also say this as well. With the tricking part in words and playing like on the, I could say like for women, like with the words, playing on the women heartstrings with words, like that's just so wrong. But it's just like a lot of, you can't believe everything that people say, but some people don't. Sometimes with women, I notice you can believe that with your homegirls, but when it comes down to men, sometimes people don't forget that thought. You can't believe what everybody say. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll say too, man. I think we as people get caught up in what other people think too much, right? Like I say this all the time. Like we basically judge, in a lot of times, who we want to be with based on who people say we should be with, as opposed to who we really need in our lives. And a lot of that becomes we don't really know what we need, right? So we're just listening to, oh, well, this is what a good man is. And then it's some list. And so now women are looking for that list instead of looking for, you don't need half of that shit that's on that list. What you need is this. But you don't know that because you're too busy listening to the status quo, right? And men, we do the same shit. We do it probably more because that status means something. Like we have to build status in life. And so a lot of the things and decisions that we make, we say it's logical, but it's based on what is going to catapult me to the next point. And I'm not saying it's every man because, there's always some shit. But if you look at it in general, status is what we thrive on. If we had a woman and she was super beautiful, we'll put past a lot of the little standards that we set for ourselves, because this is she gonna get me, everybody is on her. Oh, damn, I got it. So now we have at home, we'll be like, yeah, I don't like this, I don't want this. If she like this, if she don't believe in God, she don't do this. You know what I'm saying? Like when a man was bringing up, we'll have standards at home, but let that woman be super bad. The baddest we ever seen. All of a sudden, it's like all of a sudden we making excuses. Well, man, shit, the horoscope, man, it do kind of make sense though, player. I mean, if you really, man, shut your ass up. Like it gets to a point where we do that, I think, as humans. We start justifying things to fit us that make that if it's easier. Because if the road gets harder, we would rather not go down that road. We would rather grab that low hanging fruit. And usually the low hanging fruit are these mistakes. And that's when we get tricked. You know what I mean? Because we don't want to put in that work. I hope that makes sense. Is what I was trying to say.
I have a question for
You
you.
make sense, but I want to say something real quick as far as the tricks part. I think a trickster's job is to trick you, to basically go against what you want so they can get what they want out of you. Their job is to sit up here and trick your mind into doing whether it's doing more and to for them to not pay. Cause you do got some people out here paying for love and shit, or paying for time and attention. Um, that person's job is to sit up here and trick you into believing that you really don't want the money. You really should just be doing this because you like me. The idea is to get you to go against what you want so they can end up with the results that they want. It's almost like a mind game. The job is to trick you to get you to get you to sit up here and put them in a position to where it's like, okay, if it's like, let's say it's a money situation, you sit up here, for your time and attention and for your company. I'm willing to sit up here and pay you, but I'm not about to pay you the price that you want. I'd rather sit up here and try to get you to accept $100. I understand that you cost $350, but would you accept $100? And if you be like, nah, I stand on my prices. You don't walk into a store and go tell the store clerk to change their prices so you can walk out with the item that you want. If you can't afford it, get out the goddamn stove. That's what they gonna tell you. See, the problem is too many people spend their time trying to get people to do things that they want them to do. And whole time, you just need to accept a person gonna be who they are and do what they want to do. And you gotta either uh, go with it or get the fuck away from it. Because it's gonna be a constant battle between the two. Cause you got people out here like they ain't willing to sit up here and do things your way just cause you want it. They want things done their way. So
Okay,
it's
well,
like you gotta. I just think it's a different kind of understanding. Go ahead, the kitchen. I see.
thank you.
Naya,
Thank
I
you.
know you was trying to say something.
Oh, thank you, Mal. So I'm gonna say this real quick. Let me ask you something. You don't think, yes, anybody that's in the streets, you selling something illegal, gonna want to get a better price. If you smoke marijuana and you say, "Hey man, let me get the 3.8 or the 3.5 or whatever they got ounce old whatever for 80," and they say, "No, I'm standing on 120." You say, "All right, cool. All right, that's cool. Uh, what about 100? I got 100 right now. Like that's all I got." And then you say, "Oh no, I ain't gonna do that." And then they say, "Well, I got 115." Then you say, "Okay, you know what? I'll give you that." That's how the game works because it's illegal. So when you have illegal activities, people can negotiate prices. When you have a barcode and you have to scan something, that means that it have to be scanned. Other than that, you're doing something illegal, which is the company that's selling the product. So yes, they want you to scan it. They want you to say, "Hey, you in Marshalls. Hey, you in Ross. Hey, you in JC Penney's. You in Macy's." So you have to do this because if we don't have an account for this stuff, unless it's broke or damaged, and we not writing it off, we have to charge you this price because this is how it is because it's barcoded. Illegal activity is not barcoded. There's no scanning of anything. I can negotiate. Now it's up to you to say, "Nah, I ain't gonna do that," and you say, "Nah, I ain't gonna do that." You may lose a few clients. You still stand on business. You keep a low body count, whatever the case, how you want to put it. And that man may not be able to get you, but he gonna go to someone else that's gonna compromise and say, you know what, I can do, instead of charging 120, I could do 10 guys and make $1,000. But if I do 10 guys for 120, I can make, whatever that is, you know what I'm saying? And then it's like, oh, that's 1,200. Okay, cool. That's a compromise. That's the deal. That's the difference between but the thing I'm saying is this, right? I know you're not what's coming at me directly. What I'm saying is this. At the end of the day, when you go to a store that has a business and that has to pay taxes and have to pay, for alcohol and tobacco and all this type of stuff, they have to scan that stuff. If you ever go somewhere they don't scan it, it's a legal operation. Now, outside of that, when you go to uh, tricking and different things like that, it's a mind game. And like for instance, if I came to you and I say, "Hey, listen, I like you. I want to get to know you." You say, "Okay, okay, cool. We going on a date." And we go on a date. I woo you. You feel good. You feel special. And 6 months pass. You like, I really like this dude. I'm in love with this guy. And I'm broke. You be like, nah, I love him. I like him. He's a cool dude, but I'm not going to marry him because he's financially not stable, right? He's not financially set. So, but you meet another guy that's, let's say, Kev, for example, just Kev. I'm just using it, brother, and he's more stable and he's more financially there, and then you like him too, and he's doing good and he's treating you right and all that kind of stuff. And then you say, you know what? I like Kev. Kev proposed to me. It's been a year. He proposed to me. Whatever. I'm gonna marry him because he's financially stable. But then you get into that relationship and everything is going good. And then y'all have the foundation, you have everything working out, and then y'all lose focus. Now it's about the money. It's not about our foundation anymore. The foundation that y'all was believing, the foundation that y'all was standing together, the foundation that y'all morally had set for y'all relationship. Once you lose focus, anything is liable to happen. That's how people get unalive. That's how people leave their kids. That's how people leave their wives. That's how wives beat their men, take advantage of their men, or you lose focus. And all I'm saying is, in order to not lose focus, you have to stay focused. And a lot of relationships and a lot of things that go around, people lose focus on the big picture. They trick themselves out of staying focused. They trick themselves out of saying, oh, it's about the money. Oh, they trick themselves and say, hey, you know what? It's about the holidays and the gifts and all that kind of stuff. They trick themselves into believing that that is more important. And that's what we have in society today. People trick themselves every day, even if they're not in a relationship, even if they don't have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, even if they going out and they get tricked and buying a car, they get tricked into this, because they believe to themselves that this is worth it. So when KF said earlier, a woman said that she was tricked. She was tricked only because she tricked herself into believing that this guy was good. But I guarantee you in my Denzel voice, she saw red flags. And all of us see red flags. We overlook them. We overlook them. I seen many red flags. My mother told me, Ron, don't you have no more kids with this woman. I went and had another kid with her. That was a red flag there. My own mother told me. My mama said, I was ghetto. I lived in the hood. That's a ghetto hood girl. Do not have no more kids from you. She gonna run you through the ringer. I said, oh mom, I have my dad. I want us to have our family together. And I ran through the code. I got raked over the codes, and I raked her over the codes as well because I had to get my get back. That's all I'm saying. We notice the red flags, we hear the red flags, but we don't acknowledge them because we feel good. It's like someone said earlier, the yellow light. Some you got to slow down, and some you got to go through. But it is what it is. Go ahead.
Kitchen. I want to
Wait,
ask you
before you
because.
Well,
Go ahead, Kev.
yeah, before you do that, let's get Bam. I guess he back now. Let's get him on these first two. Then we go back to open panel again. Bam,
Uh,
you there? Oh, there you go. There you
Yeah,
go.
you want me to choose violence? All right.
Just he said
Um,
choose yeah, do the first prompt and then the first topic and then the first prompt and then we good.
okay.
And it's open.
So why wouldn't the one carrying the baby be the more responsible one, right? Um, I'm gonna simply put it like this, right? When a man is irresponsible with his seed, which will be his independent resource, he is undisciplined, right? But the independent resources of a woman would be the womb. And when she's reckless with that, she got tricked. Like what? It's not making sense to me. We both have independent resources. One person is reckless with it and they are labeled something negative. The other side is reckless with it and not protecting of it, and they got tricked. And it's all of this shit. And oh my God, I can't believe it. And we put all these provisions and child support. It's not really making sense to me. And I think a lot of this shit is like enabling people to not take accountability and not see things for what they are. That's just the cold hard facts. On both ends, we have an independent resource, and it is your job to protect that. As a man, if you are out here just recklessly splitting your seed somewhere, you are a goofy. Women, if you are allowing men to recklessly spread their seed inside of your womb, you are a goofy. It's just that simple. Okay. So now, to number one, are women the only ones that get tricked, clueless? What advice would you give from being tricked or clueless? Yes, women it seems that way, are the only ones that get tricked and or clueless or naive, right? But it only seems that way because we don't have the luxury of calling it that. We don't have the luxury to operate that way because the things that go wrong with us, we automatically get the consequences of it. There's nobody there to cushion the consequences for men. Nobody's saying, "Hey, hold on, but let's give him a chance. Let's think about. Let's do." It's you can't say, "Oh, I got tricked," because who cares? If right now you get tricked out of a million, listen, these celebrities who get with these women and they get played out of their money, ain't nobody like, "Oh my God, he got tricked." Who cares? No one
Oh
cares.
my God, you was about to, yes, you
No
brought up
one
the point
cares.
I was about
That's
to
what I'm
make.
saying. So we don't have the luxury to even operate in that level of delusion in the world. But again, you're talking about certain people who can shoulda, coulda, woulda their way through life. This should be this way, and this could be this way. So when you live in that kind of lifestyle, yeah, it's okay for you to be like, "Well, that person tricked me." But from a man, that same thing you said that would be considered an excuse, and it would not be accepted. So my advice for not being tricked or not being clueless is to start operating inside of reality. Start operating inside of the realm of consciousness that everyone else has to operate inside of. Number one, take away the shoulds, the coulds, and that shit out of your vocabulary. If the first thing when you hear something happen, the first thing you say, "Well, that shouldn't have," or "that couldn't have," or "that," take that shit out of your category because that right there is the automatic. As soon as you say "should," you're defying reality. I had a teacher that told me that. English, matter of fact, it wasn't English teacher. I was in playwright and production. We were talking about this plots. The moment you say "should," that means you're defying reality. Keep that inside of your mind. Okay, it's never "should," because "should" means something that did not happen that you wish did happen. That's what "should" means. That don't operate the
I,
way.
I was just about to say that the example I was about to give real quick was because I think people who get tricked, they just get sold really well. Um, Meaning, y'all ever seen Baby Boy? And y'all remember when Jody gave his homeboy a dress, and he said, "Go out there and sell this dress. You want to sell this dress? I'll do business with you." His homeboy go out there, he try to sell the dress. See, the problem is he could have had success in it, but the thing is, his salesman skills wasn't
Man,
great
listen.
enough. So
What
it
is?
was like he was trying to, in a way,
Tell
it
me
was like
something
he was
new in
trying
this
to get.
world. Tell me something new in this world.
What you mean?
Just something new that just came about that we don't know about.
What's that? Shit, I don't even know what it's called, but I know it's new, where people could sit up here and go take their phones and exchange it for money.
Yeah,
It's like
what
a
I'm saying is
machine.
that's
You could put
something.
it.
Yeah, we've already had that. They had that inside of stores, and you could take your phone and you could put it in the
I
machine.
just learned
That
about it.
it just advanced. There is nothing new under the sun that we have already been operating. Now, when we talk about technology, that's just an advancement of somebody making something easier that we already did primitively. That's what technology is. But there's nothing new under. We know how all of this shit operates. We know how the brain operates. We know how people operate. So you're not getting tricked. You listen. You have in your brain decided the outcome that you would like. And because you've decided that outcome, your brain is going to tell you this is how this looks. Even if it doesn't match up with reality. So your brain is going to tell you that guy really likes me, even if the things that he's doing does not equate to him liking you. Because you have a desired outcome in your brain. So this is what I'm saying. Stop operating inside of desired outcomes and operate inside of what is, and then you change it. You manipulate your own life, not other people. Does that make sense to anyone?
Yeah, it
I
makes
never
sense.
said you was wrong. I wasn't even
Yes.
going with that.
Yeah. I think the only, I don't know, like a slight pushback that I would have on anything that you said was that men can't afford that particular, because I think we complain about being tricked all the time. So I think only just that's the only part that I would say I don't know if I agree with that totally, but I get your point. You know what I
Can you
mean?
give me an
On that
example?
part. Huh?
Can you give me an example?
I mean, every podcast right now that's out there, any man's podcast, that's one example.
Tricked about what?
Everything. How makeup. We want to talk about this and that is deceptive. Is this?
Hold on, wait.
What I'm saying
No.
is
That's not a trick.
that's what they're
Okay.
claiming. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is you said, hold on. I get what you're saying, but listen, I'm saying you said that men don't have the luxury to use that in our vocabulary. Like we can't say we got tricked. And I'm saying anytime you see these men complaining about their child support and all this up, what we do is we say it's the baby mama fault. She turned this and now she being vindictive and holding my kids from me and blah, 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 blah. Not saying we just try to change the verbiage because we want to make it sound better, but we're basically complaining the same thing that, you know what I mean?
We call them
So that's
deadbeats,
all I
brother.
was saying. That's all I
Yeah,
was
but
saying.
we call them deadbeats, bro. That's what you don't understand.
I
Nobody
get
cares
that,
about
but
that.
no, I
That's
get
not
it.
an excuse right now you can give to
Hold on,
most
hold on,
people
gentlemen,
as to why you don't take care of your kids.
I understand that.
That's what I'm saying. So when I'm saying we don't have the ability to function that way, it's because you can say it all you want to. Society's not going to accept it. And for
Big
that
Bang.
very
They have
reason,
been
there are
accepting.
also there are also men who are going through that very same thing. And because of that, a woman can easily make that person look like a deadbeat. Even though she's doing it. There are people who are grown now. It's a story about a boy. He just broke down on the podcast. He was talking to his mother, found out that she was literally keeping him away from his dad. He didn't know this whole entire time that dad had been making the payments, trying to see us, all of this shit.
Right. I'm not
Because she was
I'm not saying
so what I'm saying is, brother, that wouldn't exist if what you're saying is true.
no.
Hold
Listen.
on. Can I say this?
There's
Can I say this real
96%
quick?
or 90% of men that just automatically give up the kids anyway. So we're talking about 10% of those men who left that fight for it. But my point is, when we talk about that, yeah, you're right. All of that could. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not even saying that there's one over the other or anything of that nature. All I'm saying is, if we are going to be genuine, and we're going to say that when we're talking about this particular question on the panel, right? Are women the only ones being tricked? I'm going to say that's not true. Men get tricked all the time. And it may even be in different areas. You get what I'm saying? It may not just be in relationships, but I'm just saying if we want to make and put the right information out and just to be genuine and be fair and not be biased, we have to say that everybody gets tricked at some point. And that's all I'm saying.
Give
Can
me
I
an
say?
example of when that happens to men and it's accepted.
What do
Can
you
I
mean?
say this?
What?
Can I say this real quick? Can I say this
Yeah.
real quick, gentlemen?
Go
This is
ahead.
what I get. Big Bam. Let me just see if I got what you were saying correctly. So at the end of the day, what happens is this: people speak negativity into existence from people who before them that came before them, like their mother, their father, whatever says, watch out for this person, watch out for this person, and then they systematically, unknowingly, unconsciously go after the same person that their mother and their father told them to stay away from, right? And then when they get in that position, now it's woe is me. I've been tricked. I've been bamboozled. But what you're saying is if you speak and move accordingly in a positive direction, you would regenerate you will overcome the negativity that has been displayed to you, and you would draw in people who are more productive and more like my grandmother used to say, hang around positive people, you do positive things, right? And I never understood that when she used to say that, but then I understood when I got older. So what's happening is a lot of people are putting themselves around negative people. Like for instance, women, young girls, young women would go out and they'll be with their friend. They still got their V card. They still haven't been sexually involved and all that kind of stuff. And then they'll be with their homegirl. And their homegirl be like, "Oh, girl, come on now, you be hanging out, da da da." And then she'll lose a V card to some dude, some random stranger or whatever. And then the girl will feel some type of way. Same way with the men. He'll go out. If bro, you ain't got none. Oh yeah, we gonna hook you up with this chick, and she gonna come in, whatever. And then he go in there. He do his thing, and it's no love, it's nothing like that. And this happens so often that people put themselves around bad influence, bad people, and then they turn around and then they project this back on the world and say, "See, this is what happened. I was tricked, I was lied to, I was deceived." But they won't never really say, you know what? I just hold accountability and I just say, you know what? I was hanging around people who encouraged me and told me to do negative things. Now, the people that did say, stay away from this, value your body, do not mess with this type of person, do not mess with this type of person. I'm one of these people. We go against the grain. That's why that phrase is said, don't go against the grain. People go against the grain because they no longer want to see the waves and look nice and look fly. They go against the grain and then they wonder why they got a bald head. And they like, bro, what happened? No, you went against the grain. So the outcome was you look like you shouldn't look. You're not moving the way you should be because you have adopted all the negative and never put in any positive. That's what I get from what you're saying.
What are you saying? That's what you got from what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got that
No.
from what you're
Okay.
saying. A
So
lot of people put negative in, they don't. A lot of people take in the negative and they don't put the positive in, and then they get tricked because they put so much negativity in it. It just like for instance, like right now, if I met you and we on the streets and we talking positive, right? Oh, we talking positive. Oh yeah, man, everything da da da. And I go and tell somebody else, man, I met this dude. His name Big Bama. Everything's good. Everything's great. And somebody like, man, you don't know that dude. You over there talking to that dude like you friends with him for years. And I'm like, no, but he talking about some good stuff. He talking about credit. Talk about cleaning up the stuff. He talking about standing on business, standing on morals, principles. Bruh, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all good though, bruh. But what about this here, man? We trying to chill. We trying to smoke. We trying to drink. You talk about all this positive stuff, and then they over influence me, or they over encourage me, or they over over talk, and then I say, "Oh, Big Bam, I don't really want to talk to him." You know what I'm saying? Because he's still on that positive stuff, and I ain't really trying to do that because I want to please these people, my friends, the influence, the peer pressure, and all that kind of stuff. And then I start acting out that way, and then This is what happens. People get in bad positions because they have bad influence. Think about it. If all of us on
Yeah,
this
but
panel,
still, hold on, wait. Your desire, okay, in that sense, you still didn't get tricked. You still are desiring an outcome. The problem is, in your scenario, the desired outcome, which I agree with, wasn't a positive one. Like, and we got to be honest about that shit too. It's like we make decisions based upon outcomes that we don't display. Right? The perfect example, what you just said right now, right? If you are desiring to be accepted by a people who do not have moral standard, who do not have ethical code, right? Who do not stand on principles. The outcome of that is probably not going to be great. But we will subject ourselves to this every single day, and then when the negative outcome comes, we're like confused. That you can't say that you got tricked.
Okay.
You desired an outcome that was not favorable to you, but it was favorable in a way
hold on. I
that
got a little
was
pushback.
emotional.
I
You
got a
got
little
an
pushback.
emotional kick out of it,
No,
right?
no, no.
Like bullying a person.
So
Hold on. Let me
real quick,
hold on.
because I
Hold on.
want to get this in before I forget, because
Okay.
I was gonna say, okay, so because I think where me and Bam, I think what the disconnect is, and let me just get this straight, just real quick. So you're basically, your premise, just in a nutshell, I'm going to paraphrase, that we basically don't get tricked, period, right? If you look at it in that you made a decision, it didn't come out that way. You know what I'm saying? So it's not really necessarily a trick. You trick yourself if that's the case. I agree with exactly what you're saying, right? But for the context in which we were talking about earlier, right? For this question, I was saying if being tricked for women, all of the examples that happened that came up that was for women being tricked, quote unquote, then I'm going to say that, okay, well, if that's the case, then men get tricked too. You see what I'm saying? But from what you're saying, I would agree with you, but I'm just talking about for the context of what we were talking about before. It can't be one or the other. It's either nobody gets tricked or they both get tricked. It got to be one of the two. It's just not one or the other. You get what I'm saying? So I think
If
that's
Hey,
if
hold
it,
up real
if it's
quick.
subjective, then
There's
it
like two
is.
people that haven't said anything yet. Just real quick, y'all, before we go to the open panel again. I got to get Nay, and then I got you, Amir, because Nay been up here for a minute, too. Nay, you there?
Yes.
Yeah, what you got on the topic, though? What you heard? Anything you want to add? So I'm trying to make sure everybody at least speak once on here before we go back to open panel.
So am I answering all of them?
Nah, you just doing the topic question and the first prompt.
Oh, so why wouldn't the one carrying the baby be the more responsible one? Well, I don't. Wait, like the one carrying the baby have to be the responsible one? Like, I'm confused.
Now, basically, I was saying you would think because she carried a baby, she'll watch out who she sleep with, or the one that's really gonna pay for it if she run into a no good person. So you would think she would be more responsible.
Well, with that, like, well, like from like personal like experience, well, like from like personal knowledge, like most of them like aren't like responsible. Like they will blame like they would blame like who they already pregnant by. Like, I mean,
Nene, can I ask you a
Hold
question?
up, let her finish real quick. Let her finish.
Okay.
like you about to have a baby by them, so
But I do know like some people who be like, oh, like, well, I made this mistake, so like I'm like the more responsible one, if that's like what you mean. But like most like
So let me just ask this then. Basically, I'm just what I mean by that is just do you believe women should be more safer who they have sex with?
yes, like they
Okay.
really should. They really need to be like they really need to be strapped up because like I mean like I just think they should be more safer, yes, because if you having a baby with the wrong person, like then you also gotta like be able to co-parent with them and everything. So yes, I do think they should be more responsible. Like and also like nowadays, like how they talk about, oh, like the baby daddy don't do this and that. So yes.
Okay. Okay.
Nah,
Amir,
okay.
Amir, you just won't be open panel as soon as Amir go. We gonna go back. Everybody can talk after that.
What's up, big dog?
What's up, brother? How you feeling, man?
Oh man, I'm tired as hell, but I'm enjoying the conversation. You know,
Hmm.
I'm glad you up. Glad you got me up. What's up to everybody on the panel? So definitely the way you just described it and explained it, it made perfect sense to me. If you know, I'm not a woman, but you know, if I was to try and put myself in her shoes and think, you know, how I would move if I was a woman, I would definitely be thinking that it's more of a risk for me than the partner that I take on. So I would think that I need to be and would definitely try to be more responsible. Now, if I was or not, that's a different story. I think that's what's happened a lot of times in our society, obviously. Some people know better, but they taking a chance. And that's just, you know, that's what life is. It's a chance, man. And that's what, you know, moving into the trick part, that's what we talking about. You know what I'm saying? I kind of dig with how big is trying to break it down. And you know, we just gotta realize that we are the manifestation of our thoughts, our actions. If we have expectations, then we should be ready for failure. You know what I'm saying? You got these high hopes and expectations, and you don't know this person. You know what I'm saying? You don't know why you have these high expectations about this person, but you do. Just because, you know what I'm saying, you feeling good, it's tingling down there. So we really lack from a knowledge of self and structure and, you know, parameters and commitments, things that we just not going to do until this person does that. You know what I'm saying? Levels of commitment. People should be, now more than ever, people should be dating for marriage. You know what I'm saying? And if y'all don't believe in the piece of paper or whatever, I don't want to get all into that. But it should be a commitment. It should be a contract. You should be able to hold somebody accountable for their ways and actions when it comes down to you, your life, your future, your seed. You know what I'm saying? So I don't believe people are tricked. I believe people do a lot of tricking. I used to do a lot of tricking, and I know it's a lot of people out there. Y'all call it what y'all want. Y'all know y'all was out there tricking too. You feel me? So, you know, you can call it naive, gullible, you can make excuses. You know, sometimes people they want to be tricked. It's part of their cycle of abuse. You know what I'm saying? So whatever trauma they might have went through, they need that to feel, you know, a sense of completion, or that might be a result of being upset. They'll just go do self-damage and, you know, sleep with somebody, and then they be like, oh, I got tricked. Come on, man. So, you know, we adults here, if there's some younger people on the panel, just keep your legs closed. Just live an honorable life, and you won't be tricked. Trust and believe. If you take everything to our Creator in prayer and have people vet in your family, you feel me, and you cross-reference things to truth and power, you'll be good. You know what I'm saying? 98% of the time, you're going to come out straight. Just stop tricking. Ain't nobody getting tricked. You tricking. and I'm done.
When they get
I
reversed.
agree. I
So
agree with
kitchen, yeah,
that.
you could. I think you had a rebuttal or something like that. And then I'm gonna let Bam and cousin get that
No,
exchange again.
I just wanted to say this here. The brother was just speaking facts, and that goes back to foundation, right? Um, but Tanae, I think your
Oh, I
name,
like
Nate.
what you said about Foundation Kitchen. I did hear that earlier. I love what you said about that, fam.
You gotta have it. If you don't have it, you don't do anything and everything for pleasure. Um, and that's what winds up happening. I think her name is Nay. Nay. Let me ask you this. And I promise you, I'm not trying to be disrespectful and get into your business. I'm just being serious. Um, how old are you? May?
She young, pretty young. I don't
I
even think
know
you have
she.
to add that question. You know, she young.
Yes.
Oh,
You
yeah, she's
get,
young.
she got that
So
light voice. You could tell she young.
okay,
She's one of our
so
young. So she's an aspiring
let's
nurse.
say
I checked her page.
let- let's let's say she's 21. Okay, so you had a few relationships. Let's say she had at least two. She was started when she was 17, dated a guy till she was 19, then wound up getting another guy when she was 21. I mean, 20, between 20 and 21. Okay, so this is the thing we're trying to get you to understand, Miss Nate, is this. You are precious, not because of your low body count. You're precious because your body means something and your mind means something. And what happens is when a person or people or man or woman have multiple bodies, they mind psychologically it does something to them. It could take them
Not that
to a
word.
dark. It could take them to a dark place. You say how that works? Okay,
Not that word. You had to say that.
dark place. Oh, I'm sorry. I ain't know.
No,
I
you
didn't know
said
the sense of that.
psychological. Never
Yeah,
mind.
psychological. It take you to
Uh,
a. It take you to a dark place or a positive place. And when it takes you to a dark place, you put yourself in a bad space because now, because of your bad experiences, you think that you will think, not you per se, but you will think that it's a lot of bad men out here. And vice versa. If men go to a dark place, they'll think it's a lot of bad women out here. The thing is that you have to understand that we men and women have to understand. The man have to understand his seed is precious and not waste it. That means stay away from self-pleasing yourself. We know what that means. Same way with a woman. You don't need a rose that will please yourself. However, these things comes up and people get addicted to certain things. They get caught up in certain things, and then next thing you know, they move in certain ways, and they getting caught up, and then next thing you know, 5, 10 years pass, and it's all these experiences, all this drama, all this trauma, all this different things that comes in flow with it. And this is the last thing I'm gonna say before I drop. 'Cause I want to let somebody else up. What happens is that we have people or had people in our lives that told us, hey, you're moving too fast. Hey, be careful. Hey, don't do that. Hey, no, don't, nah, hey, listen, even if you go to a restroom in a public space, you got crab that could jump. All these different things people have told us. And you know what? People still go sit on the toilet. They put tissue on the toilet or whatever, and they still, their liners on the toilet. They still sit on the toilet. People tell them, hey, don't go out there fighting and arguing with people. They still go out there and fight and argue with people. Tell people, hey, listen, go to school. A lot of people go to school, they get an education, and then they realize, oh, the education I went to get is really not beneficial for me. And then I'm in a big city somewhere where the rent is terrible. I don't want to go back to my parents' place because I want to do whatever I want. Same way with men and women. I don't want to go back to my parents' place because even though I can't afford it, I'm going to go out here and do it anyway. So they got a job, they struggling, they can't barely get by, cleaning supplies, all this kind of stuff happen. And then someone gets the bright idea and say, you know what? I can't afford this stuff, but I know what I can do to afford it. What you can do? I can finesse. I got lie. I could trick. And guess what? They get into that, They run around, they doing the tricking, they doing the finessing, they doing all these different types of things. And then things start to weigh on them, and the consciousness start to weigh on them. They start to struggle. They get burned down. They say, "Oh my God, I'm out here doing this stuff, and I work at Walmart, but I'm paying for this $1,700 a month rent and everything like that. But I only make $500 a week, and now I got to do some extra things to be able to make this change. And I got a kid, and I got this." Listen, at the end of the day, only thing I'm saying to you, Nate, is stay home as long as you can. If you can't find no one that you could build with, and you can't find no one that could compromise or pay for everything, stay where you at. Because this world is dangerous, it's fearless, it doesn't care, it'll eat you up. That's why the woman made a song that says, no, it was some men that made a song. It says, "Oh, there she go. She's a man eater." Anyway, I'm gonna lay on this. Listen, I'm laying on this. At the end of the day, if we didn't care, we'll say, "Yes, sis, do your thing. Walk out there looking like a skank." Hey, we didn't care, we'll say, "Yes, wear those tight spandex. We love to see your camel toe." If we didn't care, we'll say, "Hey, listen, enjoy doing what you do, because hopefully I'm the next guy in line." Like, it ain't got anything to do with any religion or anything. We're just saying, hey, listen, ladies and gentlemen, protect your body at all costs. You are precious. And if you don't see that you're precious, there's men out here that don't see you're precious and they will take advantage of that. Men and women. And guess what? We say that you're not tricked, but at the end of the day, you still get tricked. You know why? Because you convince yourself, once again, like I said, to believe that what they saying is thorough and valid. You trick yourself. That's why I was saying we can trick ourselves into believing that it's worth it. And the person that's tricking can say they trick themselves as well. We only trick ourselves. Nobody else trick us. We trick ourselves. It's the perfect person. Person got all this money, they got all this. Yeah, but you're still tricking yourself. At the end of the day, we all trick ourselves into believing, ignore the red flags, don't pay attention to this, don't pay attention to that. I'm still gonna do what I want to do. Okay, do whatever you want to do, but don't complain about it. And that's all I want to say. At the end of the day, do not complain if you think that you know what's best. If you know what's best and you get tricked, don't complain. If you go out here and do something and someone is warning you and you still do what you want to do, don't complain. People are complaining about things that they wanted to do. I land on that.
All right. I think y'all. I think
I'm gonna
Bam
drop
and
down.
Cousin was going back and forth. You said,
Yeah,
"All right,
I'm
for sure, brother.
gonna drop down. I love you, bro.
All right, for sure,
All right.
brother."
Let me say this right to Cousin. First of all, that was just a wild exchange. I just want y'all to understand that. And it was a bit. It had a bit to do with what we was talking about because it's like, and I see this happen on the app a lot. Right? Sometimes we have to learn or understand or be able to assess rather when there's something conducive happening, right? And then remove yourself or your ego from oh, everybody want to speak, or I just want to. Sometimes it's a message that needs to be said, and that's like the important thing. You know what I mean? Like if we having a conducive conversation, just people being able to talk is like not as important if just you gonna go on this wild ass tangent and take everybody the fuck away. And we was having a you know what I mean, an intellectual dialogue. Okay, so let me say this right to Cousin. First of all, I didn't disagree with what you were saying. I agree with what you're saying. And yes, I do also agree that no, I don't feel like people are out here getting tricked. That's separate from me though. So I agree with that. I believe that. But I also believe that the term, or rather the concept of being tricked, because that's all it is right now, because that's not really what it is. We agree to that. It doesn't affect anyone. It doesn't really typically affect the outcome for men. Being tricked can affect anyone, but it affecting the outcome, it doesn't affect it for men. That's just not how society, and it's not like a personal thing or like a gender thing. It's just how society has conditioned us to treat men. It don't matter what it is that Cardi B has talked about tricking men. You know what I'm saying? Several women artists have talked about tricking men. Nobody's like, oh my God, I wonder what's going on with those guys.
All right, so you talking about the social implication?
I mean, not even the implication. I'm saying whether or not you're dissolved of the responsibility, it's not affected.
I'ma love this exchange between y'all two, because y'all been the last two. They always give me headaches, so I can't wait. I can't wait for y'all two.
Hey, Kev, you know I'm old as smoke. Hey, Bam, I got you, cousin. It might take you. Just keep peeping him out. I feel what he's saying.
I see where he at. Yeah. Though. I get it. I get what you're saying.
Go ahead. I love this battle, man. Go ahead. Do y'all thing. Y'all gonna give each other a headache this time, not me.
This ain't a battle, man.
I know. I do. I try to make it like that.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing. I'm saying because we both can technically, whatever we call, like he said, whatever we call being tricked. Yeah, we could say that. But if a woman say I was tricked and a man say he was tricked, two totally different outcomes.
Totally different things.
You still, if a man say he tricked, okay, that's cool, but you still got to deal with the consequences. You still got to pay child support, even if she bought liquor or and, you know what I'm saying, and got you inebriated and slept with you. Hell, matter of fact, I talked to Kev about this before. I actually know Brittany Renner. I work with her sister. I seen her quite often. That interview she gave, everybody go look at that interview of how she basically is talking about literally latching on to a young athlete and having a child with him for a check.
Cool, huh, Bam?
He got tricked, but is he still paying child support? Oh, okay. We don't care when it comes to a man. Say you're tricked, whoop-de-doo-dah. All right, are you still going to pay it? Yeah, because if not, you're going to jail. We don't care.
But she still got to take care of the kids. So I think they're both. There's an implication on both sides, regardless. Like we could say, it's not like the kid is somewhere else, she living her life, ain't doing shit, he's just paying. Like that
was her intention, though.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like I think, there's a cost on both sides. There's somebody that whenever we make bad decisions, right? There's a cost, and that's all I was saying. Like
if I'm willing to pay the cost though, then it don't matter. That's like most things. When I'm tricking a person, there's a cost to it, right? Whether it be a moral cost, right? Because I could trick a person and then morally later on, like, damn, I feel bad about that because I was really a good person. You see what I'm saying? Right. It's still a cost. But if I decide I'm willing to pay that, the other person who did not have a choice of whether or not they were going to pay a cost or not, because I'm technically manipulating them, that it's not fair to that person. But it's true whether it's a man or a woman. But when it's a man, we don't care whether or not you asked to pay the cost or not, or whether or not you even knew that there was a cost. The consequences are still the same. A woman can say, oh, I got tricked, and then somebody gonna come in, oh my God, I can't believe matter of fact, they'll demonize the man. Now this is the baddest person on the history of this planet, this guy. I can't believe he tricked you this way. He's a womanizer.
Right.
We still watching interviews with Brittany Renner to this day. We still listen to Cardi B music to this day. Nobody's demonizing these people. People got $1 million contracts. So that's what I'm saying. I agree with everything you're saying. It's just socially, we don't view it the same. And that's just how it is.
Hey, Bam, let me say something, homie, because I love how you coming. And I can tell, you know what I'm saying, you in the thread of society right now as far as, you know what I'm saying, the younger generation. I'm one of them old cats, playboy. So I was doing your thing that you're doing now. I was doing that shit like in the 80s and 90s, you feel me? So what's interesting about what you just said, though, is when you come full circle, and I'm just trying to encourage people, man, because like I said earlier, we got to date for marriage now. Like when I was dating young, it was a lot of tricking going on, feel me? And I'm not shooting no arrows, I'm not judging, and I'm, you know what I'm saying, I got to deal with the consequences and repercussions of that, feel me? But what I'm trying to get y'all to see is that I've come full circle. I had grace, man. I made it. I'm lucky. I ain't got, you know what I'm saying, no diseases, no baby mamas and shit. I got a cool family and I'm doing my thing, right? But it took a lot of sacrifice for me to change my wants and desires. So I stopped tricking and being tricked. But this is what I was going to say. That's a given. I just wanted to give my little testimony. But it's interesting. This is the funniest shit. When you say that we still promoting this shit. I remember when I was in the generation and the elders was like, y'all still promoting this shit. And they wasn't listening to it. And guess what? I don't listen to none of that shit. I don't even really, like, homie, be honest with you. I don't even, if you showed me Brittany Reiner right now next to another woman, I wouldn't know who the fuck she was. I'm just going to be honest with you. And I don't listen to Cardi B, but I feel you. You see what I'm saying? Because you got your ear to the street and you know what's going on.
Oh,
so
you'll notice her.
I'm listening.
Well, we said it though. It's nothing new under the sun. It just all repeats. You know what I mean? Because you know what? It's crazy because like even in the 60s, all of the older generation back then said that those youngsters was doing the same shit, wilding. Like the same things we complain about today, they was complaining about in 1920. We can go back. I go back in history. It's 1800s. Motherfuckers was still complaining about the same shit. So I don't know. I think it's just a human condition, bro. To be honest, yeah, for real talk.
See. Damn. I don't even want to be this guy. I'm gonna say this though. There were times in history, it's, at least for us. I don't really talk about napkin history. You know what I mean? I only talk about melanated history. In our history, to where these things were not necessarily true, and it was before assimilation. We had a totally different outlook and conditioning of how we addressed each other, right? And then we also had it was almost the opposite of the way we operate now, if that makes sense. It was like everything was so purposeful that we literally had people in our community, men and women, who were literally unalive if that's what the cost was. I'm saying this because I'm going back to what Cousins was talking about with the cost, right? Think about the people that we knew in our community who knew what the cost was. Malcolm X knew what the cost was. Fred Hampton knew what the cost was. Martin Luther King, maybe not so much because he might have thought he was getting under the radar, but he knew the possibility of it. Stokely Carmichael. These people knew what the cost was, but they still gave it. So, like, that's what I'm saying. I just want us to keep that in mind when we're talking about us. We did not function this way always. This is some European napkin shit that we on right now.
Real talk. And funny thing about what you said, Bam, is actually in our lessons. It's called tricknology. Trick knowledge. Exactly. And we're talking about tricking.
AKA reverse psychology.
Right. Lies. Lie to yourself. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I think we had a different respect behind it. I think that we definitely had a different pride in ourselves. You know, we had a different, I guess what's the word I'm looking for? We had
pride. We had pride. We don't have none now. We don't have any honor. We don't have any honor.
That's what I'm saying. Right. There's an honor code. There's respect. There's all of that. You know, we had that regardless if we went to the little juke joint or the, you know what I mean, the little speakeasy at night and did our thing. Yeah, we did that, but then we still came back and had honor with that. And I think that's the difference. Like, even if we had
social norms, cousin, that nobody would, cross, or, somebody down the block would tell on your ass, tell your mama, or get you in trouble, and you then go tell your mama. I had my neighbor whoop my ass, and then I go home and my mama whooped my ass too. I was like, damn.
Because we never believed or adopted, everybody should be doing what they want to do and what makes them feel good and all that. We never adopted that shit. I don't give a damn what makes you feel good. If that's some shit that we do not uphold as ethical and as a principle, we're going to call that shit out. And that's how we operated. That's how we function for the longest.
But like,
now
think about this, right?
Under this.
What you think about like in the 80s and 90s?
Everybody, as long as they're happy, just let them Like
Right.
some of this stuff that's going. I mean, look at the staples of our community. One of the biggest staples of our community, and this is whether you agree with that thing or not, was the church. The church was unmovable. It was unwaverable. It was just stuff that you could not do
In the
and
church.
claim to be
Yeah.
a part of the church.
Right.
And it's now people walking around, not only walking around, some of them are pastors. Look at these last stories. I don't know if y'all been paying attention to these stories. It's been stories of pastors coming out, they marrying men. It's just stuff that you could not do and proclaim to be. There are no more rules to
Publicly.
anything anymore. The rule is, does it make you happy? And if so, do it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, bam, like we had, because I don't know. I feel like there's always that particular area, but we just kept it tucked. Like, even if we had NWA, right? Gangster, this, that, and the third. We had Luke, Pop the Pussy, all that other shit, blah, 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 blah. We had all of that, but then at the same time, we had, African Bambaataa. We had, Public Enemy. We had an option, right? We had like the balance. So you had people that was doing whatever, your Sexy Reds and all that shit that they got now. But then we had also some positive shit. And then we can also go make a slow jam tape with some high notes. Like we had all of that to where it was a balanced out thing. Now it just seemed like it's just one way. And I know it's not. I know that there's other artists and all that stuff. But you know what I mean? It just seems like what's being pushed.
Uncle Luke never would have been able to talk politics, though. That's what.
Yeah.
Like, do we understand that Cardi B has literally been on, political campaigns, bro?
Yeah, I know.
You see what that's what I'm saying. Like at that time, that's what it was, and a lot of times it was frowned upon. The Freaknik shit. You heard about the Freaknik tapes that's coming out. You like, oh my God, it was people there that because that shit was frowned upon. You would be ashamed if you was out there participating in what Uncle Luke had going on, bro. You had to stay your freaky ass over there.
I was there.
Respectfully, that's what it was. You were in that category. You were with those people. Now, like you said, if you did it under the radar, nobody knew. Okay, but if people knew, and that's the way you function, you supported that shit. The way people support a lot of ideologies today, you couldn't interchange. You couldn't go over there and be with Uncle Luke bass music and shake it, and then now you come back over here. You talking about the church? You on the usher board, huh?
Right.
You on the usher board, and you just was. No, that's not how it works.
Somebody would snitch on you, on me. They would.
That's what I think. It just didn't work that way.
They would go tell the pastor on you.
On my soul, and you would be. Listen, they had shit like excommunication from the church. They would excommunicate you from the church, bro. If you can't even do that shit no more. That's what we doing this shit to ourselves.
I don't lie to you. I just saw a little video talking about ass clapping for Jesus, and I was like, "What?"
Oh, stop it! No,
I swear, I'm not. I kid you not.
I can't even think about that.
Crumping for Jesus, and I was sitting here like, "Are you serious right now? Like, is this what we're really doing?"
That's what
I don't know if it was a joke or if it was like, you know what I mean. But I was like, wow, that was crazy.
Yo, I remember.
And then we talking about.
I remember, bam, check this out. This let me give y'all a little history, yo. Y'all might know somebody that didn't and had this happen, or y'all might have heard the story. We was church goers, yo, and we get in trouble with the saints. They make you. I remember they used to make you go into the sanctuary when wasn't nobody in there, yo, and you had to go up onto to the altar, and you had to sit in front of that mug, yo, on your knees, feel me, and just pray. And then they come and check on you every now and then. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be like farting around, because then, you know what I'm saying, your time might have to start over. That basically, like, go to sleep on the altar and get them sins about you.
Man, you was going to church 3-4 days out of the week, bro. Like, it's.
I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know.
Bible study.
Yes, sir.
If don't let your parent be somebody on one of them boards. The usher,
my
you
mama
go
was
to the usher board meeting.
My mama was the church secretary 15 years, bro. My pop was
over with. Oh, you going to all the meetings? She on the treasure board.
And look, and there was marital counselors, bro. So it was church at my house. Bro, you know what I'm saying? 2 nights a week.
That's where you live, bro.
Like,
you live in the fellowship hall.
Come on, man.
Because you're doing your homework in the fellowship hall.
In the fellowship hall.
Hey, real quick,
saying, bro, it's just shit that we doing now.
Damn, you can say, I love what you said. You could say, you can put the tarnish on it now, whatever. Everything has its limits.
But it's not the church, it's the people. We the church. So the lessons, you know what I'm saying? Them is what kept me, man. And I ain't never lied about it, bro. Them lessons that I learned, that's what kept me, man. I was a fool. I was out there. I done been to jail, homie. I done done all that dumb shit. And I tell everybody I was saved by grace, man. I'm glad our Creator brought me back into the fold, bruh. And I live a clean life. And that's why I think I'm still here, because I'm trying to manifest good things. I'm trying to put back into the community. But if we talking about tricking and body counting and living your best life and all that I'm telling you, man, it's you're going to have to pay for that shit. Trust and believe you're going to have to pay for that shit.
And there's no order in it. I don't know why we're trying to order it, and there's no order in it.
Right. There's no order in chaos.
Even like what he said, this question, what can men and women do to correct unhinged people? It's the same thing. There's nothing you can do.
Real quick, because I know we about to get into this, but I got to do it real quick. Hey, we are now at 12. What are we, 12K? Come on, man.
13.
It's 13? Okay, it's 41 people up in here. All right. We need to get to 20, man.
Hey, I don't know if anybody else is having this issue, but I can't see no prompts on the host screen.
Yeah, see, that's probably because ain't nobody tapping, and then the shit freezes up. And that's why I'm saying we got to keep the live alive. So most of the time when we asking for the likes and the shares, that's to keep this thing going. If you like the conversation, you know what I mean? If you hate everybody on the panel, tap the screen on their face and just act like you're hitting them. Just do that. Tap it. Just tap the screen and get this likes going up, man. Let's get to 20. Okay. We got to rebuke the crumping for Jesus. We got to rebuke that. So tap the screen so we can get this on the right track. God damn it. I mean, man, because I don't know. I think Kev done left the building. He got a little chair sitting over there. He got a little chair avatar. I don't even see his face no more. The screen about to. So I'll read you the prompts because I know you haven't spoke yet, right? Print.
No, I haven't gotten in on anything. You guys been on a tangent, and I just didn't want to interrupt where your brainwaves were going.
Right. Have we heard from Venetia yet either? Have we? I just want to make sure everybody get a chance to get in because we'll go all night on this. This is what happens when you start getting good conversations, man. We apologize. You're taking over everything, but sometimes it get rolling. But
yeah, I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
I did not mean that in a negative way.
Yeah, you did. It's okay.
No, I meant
my feelings is hurt, bro.
No, I was just saying I was listening, and I didn't got anything I was gonna add was gonna derail what y'all were talking about, just like already it has.
Matter of fact, tap that to teach Print a lesson for being rude. Tap the screen, extra time for him. No, I'm just
It does say warning, feelings may arise. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And now I can't. I used to be able to see the prompts, and I can't even see. I was gonna read it to you, but I can't even see it. Well, hell, just if you want to talk about anything that you just heard just a minute ago, come on with it. Let me hear from you.
I remember the first one was are women the ones who can be tricked or clueless?
Right.
I mean, I guess it's a subjective question because Kevin likes to do that kind of shit. For me, it's one of those things that if we're talking about like just an average scenario where the woman is an adult and she's making decisions, it's not my obligation if you're signing a contract with me to make sure that you understand the full terms. Now you can make it clear that before you sign you want that to be met, and then we can negotiate that, but nobody's under no requirement, generally speaking, to make sure that when you sign your name you understand what you're signing your name to. That's why you sign your name.
Word.
So if you're clueless, then my recommendation to you is to curb that behavior instead of create a crutch that allows you to continue to make decisions that don't have unfavorable results. Be an active participant in your life and decide to do things with intention. And then the cluelessness will begin to work itself away. That doesn't mean conquer everything in one day, but do one thing today with intent that you didn't do yesterday, and that will snowball into a a mindset where you feel comfortable, quote unquote, making sure you understand what you're getting into. But it's nobody's responsibility to do that for you. The world is a nasty, violent, manipulative place. And if you can't adapt to that, then I'm sorry. You know, there's an old phrase that many will be quickly separated. Well, it's the world that separates those two. And it's your obligation to make sure that you can handle yourself in reality, not make sure reality has enough safety labels for you to just aimlessly walk through it. So that's just my take.
Good point, brother. Good point. Well said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, the prompt's back. Can you see the prompts?
Yeah, I'll let Venetia go next. I mean, I don't want to just monologue the whole time unless you guys really love my raspy voice.
You see that little he was trying to trick y'all. He was trying to trick y'all. That's what that was. We ain't falling for it. We ain't falling for it. Venetia, you there?
Probably passed out.
Yeah, she might be night.
Right. No, but I understand. I like how the young brother put it, man. You know what I'm saying? When we talk in slang, we basically say just stop getting tricked. But I love the way he said it. You gotta accept responsibility for your decisions, and if you fall short of an expectation, just knowledge yourself, get more equipped, get more ready for the next time. You know what I'm saying? It should be a learning experience. Everything in life not fair. It's a cold world, and we know everybody ain't gonna make it. So you might want to get your A game up. You know what I'm saying? You might want to get in the gym, you might want to read a book, you might want to drink some water and get some rest. Because, you know what I'm saying, these are the things, these solutions, man. We talking about all these problems. We got to do what people that are successful do. You know what I'm saying? Read their bios and autobiographies, and you'll understand they take very good care of themselves. They pour into themselves. You know what I'm saying? So you got to get knowledge yourself, man. Get some fruits and herbs and some berries up in you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to interrupt you at all, but I just want to feed on what you're saying.
Cook, bro. Go ahead and cook.
A lot of successful people that I've listened to just on a personal basis, they all have a commonality in what they do for themselves. And without saying these words, but this is what they're saying, is that they set themselves up for success. So like for myself, what that means is that I have a wife and 2 kids and a dog that's dependent on going everywhere with us. So I know it's going to take me time to get somewhere. So instead of not worrying about it and then just waiting till the last minute trying to rush everybody out the door and ultimately showing up late, I set myself up for success. And I tell the kids, hey, at this time I need you to get ready. I need you to go take the dog out for a walk before we leave. By this time, I tell my wife, hey, you got this many minutes till we got to walk out the door. You know what I mean? So it's like, little victories like that where you start setting yourself up for success, that becomes a habitual behavior, where when you're applying for jobs or you're working in a job or you're planning out your week, you say, what are the things that I can do that are going to make this whole process just travel so much smoother?
Asking a lot, bro. You asking a lot for the average person today that got this damn phone in their hand that's always looking at these damn TikToks and shit. Come on, man. You talking about preparing and planning for success? Really? Come on, man. Are you serious? People still do that?
Hey, Amir, though, listen, it should be easier now because your shit is in your head.
Where success can happen.
No, listen, even that though, right? What you just said, like with the phone, it's so easy to plan your whole day and the motherfucker tell you. Like, you have no excuse. You have your phone tell you, it is 1 o'clock. Get your ass up. It is 2:30. This your meeting.
Right.
This is 2:45. Go take your ass up. Like, we got it here all day, every day on our hand, reminders if we want to do that. So, like, if you are seriously not prepared nowadays, you are trying to fail. That's how I look at it. Like, you can't tell me, you can't tell me that this is, like, we can sit here and say life is hard, right? And in retrospect, yes. Okay, there was difficult parts about life. I'm not going to act like It's easy. However, life is what you make it. And let's be honest. Okay, a lot of this shit that we go through is because we fucked up. It's because we didn't have the proper plan. Exactly. It's because we didn't sign the damn right paperwork. It's because we didn't put our shit in on time. It's because we didn't make it to the place on time. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And so, like, we can alleviate a lot of our struggles and a lot of our strife by just simply preparing and being early. That's like, I don't understand why a motherfucker can't be on time nowadays. That's the one thing that kills me.
My mom
Yeah,
used
and the
my mom
the
used
whole
to say, if
point.
you on time, you late, cousin. That's what my mama used to say.
Yeah, I
You
mean
on
that's how
time,
I
you
was
late.
raised too.
You gotta be there
15 minutes
early.
early is on time.
Right? That's military. You 15. If you 10 minutes early, you 5 minutes late. What you talking about?
That's what
So
I'm talking about.
yeah. So I
The
mean,
whole point that I was making, though, maybe it got missed, was that you don't have to conquer all of these things in your life in one foul sweep. That's generally a battle that most people can't win. I know that I would fail if I tried to fix all of my wrongs in one day. But if I can just isolate one thing that maybe I can preemptively put work in on that will benefit me in the future, that's a small victory that I think isn't a hard reach for anybody. You mean everybody on this panel, I'm sure we can all find one thing in our life that we could do tomorrow that would be more efficient
That's right.
and benefit us.
I like what you said about the snowball effect and
yep.
it developing a habit. I like that part. See,
You
but
know
see, you
what?
got to think in terms of this is the funniest thing to me because I'm an old head. So when I was in school, I was a resident advisor at the dorms. I used to you had to give seminars to the incoming freshmen, right? So I used to give, my favorite seminar was the ice cream social, but my second favorite was the time management social. You see what I'm saying? The time management social. We had to sit down and actually teach young people to pick up the pencil and the paper and write down your day and all the things that you need to get done and organize them according to the time you have allotted. And then if you don't get to, and check them off. And if you don't get to them, put them to the next day and don't forget any of them. See, these are simple things we tell kids, but we as adults, we take them for granted, bruh. We think we got time. That's the problem, y'all. We think we got time.
Yep. Hey, bro, this just reminds me, like, my father used to always tell me that you got to make your bed in the morning, right? Every morning, make your bed.
Yes, sir.
And so, and we had to do the hospital corners. We had to do, it was a military 2-inch cuff, the whole shit. Like, I had to get down and my shit had to be tight every day, all day. You don't, before you do anything. And I used to always be like, what the fuck? Is this bullshit? You just trying to make me do this? Why? I'm about to get back in it. And then, he's just military. Okay, that's what it was. And one day he told me, he said, you know why I always tell you to make the bed? Because that right there is a first victory of your day. You have completed one task before you've even started anything else in your day. And it's the snowball effect. This is the start. This is why we tell you to do things. A lot of times what you hear nowadays is, why would I do that? That ain't nothing. I ain't got. It's not about what the thing is. It's about maybe what it represents. It's about maybe starting up success. You made that bed. That's one completed thing that you've done. You know what I mean? Now, you start going through your day. Now you start saying to yourself, damn, you know what? Look at everything that you did as completed tasks, right? Oh, I ate breakfast. I did that. Boom. Check that off. Now, and if you start doing that, what you're doing is subliminally building a habit and how to categorize your day. And I didn't realize that until, you know what I'm saying, later in life. And I was like, you know what? That is some genius shit. And it's like some Mr. Miyagi shit. You thought you was painting the fence, but you didn't know that you was learning how to block. You know what I mean? That's how it is.
I mean, cousin, our brains are really uniquely designed for pattern recognition, right? Like, I mean, you can agree with that, right? That our brains recognize patterns really easily.
And compartmentalizing, yep.
Yeah, so if your pattern is get up, make your bed, recognize that victory, get a serotonin dump for the success, and then move on, eat breakfast, and then you get another quote unquote like serotonin dump for the success. Your brain starts picking up on these successful things that you're doing and wants you to do more. That becomes the status quo. Now, if you can also do that in the opposite direction, and then that's kind of what depression does. It's, from my experience with depression, is depression compounds the depression and makes more and more of it while giving you some sort of chemical dose at the same time. It just keeps feeding itself. So instead of giving into that aspect, I say focus on the victories, and you'll start making more of them and more of them and more of them. And then that just becomes the status quo that you carry yourself in every day.
Like, honestly, bro, I'm not even gonna lie to you. There have been days that I have not made my bed as an adult. There's a few of them. But on those very few times that I haven't, I didn't do shit all day. And then I start thinking to myself, like, did I psych myself out? You know what I mean? Like, is this like a superstition that is really not true? Or did I just, you know what I mean? Like, I could probably count them on my hand. With one hand
for you, cousin.
I didn't. But I remember, like, and I didn't make my bed. I was like lazy as shit. And I didn't do nothing after that. And I was
feel
like,
you because,
it's
like
crazy.
you said, it
Yeah.
started that, like both of y'all said, you started the day that way, messed up. So now the rest of the day is messed up. But I got one even deeper for you than that. I got a thing in my bathroom, and it says a day. I tell you, I ain't read it in a while. Y'all know the saying. It says a day hymned in prayer is less likely to become unraveled. So you can take that for what it's worth, but you know what I'm saying? Because you might not be into religion or whatever. But I believe that our Creator wants us to give him acknowledgement. So once you get up and give yourself that energy to say something to somebody else, submit to something like maybe a prayer or a stretch or acknowledge to say peace to someone, or, you know what I'm saying, do some exercise, drink something good, where you break your fast of sleeping with something positive, as opposed to maybe arguing or waking up grumpy about the next day, or like you said, don't make your bed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I really believe, man, you're a manifestation of your thoughts, B. And it's as simple as that. God, our Creator wants us to do right, and we choose to do other than that. And that's why we deaf, dumb, and blind. We lost because we are other than ourselves. Our righteous selves tells us, hey, man, you need to get on your knees and thank your Creator for your existence. Life is beautiful, man. You ain't supposed to be only pondering on the negative things. You know what I'm saying? You got to prepare to be successful. You got to be alone to be a leader, to get your thoughts together so you can take in consideration your subjects. You know these things, man. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't, you're a boy and you need a pledge process. And it's okay. A ritual, pledge process, transportation. It's okay. Go find a brother to teach you something. Read a book. It's all good. Have balance in your life. You know? Ain't nobody got it all. We all got to go get, a refreshing at some point, whether it be with a spiritual advisor, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, bro. You got to get some help. We're social people.
Hey, have y'all ever thought about, like, we can't have too much of one thing, or like it's gonna be something wrong in the, like the balance of life or something? Like,
no doubt.
If you're too good and you have no vices or you have nothing wrong, then your shit ain't gonna be right for some reason. But if you too bad, it's not gonna be right. Like, it gotta be some kind of a balance. Have y'all noticed that, or am I just tripping? Because, like, when I used to be in church heavy, I grew up, grandmother was a deacon. Like, I'm talking about church, Sunday school, 4 times a week type shit. Like, it was bad, all the way. But, yo, I was the most debaucherous motherfucker ever in those days. Like, and then when I stopped, really going religious, right, and really start going more spiritual in actually trying to, like, build a better connection and relationship spiritually, I changed all of the other worldly ways, and then I've been living better ever since, right? And so a lot of people tell me, like, well, and that's why I say I don't necessarily say the church, the building is for everybody. You know what I mean? I think, and sometimes people misunderstand what I mean, but, like, it seemed like when I was doing that, it was too much. It was too much good, and I had to do something. You know what I mean? And I don't know, it's weird, but I don't know if that sounds weird to y'all, but it just seemed like if you don't have
You know what it is what a lot of people don't want to realize, man, is that church, the Bible is basic information before leaving the planet Earth. Your religion and your relationship to that church and that pastor and his, the way he's teaching, that's all an individual thing, because it's everyone's salvation different. You got some people going to church that's pure at heart, other people that's going for whatever reason and the other reason. So I think that was just a stage that you needed to realize, hey, I got the basics. Now I need to go out here and really change myself in the way that I'm cut. Like, this is the way I really get down. Like you said it. We all go to church. We fronting really because we know we sinners. You know what I'm saying? They used to call us one day a week saints. You know what I'm saying? Even though we was in church 5 days a week. You had them one day a week saints. You go on Sunday, be at the club on Saturday. So it's just a natural realization that I don't think anybody should be ashamed or be looked down on if you leave the church, because like you said, we the church, bro. Them is just walls. You know what I'm saying? So we got to live those lessons, and ain't none of us going to live them perfectly. We got to be able to repent, you know what I'm saying, and be pure at heart and go through these lessons so that we can teach somebody else. They ain't gonna know unless we experienced it. Because you tell somebody something, they be like, man, where you hear that? Nah, bro, I live that. And they be like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm listening. You feel me? So them is all individual experiences you had to have, just like me, man. When I was sitting in the clink, I was like, man, one day I'm gonna tell somebody about this and that's gonna help them. You know what I'm saying? So to our creator, man, however way you gotta get there. So you commended on that.
I knew it was bad when I was in there and I'm looking at like different roles. I got to sit in the back because there's chicks in the church that I don't want to see together. Like, I was like, oh my God, this is getting terrible. I'm tripping. But it was just like, I don't know, man. It was too easy. It was like, bro, I can't even. And that's the reason why I was always looking at church like, this is the worst ones in church. If you really don't know this or not, you know what I mean? On the under. Nobody knows, but if you got mouthpiece and you are, you know what I mean, looked a certain way and dressed a certain way, and they was on you.
Sang in the choir.
Oh my God. So I was just like, maybe this is not where I need to be. And you know what I mean? So I don't know. But that's just a weird experience. What was you still about to say, Print?
If I were to tell you a portion of the Bible to go to kind of read about that kind of experience, would you do it, or would it just be a waste?
No, I'll read on it.
Romans chapter 7, verse 15 through 19 talks about, I think, that the struggle that you're alluding to. And I can quote it for you if you want, but if you just want to look up on your own, you can. I don't want to get too religious on the live stream, you know what I'm saying?
Just give me the synopsis.
Basically, it's questioning, it's saying why is it that I know in my heart to be bad? I do those things, and yet the things that I know in my heart that are good, I don't do. And it kind of just expands around that. I just think that's kind of going to the heart of what you're talking about, is the human nature for sin. And it doesn't really matter what you present on the exterior. You're gonna be sinning, and just because you think it's hidden doesn't mean that it is. You gotta remember, Jesus told us we could pray in a closet by ourselves, just to him, for no one to see, because he sees everywhere. He's omnipresent, so I think that struggling in being in church and being someone who's living in duality, thinking you can separate one portion of your life from another portion of your life, I think is the fallacy that a lot of people are living under in today's world. Without getting too deep into it, it's like the whole cam model industry, these people are living in this illusion that they can turn a camera on and then it's this one thing, and then they can turn a camera off and now they're somebody else. You know, I don't know who said it earlier, but you know, the lifestyles we live, we all have to pay for, and the cost that these people will find is that ultimately you can't be two people, and you know, you bear the fruit eventually. And like you were talking about, with seeing these people in the church who are presenting themselves one way, but you know, to be living in a separate way. I would just say pray for them, you know, but realize that their fruit's eventually going to bear, and the one who sees all is going to have to, you know, they're going to have to face judgment for what they're doing. If you know in your heart that it's wrong and you do it, that is sin to you. That's another Bible verse. So.
Right. And like I said, I mean, I think that, you know, there's the reason why I say, I mean, I don't, if any religion or whatever it is that anyone believes, if it makes them a better person, you know what I mean? And it is fulfilling in their life and they are doing good for the world, hey, good for you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to talk bad about it. I'm not going to, you know, it is what it is. I just figured out, you know, from my walk, where I fit in, at least what it seems that it works for me. You know what I mean? And I don't know if it's necessarily the actual going to church and doing that didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to dig deeper. So, but like I said, that's just, you know, my own personal, but yeah, it's interesting nonetheless. I don't want to get into it because this is a family show. We're just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, I tried my best to not go deep on any of it. You know
right?
What I mean?
Yeah.
What can men or women do to correct unhinged men or women? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I know. Where's Kev at, man? Is there anybody left in the building? Jesus.
Well, since nobody's here, I just want to ask you, did you read all those questions that I'd sent you?
So, wait, you already did one of them, right?
I did all the questions. There's this first set that determine our characters. It's 10 questions with an answer key.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about the ones you sent me. I thought you was talking about on this damn problem.
No, I was just saying in general.
Yeah, I did. You said, did I read them all?
So you think that's gonna work, or do I need to make adjustments?
No, I think it's good. Tomorrow I'm gonna sit down and write them, because right now it's just in that text form. I can't. So I need to write it to where, as we're going real time, you know what I mean? It'll correlate.
Yeah, and did you see that at the very end, I guess I don't know how much of it you read, at the very end I added 3 scenarios
right.
that there's no way to avoid it bringing our score down.
Right. So
yeah. So it's like we have to decide, you know, like the worst of something or the least worst of something, and then it's going to take away a certain amount of points.
Right.
Just thought it'd be fun because that's kind of how life is. You know what I mean? It's like, regardless of your effort, you're going to lose points right here.
Right. And if you losing points, if you didn't accumulate enough, you're gonna hurt for a minute.
Yeah, and then I made it also include like end of, like at the end of the game tells us based on our score the outcome of our lifestyles.
Right. So I just gotta now what the Vikings are a little bit different. Like I don't know, because it's not too much, and there's a fine line between, you know, going into all of Norwegian history and fucking Vikings. Like, that's not what I want to do. You know what I mean? But like, because Vikings is just when you was a Raider. That was it. That's what Viking was
Yeah,
actually
and
doing the
that's
Raiders.
exactly how the prompts went. You know, it's not
Right,
asking us like Norwegian
right,
culture.
right. So I think that's gonna be good. You know what I mean? To keep it, you know. But with that being said, there was only a couple of different Vikings you could be. You know what I mean? So it was either you was or maybe you was a captain, or maybe you was, you know, you ran the ship, or I don't know. But
It gave us 7 characters.
yeah, I gotta read it all in detail again because I just kind of glanced over it. But yeah, so I just gotta write it down so I can have it formulated to where I can see it.
Let me know if you need any changes.
Yeah. So I'm probably gonna do it tomorrow, and so I'll let you know. And then
I can't wait, man. It's gonna be fun.
yeah, you know, and that's the thing too, man. Like, and I also what I think I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna bring the hot box back, but I also got a Dome of Destiny.
Ooh.
See, yeah, the Dome of Destiny. That's gonna be the one, and that's what I'm gonna have all of the locations and times in the Dome of Destiny, and just pull it out, so nobody's voting on it. I'm just gonna pull it. It's gonna be random.
Maybe you do a vote to drop new locations
That's
into.
what I'm saying. Exactly. So I'm gonna do everybody's location. You know, like you can, hey, what do you want? I'm gonna put it all in there, and then and then as we do one, that's out of there now. You know, whatever next, there we go. And I'll just keep drawing them like that. But I'll have, people. We can all put our suggestions into the dome, and so yeah, I think that's gonna be a better way to do it. That way, I'll be surprised. Everybody be, you know what I mean? It'll kind of make it a little challenging, which makes it fun.
That's awesome.
hmm So, yeah, I'm gonna bring that out. If I don't do the hot box this time, I might. It'll be definitely for next week, but because I want to make sure I get this one together. Make sure we get the scores and everything right, because we can keep doing this every week with the scorecard and just kind of transpose it over.
Yeah, dude, it only took 5 minutes to do all that with the AI.
See, so yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So and I got some interesting times like we didn't talk about. I mean, think about it. The Mongols, that's just interesting as hell.
Like we can be as literally as specific as we want, and the AI will meet the parameters.
Right.
So it's like if you want like 15 to 1650, that time exactly.
Right.
The scenario off of whatever type of stimuli we give it based off of that time frame.
Right. Okay. Yeah, man.
Did you answer number 2?
I did not. So let's see.
And what Kev means by unhinged? He's just gonna say it's subjective, like
right.
To me.
I was gonna say, I guess if we're going by what's the typical in these conversations, we're gonna go with degenerative, right? The same. Like, what are you gonna do with these people that's unhealed, acting out? I don't know what's the other words we could say. Like all of the above.
Irrational,
delusional. Like, I guess we can, all of those words that we use on this app, I'm assuming that's what he's getting at. Like, how do we correct that, right? Because a lot of times, like I've always said, you can't hold anybody accountable. You can bring it to their attention, but it's up to them, right? Ultimately, if they're gonna hold themselves accountable to what you just told them or what you've just shown them about themselves. If they don't accept it, if they don't, then there's nothing you can do about it, right? But a lot of times what we hear is we don't correct each other. We don't, like, how are you going to correct somebody acting bad? You know what I mean? And so I think maybe that's what he's getting at. Because what do we say about, hey, this is what we need to do as a community, blah, blah, blah. Y'all don't correct other men. Or we say to the women, y'all don't correct other women. Well, how do you
Here,
correct
okay,
somebody's
here,
acting bad?
but
You
Kev,
know what I mean?
I mean cousin.
Yeah.
Okay,
So what do you think?
let me run a scenario by you because you've seen some life, and I've seen some life. At least I think I have. Um, how do you think it? The race is regardless. Doesn't matter. What does matter is we'll say age. Okay, we'll say 20 to 25 or 20 to 30 in that age. How do you think two random males are going to interact that have been brought up in the last 20 years? So there's a high chance that they were raised by a single mother. How do you think they're going to react to a man trying to correct their bad behavior? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think that's going to escalate, or do you think it's going to be resolved peacefully?
I mean, I think it depends on the relationship between the man. I think that
Two randoms in public. You see, one dude sees a guy misbehaving. Another guy chimes up and was like, "Hey, cut out your shit. Like, you don't need to act that way." Do you think it's going to go calm, or do you think it's going to escalate?
I think it depends on how it's approached. So I think it'll escalate if you said it like that, right? If you just, hey, brother, or you just, hey, motherfucker, stop. You're going, who the fuck are you? And next thing you know, that goes into something else, right?
Do you think that stands a higher likelihood, or do you think it's more likely that someone's going to be like, "Yo, what's going on, man?"
Well, I think the problem is, to be honest, I think that the likelihood is that nobody's going to say anything because they don't know how to talk anymore. So I think that it's really difficult for a lot of people to talk to strangers nowadays. You know what I mean?
That's kind of the point that I'm drawing.
Yeah.
The point that I'm drawing is that even if we wanted to, there's gonna be it's gonna be for lack of a better explanation, it's gonna be a lot of like alpha male stepping on each other, because I feel that a lot of young men aren't being taught how to properly regulate their physical urges when having a conversation. And so violence is a lot closer to the surface than it should be between men. Do you see what I see, or am I wrong? Is that not the case?
No, I can see that. But I also think that it's because I think the violence has always been there. Because, like you and I growing up, you already knew if you said something to somebody, you didn't have to throw some hands.
Yeah, exactly. But that's because we were raised in an environment where if a dude acted out of line with another dude, there was visual representations of what happens.
Right. But nowadays,
the reason I pointed out is that, a modern day young man, there's a high likelihood he grew up in a fatherless home. And all I'm alluding to is that his emotional regulation techniques have most likely come from his mother. And that's not the same type of coping mechanisms you need when you're dealing with your emotions from man to man. And women have a lot more leeway with the things they can say and the implications they can make. And when you teach young men to argue or carry themselves in the way that women do in that aspect, it'll escalate to violence because they're not arguing with a woman, they're arguing with a man, and he takes it to those places. You see does it make sense what I'm saying, or no?
Right. No, I get you. But but just for the conversation, I don't know, because it seems to me that if you were raised in a single mother home and you took on those traits, you would be able to talk better. But they don't. So what I'm thinking is that I think that it's the same implication, right? Maybe the single parent, you got a single mother home, right? Or a single parent. Because I think it happens in a little bit different ways with men, but we'll talk about that. But
yeah, and it has its own negative effects.
Right. So, but what happens is they are now getting their stimuli or their male, because it's not like we're in a vacuum. And when people say this single mother home. Well, they around dudes every fucking day, and it's not like, oh, the guy in the house is the biggest difference. No, it might be, but at the same time, they on the net, they listen to rap music, they listen to music, they listen to all their boys, what I mean, or people in the hood or whatever they're doing, they're getting their influence from that. And then there's no counterattack or counterbalance at home, right? Because nobody, she might be working, trying to make it, whatever. And so their male influence is coming from fucked up male influence. You get me? And so
hyper exaggerated male examples is what they're drawing from.
Right. And so now they're trying to act that shit out in real life, not understanding that that's not how it goes. And I think that might be, part of it. And then if they don't really, because I've noticed too, when a real, like, if you a man that ain't about the bullshit, and you talk to somebody, they will look down to the ground. There's young guys that look down to the ground and they don't even want to look at you in the eyes. They feel intimidated or some shit. And I'm like, bro, no, look up. Don't you ever look down. You a man, keep your eyes up. This is what I'm telling the young, to young brothers, like, bro, what are you doing? This ain't Japan. Raise your head. Walk with some confidence. Walk, and I think that's part of it. Because they're not confident about who they are, maybe. You know what I mean? And they just, so if they see somebody acting a fool, they probably gonna cower out unless they have to. And then it's gonna resort to something extreme because they don't know how to throw hands, not necessarily. So they're gonna go to weapons or something else. It's like it goes to some extreme version of whatever they seen on TV or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying. I think we're in the same boat.
Yeah. And it's,
I'm on one side with this different set of oars than you, but we're in the same boat.
Right. And that's what I just think. This is the reason why I always talk about us older gentlemen having an obligation to start speaking to some of these younger cats. Because, like you said, if you're the same age, they have a problem respecting anybody anyway. So why the fuck I'm gonna respect somebody my same age? That's how they think. You know what I mean? Like, why would I listen to you? You ain't nothing. You ain't did nothing. Now, if you ride up in a Bentley or some shit that they think makes success, then now you might have a little bit more of a leeway to say something to them, because they think that you somebody. But like just a regular average cat, I don't know. That's a tough one. And it's sad, but I think.
Well, maybe this is just me, but it's like, if someone were to correct me, and I mean, I'm married, so I get corrected pretty regularly, so maybe I'm used to it. I don't know if that was a joke or not, but when it comes to being corrected, I think that it's important to explain to somebody that you can entertain that idea and you don't have to accept it as truth immediately. So it's like, cousin, if you said something to me, if you tried to check me on a behavior, like, hey, Tony, maybe you shouldn't do XYZ. For me, instead of saying, oh, cousin, why'd you hurt my feelings? My thought is going to actually take what you said and evaluate if it's true. And if it is true, then I decide if I want to actually change what I'm doing and for the benefit of it or not, you know what I mean? But people don't want to do self-analysis and think that maybe someone sees something about them that they don't see. And
right,
how can you say this negative thing about me that I don't believe to be true? You be a hater, So it's like, for me, if you say something and it's true, either I'll apply it or I won't. If you say something that I know to be false, I'm okay letting you live in your false idea. It's not going to change me in any way. You know what I mean?
Right. I kind of feel the same thing. Like I let people, like I don't care, and I say that in a way like I tell people all the time, man. I have the greatest stress management ever, and it's called fuck it. And I honestly believe that. Like if I can't control it, fuck it. And I mean that shit. Like I live on that. You can't make me care about some shit that I can't do nothing about. We can talk about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we can talk about it sometimes on these lives and have conversations and yeah, shit, giggle. But I don't give a fuck. Like literally, it's nothing I can do about fucking President Trump. There's nothing I can do about the goddamn system. It's nothing I can do about nothing. All I can do is about my life. You get me? So we can talk about it, but I don't let it affect me in that way. And a lot of people don't understand that. Like they just get so caught up in it on things that are outside of their control. And I'm like, yo, if you had half that energy and worried about what you could do for yourself, you would be in a way better position. You'll be too worried about, outside things that it just gets wild. And I don't know, man. I just, and it's like, if there would be, I live in an area where obviously is some Karens. You know what I'm saying? And I hear I'll be in the store or something, and I'll hear and they'll be talking and they're looking at me crazy and like, "What are you doing here?" type shit. I see it, and sometimes my fiance will be like, "Did you see this bitch?" And I'm like, "Just calm down. I don't care." You know what I mean? It's really nothing that affects us. You know what I mean? Her idea or why she doesn't think we belong in this neighborhood or how do we, like, I've heard the damnedest shit. Like, do you play ball? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, why do I have to, I gotta, or it's just, I don't know, it's wild. But the little pseudo passive aggressive things that people will say in public.
Oh, I mean, cousin, first off, I mean, I know I'm not nearly as melanated. Give your Sicilian brother here some love, though. You know what I mean? This summer, I get a nice color to me. So
see, yeah, exactly.
We got some ancestral ties through that little island there. But
I already know Sicilian. Come on.
But
come on. That's
I can tell you right now, man. I get looked at a particular way when I get into the predominantly more porcelain toned individuals. It's like I've turned a corner and it's like I've seen purses get clutched.
Exactly.
Automatically they turn down an aisle they don't need to go down.
Right.
What are you doing going down the hardware aisle? Come on. Little do they know that I'm probably one of the few individuals in public society that would do anything I could to make sure that they were safe in a horrible situation. Little do they know. But it's like I just think it's funny, those looks, but it's like I don't take it as a negative at all because they're not concerned with signing my paycheck. And they got to pay my bills. And they don't take care of nothing for me. And they ain't going to be able to take anything away from me. So.
Exactly. I tell her that all the time. And mind you, it's funny that you said that because she's half Sicilian. I didn't even know that.
I laugh because, man, you got to be tough. I mean, do you got some like Puerto Rican or something in you, boy? Like you got some fire in you or what? Because.
But that's the thing. I mean, like me, I'm like, and there's people that will always, and that's what they do. They'll be like, "What are you?" I'm like, "What the fuck does that mean?" I'm me. Like, why is it always got to be what am I? And they say the same thing to her. Like, "What are you guys? I thought you were Puerto Ricans." What?
Well, I'm just saying, you got to have something to handle that heat. Because Sicilian women are on the nose.
Bro, when that shit come out, I'll be like, "Really? If you don't go sit your ass down," she start laughing. I'm like, "No, you just, man, what the hell wrong with you? I'm gonna put you back on a boat. And she started laughing. That's the little, that's the little jokes that we have. You know what I mean? And that's how we kind of. But and she's like the most unassuming, right? But like if you piss her off, then all of a sudden it just come out, and I'll be like, ooh wee.
But I'll be honest, I look the way I look on purpose because I honestly I feel like, the statistically half the people you meet are going to be below average intelligence, and I feel like I just live in a place where a lot of those people are. And so it's like I just would rather not interact with people, so I kind of like make myself look like what they kind of don't want to run into. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Like I want to disappear in society. I don't want people hanging out by me and approaching me all the time.
Hiding in the wide open. That's what we call it.
Yeah, like honestly, like if you turn down another aisle just to get out of my way, thank you. Now I don't got to worry about like talking to you. You know what I mean?
Right.
I turned it into a reward for myself. So it's like your implicit bias and prejudice is actually saving me my time, which is really important. So thank you.
Right. And and then there's the other one that I always hear is like, oh, you're different. The fuck? You're you're not like the others. I'm sorry, what? Like, are you fucking kidding me? This is the little nuances that people don't realize. They think they slick, and I'm like, okay, but I'm just, I don't care. I let that roll. I'm not gonna sit here and let you determine my day.
I've been asked random landscaping questions.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, excuse me. You know the thing about this weed whacker? You know what? If I know I whack you in the face, you don't get up out of here. You leave me alone. Shit.
I know the person with a Home Depot vest can answer all your damn questions.
I know. Do I have an orange vest on? Do you see orange, lady? Yeah, that shit's wild.
But sometimes I'll speak Spanish to them so that there's a language barrier, and then I'll just make it so we can't communicate at all.
No inglés.
I got to be in a particularly good mood and not in a rush. Otherwise, it's like I just direct them away. I'm like, I don't know. Go ask the person who actually fucking works here.
Right. But then I have this, I don't know what it is. It's more of a, it's hard for me to be extremely rude to somebody. You know what I mean? Like I have to really either be pissed off, and even then, I'm still not necessarily just gonna pop off at somebody. I just feel like I don't know. Maybe
I have a level of decorum, but
yeah,
I match the energy that's given to me really well. So if you're a kind, sweet person,
I'm more sarcastic. You know what I mean? Like I'll say some fucked up shit to you in a joke that maybe you didn't get, and then it'll burn later. That's me. You know what I'm saying? I'll say some fucked up shit and then I'll just walk away and then it's like, wait, did he just say? Yeah, it's too late. I'm gone. And now you got it when you in the car on the way home, and now you feel like shit.
Yeah, now you're gonna be on their mind for the next 25 years randomly.
Exactly. You don't play around with me, I'm gonna be in your brain. But and really that comes from, I can remember, I got in a fight in the Coliseum, Oakland Coliseum. And the only reason that I got out of that without, getting real trouble was because I never threw a punch. Right? So the police officer told me, I'm sitting in the back of the car, the whole thing. And now, mind you, I'm trying to be diplomatic, and this dude was there that I had been having problems with. He kept on disrespecting. And I was like, you know what? This is the day. And anyway, we went to the bathroom and we blocked the doors off, and I ran him through everything in that bathroom. I tried to put his head in the toilet. I tried to do the little thing like in the movies and turn the toilet on while his face was in it. And then slammed him through the stall doors. and then ran him through the fucking the mirror on the thing and the fucking urinals. I was trying to put his face in the urinals, like all that. But I never threw a punch. And that was the only thing that got me out of it. Because the police officer was sitting there like, really, bro? Like, this is... And so I'm telling him what happened. And he's trying not to laugh. And I'm like, yeah, man, I tried to flush him in the toilet. And he's like, what? Yeah, because this is what happened and blah, blah, blah. And at this point, I'm nervous. So when I'm nervous, I tell jokes. What you want me to do? Right? And so I'm just telling the story. And he looked at me. He said, who threw the first punch? I said, you know what? Nobody threw a punch. And he was like, all right. And closed the door. Comes back a couple minutes later. Come on, man, get out. He said, I'm going to let you go. But you can't come back. You can't come back. And then the guy that was the manager of the site, he's like, yeah, we're going to ban me. They took my picture and shit, all this other thing. I can't never come back to the Coliseum. All right, whatever. We leave. And the police officer looked at me and was like, if you would have thrown a punch, you'd be in jail right now. And that's all he told me. And I left. And then I was like, Then I, went back and I was telling my dad what happened and all this other shit. And I go back to training and they were like, if you would have thrown a punch because you know how to fight, you're registered that you know how to fight, that you've been trained to fight. Like, so if the MMA fighter goes out and punch somebody in the street, he's gonna be in trouble, right? And it was the same thing. And that was the only thing that saved me. And so after that, I started saying, you know what, fighting ain't worth it. Because just that quick, I could have been up out of there. So, now I'm gonna have to start talking my way out of shit. And that's when I started, being different. So
Video surveillance totally saved me one time.
Yeah. The shit that we hate.
Long story, like I won't get into the details because it's kind of graphic, but me and 5 of my at the time friends were encircled by 12 other individuals, and the video footage at the mall that this was happening at showed that we were in a constant state of retreat because we were backing up the entire time. We weren't aggressing, and because we were basically outnumbered like 2.5 to 1 essentially. They were the aggressors. That we only acted in self-defense, and the reason I pointed out is because there ended up being a fatality on their side, and 2 other critical condition people went to the hospital. So there was like major charges to be pressed if that surveillance footage didn't show it because of the injuries that were put onto the other people. And basically I got to spend like 6 hours in handcuffs, and I was bleeding and stuff too because at the time I had nipple rings and they had both gotten ripped out during the altercation. So I had to wait in handcuffs, and then when I got released, then they were able to give me the stitches and stuff. But it was all because of the video footage that there were no charges ever brought against any of us. But without that footage, I probably would have gone to jail.
Yeah, man, my brother was the same way. He had a knife incident.
Yeah, that was what was involved with the fatality.
Yep. And, that was the thing, man. Like, we grew up where if we had a disagreement, you got in the gloves. That's how you solved arguments. Fuck all that arguing. Get in these hands. That was it.
That part is we got jumped for mistaken identity. That was the sad part.
That's yeah. But
and it ended up with 1 fatality and 2 critical conditions. Like horrible damage to people because of a nothing.
Yeah, that's and that was the thing, man. Like, I remember house parties, man. That was the first time I ever saw someone unalived in my face at a house party. And it was stuff like that growing up, bro. Like, you would see these things, and it's like, no, this is not a movie. This is real shit. And like, you know what I mean?
Movies get it wrong. There's not that they don't show you enough. Movies get it wrong. Like neck injuries with the blade, movies never show you the appropriate amount.
Oh hell no, they don't, and they don't show like how quick it is.
You got like 15 seconds, and
Yeah, like you think
you're gone.
Yeah, people be thinking that should be lasting for 5 minutes fighting. Hell to the no, that shit is 32 seconds. Shit is over with. And
If your
somebody
heart rate's up, you're gone.
Yeah, man. I mean, man, dude, I'm gonna tell you.
I've seen it.
The first dude reached over my head and unloads on this dude in the face, right? And I can remember the sound, pow, and my ears ringing. I can smell I can smell the powder. I can smell, it was this close to my head. And I'm standing there and I'm looking at him walk up to us, but we so packed in this place that nobody can move. We're in this house party, right? And we're just like arm in arm, you can't move. I see it. I tell my brother, hey bro, you see this dude? He like, yeah. So we trying to like edge out, but I'm looking in his eyes. He has not looked at anybody. He has not focused on anybody but this particular dude that's like two people down from me, right? He's looking dead at him. I'm looking at his face. He's not even seeing me at all. Walked straight up to him, pow, and turned around, walked out like nothing happened. Everybody pandemonium. Now everybody is trying to move out. If you ever notice, a stampede, but nobody can move.
Yeah.
Everybody is trying to push their way out the door. People is jumping out the window. People going crazy. And I'm sitting here like, oh my God, my ears ringing. I got a headache. It was like, I can't hear, but I see this dude holding his face, fall on the ground. And I'm talking about, as you see everything just turn red, I'm like, ooh, this dude is up out of there. And now I'm thinking to myself, I'm the only person that really looked at this dude's face. So now what does that mean for me? Is he gonna come after me? We gotta get up out of here. So we jump out the room. We jump out the window, out the side window, run around the car, get to the house. We talking about it. And it wasn't until like maybe the next day where it really hit, where it really sunk in. Like, bro, do you realize we just witnessed? And my brother was like, I know. And then we was like, now we shook. But at the time, you know what I mean? It was just like, whatever, another day. And it's really messed up to where you could be desensitized that much, to where something like that can happen and it's just, whatever. But that's, growing up in that environment, bro, it's just, shit is rough, man. But
And it's like, ultimately, it's like the violence and stuff that we're talking about. It's like the parts of society that need the behavior checked are going to react violently. The other parts of society that aren't going to react violently just need to be dealt with appropriately. Like when we said unhinged, you brought up a bunch of different types of unhinged. So it's like, if we're unhinged because someone is mentally incapacitated, you know what I mean? Like they have a severe mental disorder or something like that, we don't treat that person the same way we treat someone who's being a belligerent. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
it's like, really about knowing your battles. Yep.
So it's like, how do we treat them? It depends on what type of unhinged. Ultimately, the bad behaviors that are really bringing down our society are going to have to be met with, I hate to put it this way, but we're going to have to be met with the same type of energy until enough people get the picture that society wants to change.
Right. Man, just last month, we were at a stoplight and sit in the car. Me and the fiance, we driving back from the store, and I'm looking for a new oven, right? So we're going to the stores looking around, and so as we're driving out of the parking lot, it's the red light. We go hit the one corner, and now it's the busy street, and it's this dude running around in the middle of the intersection, right? Kicking cars. He just run around yelling, yeah, just doing and kicking cars. People are driving through the intersection. He is kicking moving cars, running through the intersection. And we're looking like, what the fuck is going on? So she is sitting here and she's like, he's coming over here. And I'm like, it's cool. And if he kicked the car, what are you gonna do? Nothing. If he kicked the car, he kicked the car. We're gonna drive off. And so he comes up and I see him coming up to the car, and I'm like, if he do anything else, I got something for him. But if he gonna kick the car, he gonna kick the car. There's nothing I can do about that, right? I'm not about to get out the car and fight him. Obviously, this dude is unhinged for real. He is in some kind of state that we are safe from him. You know what I mean? If it comes down to it, when it's man against car, the car is gonna win. So just just relax. You good? And he walked up and he just looked at the car. He looked at me and he kind of like started yelling, and I just started driving slow, and he didn't do nothing. And then we just drove off. But there was people yelling out the windows at him and all this other stuff, and I was like, well, this is one of those times where you just have to understand people is having a psychotic breakdown or some stuff, then there's something, and you just got to get away from that. Because, that's something that we can't do nothing about. It's nothing, I can't correct that.
Okay, but I guess the controversial part of what you're getting to is what happens next. What is the state responsible for at this point? In my opinion, it's should be looked at as, okay, if they're in the street and they're kicking cars and they're belligerent and they're yelling and they're screaming, yes, they're probably having a psychotic break. But we'll send the police there and they'll detain the individual and bring him in, and then transfer said person to a hospital to get immediate care and determine their mental state. You know what I mean? Like, that's how you handle that, in my opinion. And the reason I say bring in the police first is because we're dealing with someone who has the potential for a lot of violence. So we want the force there to subdue an individual against their will to be able to handle whatever force is going to be generated by that individual. We don't want to send paramedics out to try to deal with someone who's potentially very violent. You know what I mean?
Right. And and mind you, I know that the police was, either they had come shortly after that or was on the way or whatever, but it was just like one of those things where that's all you can do. Like, you know what I mean? It's not my job. I'm not Captain America. And I'm damn sure not Captain America for somebody's car. Like, that's what you got insurance for. If that's the case.
Kick my truck. Go for it. Like, kick it as hard as you can, please. Go for it.
You're going to hurt yourself. Go on. What? She's like, well, what if he kicks the car? I'm like, what if he kicks the car? He don't kick the car. We be all right. Just judging by how he's kicked everybody else's car, he ain't doing nothing. We all right. we good.
I like how you said that. Like, if it comes down to it, man versus car is gonna win. I can see you having said literally that in the conversation.
I was like, we good. Don't even worry about it. Now, if we were walking down the street, you know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta walk through this dude to get to the car. Now, there's a different type of cautiousness that happens. Now it's a different perspective. But like, Other than that, I was like, look, we in the car, we safe. I ain't about to sit up here tripping with this dude.
All
But I
right,
know,
well,
like, if it was my
let's hit
brother,
number 3 because I'm gonna have
yeah.
to drop down soon.
All right, if you attract or accept someone off your body or money, what do you expect? Okay. So if you lead with your body or you lead with your money, what should you expect other than to be used? That's what I get from that. What about you?
I mean, I lived that way at one point in my life, and because I decided I wanted to live with the quote unquote like the body/money appeal, I always made it very clear from my perspective that they're filling a couple of needs for me, and one of them is body. You know what I mean? So, like, I expected that it was an understanding that it wasn't going to be an emotional connection. It was strictly superficial, and I usually never had an issue with it. But after a couple months of that, women tend to have a harder time keeping that predetermined boundary, at least from my experience. But you should always expect an even rate of return when it comes to some of these things, in my opinion. If you attract with your body and your money, you should be expected that both of those physical representations are going to be used until there's no more use for them.
Yep. I agree. I will say that I understand that money makes the world go round. So yeah, it's important. If a woman is looking for security, then money is going to be a part of that. So I think money is important, to have in your toolbox, right? The tool in your tool belt. As a man, you need some money. But if you lead, if that is your catalyst, if that's your claim, like, oh, that's my whole identity is my money, then you can't do anything but expect to be used for that. So yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, like I said, I was young when I did that. Like, I came from the gutter, so I was malnourished and no money, and I got a really good job when I was a really young man, and I built my body up, and I had ridiculous cash flow. So I was enjoyed that way, but then I realized that it's not actually beneficial for the soul in any real way.
I wholeheartedly agree. It's always been pretty easy for me, in the woman department as a young man. And so for me, it was always like I walked around with this attitude that, I'm blessing you, right? And even if that was wrong, that was just always my mind state. Like, my lifestyle, which if you come out with me, you about to have one of the best nights that you're going to have. Not necessarily just myself, but how I live. You know what I mean? You're going to go eat at this place. We're going to go kick it. We're going to go do this. We're going to go do that. You know what I mean? And
yeah, I know exactly what you mean, my guy.
yeah, it's like, look, I'm going to show you a time of your life. And at the same time, but I'm never going to lie to you and tell you that you're the only one. I'm never going to lie. So that was my justification, right? Even though I knew that I was kind of, lathering up these women. You know what I mean? Like, I knew they were going to fall for me because of how I treated them, because of what I did, that they were going to enjoy it. But I would always say, well, I told you that it wasn't going to be nothing, as my little security blanket, right? To be fucked up.
Oh yeah.
And
I mastered that card, my guy. That is,
yeah.
It's sick how well it works too.
Yeah, it's not my fault that you felt like I told you it wasn't nothing. I told you it was somebody else. But I knew, right? I knew that they were, and I should have said, you know what, she's having feelings, I should not do it. But no, because I
I
had the little disclaimer, so I felt like I was justified.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's, and I think that's one of the little games that, if men have ever gotten to a point where they've had leverage, I know men have done this, and because I was one of them. And I was like, and so when I talk about it now, people looking at me like I'm crazy, like, no, that's not how. I'm like, okay, but that's probably because you just don't have that option. But if you did, the men that have, I know that they have done this, and it's and,
Well,
it, and it's
I think part of it too is you probably had a similar energy that I used to have about myself, which is that when I would be dealing with a woman, there was never the energy that like I needed her to be around me to have a good, so that I could have a good time. It was always like, listen, you can come with me, you can do what I do, and we're gonna have a blast, or you can not, and I'm still gonna go and have a blast, and there'll be someone else that'll be glad to sit next to me and have a blast.
right. I've never asked a woman or asked to take them out on a date. Never once have I asked, can I take you out? No, I've said, do you want to join me for dinner? You know what I mean? If I'm going to this spot, you want to join me? Because I'm going anyway. So you can roll
Yeah.
with me. And I don't know what the difference in that verbiage, but it was different, And so here we are. And then I ride up, you know what I mean? I'm in the fresh whip, you know what I mean? I got all it. And so it was to a point where it was easy. And then I started realizing that none of this is fulfilling. None of this is really what I want to do. Because at the end of the day, if I can't go to sleep because I'm worried that she might try to steal my jewelry. You know what I mean? Like, you don't even know this person. Like, it's little shit like that that you start thinking about. And it's
Man,
like,
you were nice
man.
letting them sleep there. Shit.
But I'm just saying, right? That's why you never did. That was the point. Even though it would have been cool. Like, now I got to go make sure I got to take her home. Ah, damn, I got to. But because now you got to safeguard your life because you out here being fucked up. And I was like, it takes more energy to be fucked up than it is just to live right. And that's kind of
Really
like
quick,
what I started
cousin.
doing it. Yeah.
It's because you got to protect your shit. You reminded me of something. You got to remember, this was so long ago. This was 20 years ago. So I was like a really young man living in the way you're talking about, and I had to cut things off with one of the girls I was with. And the chick made a copy of my apartment key one time after I had passed out when she was there. And she came back and she egged the inside of my apartment. And it was just like, she was like so mad at me because I cut things off. But to top it off, so it's like I spent the whole like night cleaning. It was my last night off before I went back to 21 days of work. I was like a massive, I was into doing like drilling and stuff. So I was like, I'd work massive schedules. And the next morning, man, I got up to go to work at like, 2:30 in the morning because your hours are nuts. And I put on my work boot and she put a whole egg in there so that I could crunch it myself. And man,
She had
crazy, man.
a plan for you. she had you set up for the whole rip. You wasn't gonna get away with none. 18 pack of eggs.
It's like I couldn't help but chuckle. I was like, well played. You know what I mean? It's like I couldn't even really be mad at her. Like,
Hey, I'm trying to tell you, man, eggs. Ooh, I don't know. I think probably the worst that a woman has ever, when she tried to like cut up one of my suits or something, and I was like, whatever. I don't wear that anyway, so whatever. But like, I've never really had that type of, situation. But I also never really, and I tell people all the time, like, even though I was out there reckless to a point, I was still very selective, And it was like, I was certain type of women I just wasn't fucking with. And
Yeah, I
so
had to make some mistakes. You know what I mean?
yeah. So I just and so they whenever something went down or if it didn't go, it'd be amicably split and that'd be it. And so I always thought too that hey, you can call any of my exes, they ain't never gonna say I did them wrong until you start really thinking about it. Like they might not say that you did them wrong, maybe you didn't do anything, but you still hurt them. You know what I mean? We sit up here and we justify what we do, and because I didn't lie to them, I didn't do it, but you still probably broke their heart if they have feelings.
If I had to guess, the
Yeah,
majority of my exes would say that I hurt them honestly.
right. There you go. No,
That
seriously.
that
Like
I was honest, but my honesty hurt them.
they've
And
all
I
like,
used honesty as the shield.
yeah, he was hurt, but he was a good dude, type shit. Like it just didn't work out. But yeah, and I'm like, and I used to use that as my little shield to justify my actions. You know what I mean? Until I had to stay really and say to myself, bro, just admit you was fucked up. And regardless of all of the semantics, and you can say what you did, and you can say that, hey, they're grown, they was part of it. Yeah, that's true. But you knew better. There was never a time where I was like, hey, I didn't know that she liked me. No, I knew. I knew exactly what I was doing. You know? And that's why when we have these conversations sometimes and dudes be like, no, you just don't no, you just trying to justify the shit. Let's just be honest. When we know what we out here doing, we know what our intentions are. It may not be malice, it may not be like you trying to, do anything bad, but you was trying to bang out. And you lied or do whatever you gotta do to get to what you want to get to. And it's just I don't wanna keep putting excuses out. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, hey, we did it. It was a learning experience, and
I think that there's people that have a fear that if they've failed in a certain ethical way,